Wangi crawls out of the wreckage, the only survivor of a massive accident. He is given a chance to save his friends by a system in the form of a black cat. To achieve this, he is transmigrated to a novel where he needs to become a great villain. A true villain is expected to be ruthless and sinister, a harbinger of death. After thoroughly tormenting the hero, he makes a spectacular explosive exit. Once his work is done, he leaves with a flourish and moves on to another story where he will torment another hero and accumulate points. Unfortunately, the male lead in this story has the uncanny ability to read minds. Whenever he insults the hero, a pink thought bubble adorned with adorable emojis would reveal that he thinks the hero is actually cute. The story begins in front of an enormous luxurious mansion, its grand silhouette framed beneath a sky dotted with clouds. Inside, the sound of draining water echoes through a pastel-tiled bathroom, steam curdling from the metal grate on the floor. In the middle of it all stands a pink-haired teen, holding a shower head above another person crouched in the tub. The guy with pink hair is Wangi, the eldest son of the powerful Wang family. Wangi sneers as he calls the one beneath him a dirty mutt, harshly rejecting any idea of them being brothers. His contempt is cruel and deliberate. Without warning, Wangi grabs the other. Leaning in, Wangi scoffs. He doesn't understand why their father would bring someone so filthy, an illegitimate son, into their pristine home. The disgust in his voice is unmistakable. A close-up finally reveals the other person's face. This is Ching Xiin. He's the hero of this story, and right now, his eyes are brimming with tears. Wangi stares down at him, mocking him for being silent. Ching Xiin just trembles, too scared to speak. That only fuels Wangi's cruelty. He tosses out another insult, comparing him to a useless dog that can't even bark. And then, without a second thought, he pushes Ching Xiin. Ching Xiin hits the floor. Wangi steps on Ching Xiin. Ching Xiin squirms under the pressure, tears threatening to spill, eyes gleaming with malice. Wangi warns him coldly to get cleaned up and to not tell anyone. The threat hangs heavy in the air, because if he does, Wangi promises he'll unalive him. This place is home to the Wang family. Wangi strolls down a sunlit corridor, his entire demeanor flipped. He offers a pleasant smile and casually greets the readers. In a sudden close-up, he smiles again, this time a little more knowingly. He explains that he's just a worker in the background of a certain novel. Then, with quiet ease, he opens a wooden door and steps inside. The hallway disappears behind him as he enters the room. Just past the door, Wangi pauses, exhaling softly. He admits to taking on the role of being the primary villain in this story. Without warning, he drops to the floor in an overly dramatic collapse. Guilt pours out of him as he declares that being unnecessarily cruel is unforgivable, and he deserves to be thrown into the deepest pits of hell for what he's done. The performance is intense, maybe too intense, but his regret sounds real. Still lying on the floor, he keeps going. Wangi mourns the fact that Ching Xiin is so innocent, and wonders how someone like him, trash, as he calls himself, could end up doing what he did. That's when a voice chimes in. A sleek black cat appears, glowing slightly with a high-tech green interface that frames its shape. It compliments Wangi on his acting skills, calling him host with an almost amused tone. Its glowing eyes lock on him, adding a futuristic touch to the strange partnership. The cat lands beside him with a soft thump and reassures him not to get too hung up on his feelings. It tells him to keep going with his missions, promising that as long as he stays on track, he'll be successful. This isn't just any cat. It introduces itself as Villains System 0 or SO, an AI specifically designed to help Wangi become the perfect villain. SO encourages Wangi to keep doing his best. Now sitting up, Wangi holds the black cat in his arms. With his eyes closed, Wangi finally agrees, reluctantly, but calmly. He seems resigned to the path he's chosen, while the cat stays close, pulsing with high-tech energy. Then, a futuristic screen lights up in front of him, officially welcoming Wangi into the world of the novel The School Hunk Fell for Me. The system refers to him as the esteemed host, again emphasizing his role as the villain in this story. SO explains that the plot revolves around the female lead, someone who will help Ching Xiin through his hardships. The system explains that with her support, he'll slowly heal from the trauma caused by Wangi, leading to a tender campus romance between them. But before that story can bloom, the mission must continue. The black cat lays out his next task. Wangi looks tense, bracing himself for what's coming. And then the cat says it plainly. He must fully commit to playing the role of the cruel older brother, the one who bullies, scolds, and beats the main lead. Wangi's face darkens. The system is clear. His job is to make sure that Ching Xiin ends up with deep psychological trauma. There's no sugarcoating it. The mission is cruel, and Wangi knows it. Wangi forces a confident grin, but tears stream down his face, his expression stuck somewhere between forced pride and quiet regret. He's doing what the system asked of him, but that doesn't mean it's easy. Just then, there's a sudden knock on the door. It catches him completely off guard. He turns to glance at the black cat, eyebrows raised. He heads over and opens the door with a skeptical look. He wonders who it could be. Standing there is Ching Xiin. He's quiet, his head slightly bowed. Posture is small and unsure. Wangi's eyes widen in surprise when he sees who it is. Finally, Ching Xiin speaks in a soft, careful voice. He says that Wangi left some clothes in the bathroom and held them out politely. He's just too sweet. Someone protect Ching Xiin from Wangi. Ching Xiin stands there nervously, holding out the clothes Wangi left behind in the bathroom. Wangi freezes. He stares at Ching Xiin in shock, unsure how to react. After a moment, his expression shifts into suspicion. He narrows his eyes and responds with a cold, clipped tone. Ching Xiin flinches slightly but stays quiet. Wangi scoffs and makes a dismissive sound, acting unimpressed by the whole thing. Ching Xiin lowers his gaze, already bracing himself for another round. And it comes. Wangi sharply says he'd never accept something touched by Ching Xiin's dirty hands. The insult stings, and it's clear he wants to make Ching Xiin feel as unwanted as possible. Without warning, he shoves Ching Xiin backward. He tells him again he doesn't want anything from him. Then, with another burst of anger, Wangi attacks. He mocks Ching Xiin for acting pitiful, accusing him of trying to gain sympathy. But deep down, Wangi feels awful. In his mind, he compares himself to a beast for going this far. Still, he tells himself it's justified. He insists that anyone who ruins someone else's family deserves punishment. Ching Xiin stays on the floor, stunned and silent. Wangi watches him quietly. He can't help but notice Ching Xiin ran out here with wet hair just to return his clothes. It was sweet of him to do that, but he quickly shuts the thought down. The system chose him to be the villain. He can't afford to go soft. So with a sneer, he calls Ching Xiin dirty again, saying he'll always be a wild, unwanted outcast. In his head, he bitterly imagines how lucky he'd be to have a kind, normal sibling instead. Ching Xiin doesn't say a word. He just looks up at Wangi with wide, hurt eyes. The silence between them is heavy. Suddenly, a phone rings. Wangi looks away and answers it. His tone shifts as he speaks. It's his mother on the line. She tells him their father will be home for dinner tonight and reminds him to be nice to Ching Xiin in front of him. Still holding the phone to his ear, Wangi says he'll bring Ching Xiin downstairs. Ching Xiin listens quietly, the clothes now draped awkwardly over his head. With a sharp bye, Wangi ends the call and snaps the phone shut. An awkward silence settles in as Wangi stands next to Ching Xiin. Then a bitter thought crosses his mind. His mother is cruel, withholding proper food from Ching Xiin. It strikes him as inhumane. He feels a flicker of sympathy for the kid. Snapping back to his role, Wangi turns to Ching Xiin and scolds him for staring. He tells him to go change into something dry so they can eat dinner. But beneath the harsh tone, he just doesn't want Ching Xiin to catch a cold. Ching Xiin just looks at him, unsure how to respond. Annoyed, Wangi demands a reply. When Ching Xiin still says nothing, he loses his temper and pushes him. He yells again, telling Ching Xiin not to look at him. Wangi storms off. Behind him, Ching Xiin lowers his head. He can still hear Wangi yelling, this time rubbing in the pain by bringing up how his own mother abandoned him for being too nervous and jumpy. Later, Ching Xiin stands alone at a doorway. As the door closes on him, a strange feeling creeps over him. He starts to wonder if he's experiencing something supernatural. He covers his face with his hands, quietly wrestling with the truth. He's always had an unusual power. The scene flashes back to the time when Ching Xiin joined the Wang family for the first time. At a warmly lit dining table, Ching Xiin sits with Wangi, their father, and a woman. Their father asks Ching Xiin if he's settling in well, trying to create a friendly family-like mood. Ching Xiin, now in dry clothes and looking presentable, listens quietly. But inside, he knows better. No matter how sweet someone's words may sound, he can see through it. His strange ability allows him to read people's true emotions, what they really think behind polite smiles. As dinner continues, Mr. Wang sits at the table with a polite expression, but his thoughts tell a different story. Deep down, he resents having to care for Ching Xiin and admits to himself that he's only doing it because of outside pressure. There's little genuine concern behind his calm demeanor. Wangi's mother, sitting in a graceful pose, looks warm and welcoming to anyone watching. The tension becomes too much. Ching Xiin clutches his stomach, overwhelmed. Wangi's mother notices and quickly asks if he's feeling unwell, still keeping up her fake concerned act. Sitting silently, he rests his hand near his face, doing his best to stay composed. Trying to lighten the mood, Wangi casually jokes that Ching Xiin isn't much of a talker, and their dad will probably have to rely on him more. But inside, he's irritated. He knows all Ching Xiin's been given is porridge. And really, who could have much of an appetite for that? Still, Wangi puts on a confident smile. He tells their father he'll take responsibility for both Ching Xiin and his mom. While speaking, he adds a piece of meat to Ching Xiin's plate. On the inside, though, Wangi knows it doesn't matter how kind he acts, it will never come off as genuine. Even so, he keeps up the role and encourages Ching Xiin to eat, pretending to be the caring older brother. When Ching Xiin hesitates, Wangi reaches over and lifts his face, telling him firmly to eat even if he doesn't feel like it. In his thoughts, Wangi imagines that if he can just get Ching Xiin to eat more, he'll grow stronger and healthier. Then, in classic villain fashion, he throws in a sneer, calling Ching Xiin ugly out loud. While secretly thinking he looks kind of adorable, he keeps placing more food on Ching Xiin's plate, encouraging him to eat like a good boy. Ching Xiin can see that in her mind. The idea of sharing the family's wealth with the new heir makes her furious. Secretly, she wishes he'd just vanish from their lives altogether. Meanwhile, Ching Xiin quietly remembers how earlier he was given only a bowl of plain porridge, offered coldly, without care. Internally, he admits that the hidden disgust in this household feels suffocating. It weighs heavily on him, even if no one says it aloud. Sits there quietly. But then, something strange catches Ching Xiin's attention. Despite the harsh words, he can see a warm pink aura around Wangi. It doesn't match the cruelty at all. Internally, Ching Xiin admits something he probably wouldn't say out loud. There's something weirdly cute about the way Wangi acts. All contradictions and confusion. A tall iron gate stands guard outside the mansion, the dark silhouette framed by vibrant roses. Inside, the scene turns grim. Ching Xiin is shown lying on the floor, bloodied and defeated, still carrying the bruises and pain from his older brother's abuse. A new scene introduces a little girl surrounded by flowers. Her presence is soft and calming, and something about her radiates peace. In that moment, her gentle energy cuts through the darkness surrounding Ching Xiin. She must be a wonderful girl. She smiles at him, completely unfazed by how messy or broken he looks. There's no judgment, just quiet kindness. That small gesture gives Ching Xiin something he hasn't felt in a while: hope. Elsewhere, a feathery cat toy swishes across the frame, catching the attention of the black cat. Wangi is shown lounging on a couch, clearly deep in thought. He's strategizing, trying to figure out how to use the heroine's appearance at the villa to his advantage. Wangi considers pushing Ching Xiin even further, hurting him more, all to stay in line with the role of the villain. The cat encourages him to do just that. Its glowing eyes flash as it reminds Wangi that villains have to be ruthless. They always go out with a bang, and that's just part of the job. The cat promises that once Ching Xiin is completely shattered, Wangi can finally make his dramatic exit from the story. It seems proud of this idea, hyping up the big finale as if it's something to celebrate. It flips midair, still talking, and says Ching Xiin's suffering will only highlight how gentle and kind the heroine is. Wangi quietly absorbs that, starting to see how his cruelty is shaping the narrative around them. Moments later, he barges into Ching Xiin's room, loudly calling for him. In his mind, there's a ridiculous little image of himself acting like a teacher, ready to guide Ching Xiin in how to be stronger. Wangi says he heard from their dad that Ching Xiin wanted fruit. He holds out a peach. He throws in a smirk, calling this Ching Xiin's first lesson. If you're gonna be a villain, you better make a dramatic entrance. He suddenly lashes out at Ching Xiin for daring to ask for anything at all. Without hesitation, he attacks him. Ching Xiin crashes to the floor, surrounded by scattered papers and a toppled chair. He mutters in pain, glancing up at Wangi. Wangi casually dangles the fruit in front of him. In Wangi's mind, a silly little thought bubble pops up, outlining lesson number 2, showing the target who's boss, towering over Ching Xiin. Wangi props his foot up in a fake intimidating pose. Still holding the peach, Wangi declares that he's in a good mood and offers the fruit to Ching Xiin. Ching Xiin slowly reaches for it, warily. Wangi drops the peach on purpose, acting as if it slipped by accident. Wangi wastes no time mocking him, belittling him for not catching the peach and barking at him to pick it up. Watching this all play out, Wang Yi smirks to himself. Another step complete in his mental villain training plan. He knows exactly what he's doing. And now, time for lesson 3, crush the target. Without warning, he stomps on the peach, smashing it into the floor. Ching Xiin ends up covered in peach pulp. His face says it all. He's humiliated. The whole thing was meant to embarrass him, and it worked. Meanwhile, Wang Yi is thrilled with himself. In his mind, he celebrates the moment. He's just recreated the exact kind of scene that'll lead into Ching Xien's encounter with the heroine. For the final villainous touch, he scrunches his face and pretends to be grossed out by the ruined fruit. He turns and pretends to be done with the whole interaction. But inside, he's practically giggling, excited about the setup for the hero and heroine's meeting. Before stepping out, he tells Ching Xiin to go clean up outside by the fountain. Wang Yi had already placed a basket of fruit out there, ready and waiting for Ching Xiin to eat. As he walks away, Wang Yi smirks, mentally patting himself on the back. Soon, the hero will meet the heroine, and he's even arranged a nice little picnic to kick things off. Ching Xiin sits on the ground, his face still streaked with dirt and bits of peach. He wonders why Wang Yi was so insistent about sending him to the fountain. Outside, sunlight floods the large garden, casting a soft golden glow over everything. The flowers are in full bloom, filling the space with color. Right in the middle of it all, a girl in a blue dress and straw hat stands like she's part of the scenery, lit up perfectly by the sun. Ching Xiin walks into view, confused. He stops as he sees the girl standing there. The girl is one Shiao, the heroine of this story. She's also 8 years old and has a gentle, warm smile that she offers freely to Ching Xiin. With no hesitation, Shiao asks if his parents work for the master of the house. Ching Xiin doesn't say a word. He simply walks past her. Shiao freezes. She stands still, clearly confused and a little thrown off by Ching Xiin's coldness. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the house, Wang Yi is celebrating his own performance. The thought that the hero and heroine have finally met makes him genuinely happy, like everything's going according to plan. Wang Yi crouches behind a garden banister fountain with S.O., the black cat, hiding as he spies on the scene unfolding nearby. He watches the main characters, closely curious. From his point of view, something's off. They're not playing. That's not what he expected at all. Shiao is trying her best to get Ching Xien's attention, but he's completely focused on ignoring her. No matter what she says or does, he stays quiet and withdrawn. She leans in a little, peeking over his shoulder, trying to catch even a flicker of reaction from him. Meanwhile, Ching Xiin picks up a peach from the basket that had been tucked away beside the fountain. He mutters to himself as he examines it, thinking aloud. Looking down at the fruit, he starts to feel that maybe, just maybe, Wang Yi's heart isn't as cruel as it seems. There's something unexpectedly kind about all of this, even if it's buried under everything else. Shiao, still curious and inching closer, hears him mumble. She gently asks what he meant by that. Then she runs after him, explaining that she just arrived at the mansion earlier that day with her mom. She asks if he lives there too. Ching Xiin stops and looks back at her, then turns to face her and gives a small nod. Shiao lights up in excitement. She starts to invite him to play, but before she can even finish her sentence, Ching Xiin turns away again. Without another word, he runs off. Behind him, Shiao tries one more time, calling out sweetly to invite him to play, but he's already gone. He's planning to go see his older brother. Back in the garden, Shiao is left standing there alone. She doesn't understand what just happened or why she was ignored so suddenly. Not far away, Wang Yi's brain seems to short-circuit from confusion. Frustrated, he grabs S.O. and shakes him, demanding an explanation. Why did the hero just run away from the heroine? Everything was going so well. Before Wang Yi can spiral further, S.O. grabs him by the cheeks. Glowing with a bright green aura, S.O. demands to know what Wang Yi did to mess up the storyline. Wang Yi starts to panic a little because honestly, he doesn't know either. Back in the garden, Shiao is still standing alone. Tears start to fall as she cries softly, left behind and confused. She quietly wonders what she did wrong. Then, a gentle voice speaks to her. She turns toward the sound, eyes still filled with tears. In front of her stands a handsome teen with pink hair. He asks kindly why she's crying. Shiao looks up at him, completely helpless. Suddenly, she breaks down, sobbing harder. Through her tears, she tells him that she must have been a bad girl. That's the only reason she can think of for the boy running away. Wang Yi, trying his best, awkwardly attempts to calm her down. Watching this unfold, S.O.'s eyes flash again. It sternly reminds Wang Yi that under no circumstances can he harm the girl. Wangi reassures him he has no plans to be mean to her. He starts digging through his pockets for a handkerchief, but then panic sets in. He realizes he doesn't have one. Meanwhile, Shiao keeps crying, and the pressure builds. Suddenly, an idea strikes him. Without thinking too hard about it, Wangi hands the cat to her. He tells her she can wipe her tears with it. I dare you to try that with a real cat. That unexpected move catches her off guard. And just like that, she stops crying. I would stop crying too. Her mood shifts as she looks at the cat, thinking it's cute. She starts playing with it, completely distracted from her sadness. Wangi wipes the sweat from his forehead, relieved that the little emotional crisis has been avoided. Just as he starts to relax, a sweet voice calls out to him. Shiao looks up at him and calls him Big Brother, commenting on how kind and sweet he is. Then, with no hesitation, she tells him that she likes him. Still smiling, she gazes at him warmly. Meanwhile, S.O. is completely baffled and can't begin to understand what's happening. Wangi is just as surprised that the heroine likes him. He stares at her, thinking about how cute she is, and instantly starts considering whether he should give her some candy. But before he can act on that thought, someone starts approaching them. Both of them turn their heads. A boy appears, slightly out of breath. It's Ching Xiin. He walks up and addresses Wangi as brother. Wangi freezes in place. He stares at Ching Xiin, completely thrown off and unsure what's going on. His expression shifts into nervous confusion. Off to the side, S.O. can't help but complain. He's still irritated that Wangi handed him over to the girl like a stuffed animal. Sure, S.O. may not be human, but Wangi, he's officially a dog now. The kind cats absolutely hate. Wangi stands there, conflicted. He's caught between playing the villain like he's supposed to and trying to protect the girl from any kind of emotional trauma. He honestly doesn't know what to do. So to classic villain fashion, he awkwardly resorts to laughing like a villain instead. Then, trying to pivot out of the situation, he shoves the kids gently toward each other and encourages them to go play. Smiling in a stiff, uncomfortable way, he blurts out that he needs to go neuter the cat. S.O. immediately feels a wave of fear. Wangi doesn't wait for any more questions. He rushes off, muttering a quick goodbye, and leaves behind two very confused kids who have no idea what just happened. He slams the door shut behind him and immediately calls out to the system. Sliding down against the door, he slumps to the ground and starts going over the original story in his head. The plan was simple. The hero and heroine were supposed to have a sweet, lighthearted first meeting. Turning nervously to S.O., he asks if he did okay. The S.O. stomps its front paw in frustration and calls him an epic fail. According to S.O., instead of a romantic start, the main character's big first meeting turned into a full-blown comedy. Still fuming, S.O. declares that Wangi messed up the early chapters of the novel so badly that it wants to claw him. And since such a major blunder needs consequences, S.O. slams a red button without hesitation. Wangi panics. He stares at S.O., wide-eyed, and asks if he's seriously going to get punished. Before he can brace himself, a sudden electric jolt shoots through his entire body. Wangi crouches down in pain. It feels like electricity is tearing through his whole body, sharp, intense, and impossible to ignore. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the pain stops. Standing above him with a smug look, S.O. tells him to do better. Still recovering, Wangi hears the warning. The more mistakes he makes, the worse the punishments will get. He curls up on the floor in a fetal position, completely helpless. His eyes go blank, staring off into the distance. Then he shuts them. The last thing he hears is the system telling him to do his best. As the pain returns and everything fades into darkness, he learns something new. Electrocution hurts even more than being burned. It was a month ago when this all started. Back then, the chemistry department from Q Major was heading out on a field trip. Laughter filled the air as the bus rolled down the highway. A handsome, athletic guy turns to Wangi and jokes that it's time to turn on the Wang aircon. Wangi, clearly annoyed, snaps back that his name is Wangi, not Wang aircon. Without missing a beat, the guy grabs the basketball from Wangi's hands and says central air conditioning is a scam anyway. Wangi argues that his friend is the real loser, especially since he can't even handle his alcohol. Still playing keep away with the ball, the guy laughs while Wangi tries to snatch it back. The fun is cut short when a loud voice shouts at them to sit down. A woman stands up from her seat, furious. She demands they stop making a scene. Wangi turns toward the woman, feeling a bit embarrassed. He quickly apologizes. She's the squad leader, after all. Then, turning on the charm, he casually asks if she'd like to have some ice when the bus stops. The squad leader doesn't stand a chance. She's already flustered. As he continues to apologize with that same easy charm, the squad leader practically overheats. She turns away quickly and heads back to her seat. Meanwhile, Wangi's friend is still standing there, looking kind of clueless, seeing an opening. Wangi finally makes his move. He smacks the basketball right out of his friend's hand, but the victory is short-lived. In the next instant, he realizes it was a terrible mistake. Their surroundings burn like an inferno. Wangi jolts awake, suddenly overwhelmed by heat. As he sits up, his eyes land on something horrifying. Dead bodies lying all around him. He grabs his head, panicking. He thinks he must have lost his mind. None of this can be real. Desperate, he begs himself to wake up from the nightmare. He just wants it to end. Wangi feels like he can't breathe. He forces himself to wake up, gasping for air. When he finally opens his eyes, he realizes the problem. He's being smothered by a fat, glowing cat. He shoves the cat off of him, calling it by its full name, System 0, or SO. He grabs SO by the scruff of its neck and pins it down. Demanding answers, he asks if it was the one who electrocuted him. The cat doesn't deny it. Instead, it talks back and reminds Wangi to address it properly as SO. Wangi doesn't care about the name. He starts kneading the cat like dough, furious that it didn't warn him that mistakes would lead to punishment. But to his surprise, SO actually enjoys it. Unbothered, it tells him that just like good service is rewarded, failure should come with consequences. Wangi pushes back. He points out that the plot's already off course, and if things keep changing, he's just going to keep getting electrocuted. SO casually replies that it all depends on Wangi's efforts. Shifting gears, SO suddenly gets excited. It says they just need to fix one thing. The hero didn't like the heroine. SO then offers to loan Wangi some points to help fix it. It presents a magical item, a wig. If Wangi wears it, he'll temporarily become a designated character. That way, he can earn points. Wangi is stunned that such a ridiculous item even exists. SO tells him to go ahead and try it on. Wangi instinctively steps back in fear, and just like that, the mission begins. A pair of Mary Jane shoes with frilly socks walks gracefully across the polished marble floors of the mansion. Their wearer holds a blonde wig, one that, when worn, will make him look like the heroine helped Ching Xiin warm up to her. That way, he'll start being nicer to Shiao, and their romance can finally bloom. Beside the figure in the fancy shoes walks a glowing black cat, lit up in green. Wangi finally gives in to his fate. He understands now what he has to do. Turning to the cat, he complains, why does he have to wear a dress? Acting as the male villain is already exhausting. And now he has to be a woman too. SO just snickers and says they don't have a choice. The cat hovers around him, adjusting his look and making him pretty. The wig can change his appearance into that of a girl, but it won't magically change his outfit. If he's going to do this, he might as well fully commit. SO's eyes glow with a sinister light and a wide grin spreads across its face. It tells Wangi he's the chosen villain. After all, the lives lost because of his actions made him a natural fit for the role. Wangi was born to be bad. When he hesitates, SO mocks him for acting like he's going to quit just because things are hard. But Wangi doesn't back down. He puts on the wig, firm in his decision to stick with the role. After all, he's a criminal, someone responsible for so many deaths. Now he's determined to earn enough points to fix what he broke. He will become the greatest villain this story has ever seen. Meanwhile, in Ching Xien's room, he hears a knock on the door. That alone surprises him. In this house, no one knocks. His usual visitors just barges right in. Still wary, Ching Xiin slowly opens his bedroom door. Standing there is Shiao, smiling brightly and holding a bag of potato chips. Ching Xiin immediately recognizes her. She's the girl from the garden. Ching Xiin darkly recalls how this same girl had been spending time with his brother. Closing the door behind him, he looks at her and asks what she wants. Shiao sweetly says that she brought him some snacks. In return, she just asks him not to hate her. Ching Xiin doesn't move. He simply stares at her, silent and unreadable. Meanwhile, keeping up the act of being a sweet, friendly girl is becoming too much for Wangi. Internally, he's yelling at Ching Xiin to stop being so stubborn and just take the bag of snacks already. Ching Xiin, sensing something strange, tunes into the girl's inner thoughts. What he sees shocks him. Her inner thought is similar to Wangi's. Still unsure, Ching Xiin slowly reaches out to take the snack. Wangi, now in panic mode, fears that if the hero and heroine don't make up soon, he's going to get electrocuted again. Just then, Ching Xiin freezes in place, alarmed. Wangi starts to sweat, nervous about what Ching Xiin might do next. He gently pushes the bag of chips toward Ching Xien's chest, but there's no reaction. Now he's worried. Could Ching Xiin see through his disguise? Trying to keep up the act, Wangi sweetly calls Ching Xiin Big Brother. That finally makes Ching Xiin look up at him. After a moment of hesitation, Ching Xiin accepts the snacks and thanks him. Wangi feels an immediate wave of relief. Still pretending to be Shiao, Wangi says goodbye and turns to leave, but something stops him. He wonders why he suddenly can't bring himself to walk away. Then he feels a hand tug at his skirt. Looking down, he sees Ching Xiin looking up at him, asking if they can stay together. Ching Xien's expression shifts. With a more serious tone, he asks if they can eat together. Wangi is stunned but thrilled. Things are going way better than expected. He raises both fists in excitement, knuckles up, celebrating his success. But as he's cheering internally, Ching Xiin watches him closely and thoughtfully. Wangi tears open the bag of chips. Still dressed as Shiao, he picks up a piece and offers it to Ching Xiin. At that moment, he honestly just wants to make life a little better for the kid. He also figures this is a good excuse to snack. Reading Wangi's thoughts, Ching Xiin accepts the chip. He takes a bite while Wangi, still fully committed to the role, quietly cheers him on to keep eating. Wangi is delighted to see Ching Xiin eating. He asks if he likes it, and Ching Xiin admits that he does. Coincidentally, the snack also happens to be Wangi's favorite. Then, without hesitation, Ching Xiin picks up a chip and offers it to Wangi. The gesture hits hard. Wangi's touched, struggling to hold back tears at how sweet the kid is. All he wants to do is hug him, but he knows he can't. Then an idea pops into his head. Wait, he's acting as the heroine right now, so technically, hugging the kid would be fine. With teary eyes sparkling, he turns to Ching Xiin. Determined to take full advantage of the opportunity to pamper him, he leans in and bites the chip right from Ching Xien's hand. Without warning, he plants a sweet kiss on Ching Xien's cheek. Ching Xiin sits there frozen, completely stunned. And then the realization hits. His entire face lights up in a deep blush. From Ching Xien's point of view, everything about this girl has been strange. Ever since she's shown up at his door, something's felt off. She looks like one Shiao, but the thoughts, the way she acts, it's definitely his big brother, Wangi. He grabs his cheek, still confused, and asks her what's wrong with her. Fake Shiao stands up and quickly apologizes. She says it's time for her to leave. She skips toward the door, cheerful again, and waves him goodbye. But Ching Xiin doesn't let it go. He runs after her. He has to know for sure if his suspicions are right. Wangi dashes through the bright hallway while Ching Xiin calls out behind him, asking her to stop. He's not letting this go until he figures out the truth. Something suddenly catches Ching Xien's attention. He stops near a large window and stands there, lost in thought as he gazes outside. Down in the courtyard, he sees Shiao and her mother. Ching Xiin freezes, realizing that there are two Shiaos. It takes him a moment to process what he's seeing. Meanwhile, Wangi turns around and notices that Ching Xiin is no longer chasing after him. He starts to wonder if Ching Xiin doesn't want to be friends with Shiao. Ching Xiin stands quietly by the window. There's a troubled look on his face, something deeper, like an unsettling realization settling in. Wangi watches him closely and silently pieces it together. Ching Xien's early years have been marked by pain, confinement, and isolation. There was only ever one person who treated him kindly, but even someone like Shiao might not be enough to pull him out of that dark past. With the way the story has twisted, Ching Xiin won't be able to trust people so easily anymore. That much is clear. Wangi makes a decision. He's going to make sure Ching Xiin gets a happy ending, because that's his job as the villain. Still pretending to be Shiao, Wangi gently tells Ching Xiin not to worry. In his heart, he's decided he'll let the real Shiao take all the credit in the end. He flashes a bright, genuine smile and promises to come back and play with Ching Xiin again. Ching Xiin smiles back. It's small, but it's real. Standing quietly in the corridor, Ching Xiin agrees to her promise. It's a quiet moment, but the promise is sealed. Extra, before wearing the wig, Esso reminds him that the item is powerful, but there's one condition. If he accidentally reveals his real name, the wig's effect will be cancelled. Wangi panics. If that happens, he fears he'll be left completely exposed. Wangi reflects on how all the pain he went through in the past shaped him into what people now call a villain. Wearing flashy sunglasses, he strikes a pose and boasts about being ruthless. He seems confident, even amused by his own dramatic flair. Wangi demands that Ching Xiin speak to him more respectfully, kicking Ching Xiin. though he intentionally leaves his shoes off so the kick won't hurt too much. It's harsh, but controlled. As Ching Xiin flinches, Wangi mocks his reaction, accusing him of being flustered. He grabs Ching Xiin and hits him with a padded glove, clearly more for effect than to actually harm him. Taking it further, Wangi escalates things again. He throws Ching Xiin off the balcony. But this wasn't spontaneous. The night before, Wangi had planned everything, making sure that Ching Xiin would land on something soft. Sure enough, Ching Xiin hits a cushion, leafy area below. He winces from the impact, but the foliage softens the fall. Still, he looks shaken. Wangi leans over the balcony, clicking his tongue as he looks down at Ching Xiin. He shows no concern, only disdain. Smirking, he calls Ching Xiin pitiful. There's clear satisfaction on his face as he belittles him from above. Below, Ching Xiin sits among the leaves, hurt and disoriented. Bits of foliage cling to his clothes as he tries to gather himself. His voice is weak as he calls out, addressing his brother and mentioning how much it hurts. He says it again, repeating how much it hurts, almost like he's trying to be heard, hoping for even the smallest bit of sympathy. But Wangi doesn't offer any. Ching Xiin, still in pain, quietly asks if he did something wrong. But Wangi remains cold and dismissive. Even so, something shifts. Despite the pain and the rejection, Ching Xiin gathers himself and makes a quiet vow. He says he'll fix things, his voice full of determination, even as he sits injured and alone. Wangi lets out a dismissive laugh at Ching Xiin's declaration, mocking his effort to fix things. There's no sympathy, just sarcasm. But Ching Xiin doesn't back down. In a quiet but firm voice, he reaffirms his resolve. He stays steady, even under pressure. Then, unexpectedly, Wangi tells him that he didn't do anything wrong in the first place. Ching Xiin's eyes widened. Wangi smirks. The problem, he says, isn't what Ching Xiin did. It's that Ching Xiin exists at all. He drives the point home. Ching Xiin should have never been born. Striking a dramatic pose, Wangi is suddenly met with a congratulatory scream. His expression turns triumphant as the system declares his success in completing the task. He celebrates, looking completely satisfied with how things are going. Nearby, S.O. munches happily on some cat food while announcing that they're now closer to a crucial plot point. Wangi, still feeling proud, comments on how crude the story is, but he's happy with their mission's current progress. He stands tall, confident in their direction. S.O. begins narrating what happens next in the original storyline. It explains how Ching Xiin eventually loses trust in his entire family. The cat continues, revealing that Ching Xiin's pain soon pushes him into a darker, more violent state. Everything that's happened so far has been leading to this change. Wangi listens and seems pleased with how things are unfolding. He puts on the magical wig again, ready to step back into Shora's shoes. It's time for the heroine to comfort the hero. Fully in disguise, Wangi grins menacingly. His next plan is in motion. Moments later, pretending to be Shiao, Wangi cheerfully greets Ching Xiin and says she's back to play with him. Ching Xiin looks surprised at her sudden enthusiasm. Still keeping up the act, Wangi pulls out some dolls and suggests they pretend to be a family. With a bright smile, she invites Ching Xiin to join the role play. Ching Xiin briefly remembers Wangi's earlier aggression. Meanwhile, Shiao, played by Wangi, continues assigning him the role of the father in their pretend family game. Ching Xiin hesitates. Wangi notices his uncertainty but keeps going with a playful tone. Without warning, Wangi hugs Ching Xiin and calls him honey, completely in character. The sudden closeness startles Ching Xiin. Still smiling, Wangi stays committed to the game, asking if Ching Xiin wants to eat or bathe first. Ching Xiin sits quietly, caught between confusion and curiosity. Wangi, on the other hand, is silently enjoying the moment. Through the game, he's able to show Ching Xiin open affection, something he normally can't do. There's a warm, genuine smile on his face as he takes in the playful exchange. Ching Xiin stays in the embrace, thinking silently to himself. The phrase coming home echoes in his mind, but the meaning feels distant and unfamiliar. A memory surfaces, his mother with another man. The image leaves a bad taste in his mouth. Even with that discomfort, he can't help but notice that Wangi seems to enjoy being close. He thinks back to when Wangi, disguised as Shiao, kissed him on the cheek. Wangi gently checks in, asking if he's decided whether to keep playing their little scenario. Seeing Ching Xiin's hesitation, Shiao offers to stop and do something else if he's uncomfortable. Ching Xiin doesn't answer right away, but he also doesn't pull away. But then something shifts. Ching Xien's eyes fix on Wang Yi's lips. He can't look away, caught off guard by his own reaction. His expression grows uncertain, and he starts to stammer, asking what they should do first. His voice wavers, betraying his confusion. Then, without warning, Ching Xian leans forward and kisses Wang Yi. He says a kiss should come first. Ching Xian leans in close, catching Wang Yi completely off guard with an unexpectedly intimate gesture. Wang Yi's eyes go wide in shock. In the next instant, he jumps back, bumping into the door, cheeks flushed red. His voice gets loud as he protests, clearly overwhelmed and flustered by the sudden kiss. Still reeling, Wang Yi tries to make sense of it, while Ching Xian smirks with a hint of satisfaction. Wang Yi feels like he can hear cherubs singing in the background. He's thrilled. Finally, the hero's feelings for the heroine are starting to grow. Trying to calm down, he covers his mouth with both hands, reminding himself that they're still kids. It's way too early for them to be thinking about love. He turns back toward Ching Xian, putting on his best act as a shy, demure little maiden. In a soft voice, he tells Ching Xian that they should wait until they're older. Then, with wide, sparkling eyes, he leans in and says that he cherishes the moment and reassures Ching Xian that he did, in fact, enjoy it. Ching Xian looks away, a little flustered himself now. Wang Yi giggles, stealing a peek at him. Internally, he decides it's time to call in the real Shiao to take over. Pretending he needs to use the bathroom, Wang Yi excuses himself and quickly steps away. Ching Xian watches curiously as the door slams shut. Just a moment later, the real Shiao is pushed out the door, looking confused and slightly disoriented. The two of them stand there silently for a moment, not quite sure what to say to each other. Then Shiao spreads her arms with a big smile and cheerfully announces that she's here to play. Ching Xian stares at her, mildly stunned, with swirls of confusion circling his head. Due to his silence, Shiao's smile froze in place as she tried to figure out what just happened. Still flustered and confused, Shiao asks Ching Xian what exactly they were supposed to be playing. Ching Xian lets out a deep sigh, clearly unimpressed by the situation. Then, without much hesitation, he asks if Wang Yi made her say those things. The question catches Shiao off guard. Her face shows her surprise at the sudden accusation. Standing there nervously, she insists in her thoughts that Wang Yi didn't force her to say anything. Looking down with a sad expression, she starts explaining that Wang Yi has seemed troubled lately. As she speaks, she fidgets with her fingers, showing just how concerned she is. She quietly adds that she just wants to help Wang Yi. Ching Xian starts to wonder if Wang Yi is only harsh with him. The thought lingers, and his eyes narrow with suspicion. He then asks Shiao directly if she considers Wang Yi a good person. Shiao admits that she's a bit naive and doesn't really know what makes someone a good person. But she recalls how Wang Yi would bring her snacks, play with her, and even compliment her to the lady of the house. Based on that, she confidently concludes that Wang Yi is a gentleman. Ching Xian listens as she enthusiastically calls Wang Yi the most gentle person she knows right after their mother. He notes silently that her words seem to match her genuine thoughts. Shiao suddenly squats down, distressed. She's worried she failed Wang Yi's request. Watching her, Ching Xian realizes that she really is just as straightforward as Wang Yi described. Looking away, Ching Xian tells her it's fine. You won't tell anyone what happened. Shiao brightens up a little and suggests that they treat it like a little secret between the two of them. Shiao blushes. A short while later, the two sit side by side on the bed. Ching Xian turns to her and suggests that they pretend to be good friends whenever they're around Wang Yi. Shiao responds gently, agreeing that pretending to be friends will probably make Wang Yi happy. Ching Xian smiles faintly. As he thinks to himself, he realizes that he'll be happy too. His usual tension eases, and his demeanor softens. In a quick side segment, a reporter asks Shiao how she feels about the male lead, referring to him bluntly as a scumbag. Without hesitation, Shiao says she doesn't like him. 2 years later, Shiao appears cheerful in her school uniform, waving goodbye. Behind her stands a woman with luggage, signaling that it's time for her to leave. Shiao beams as she tells Ching Xian not to forget her. Ching Xian watches from the doorway as she walks away. He knows that Shiao's mother has remarried, and because of that, she's leaving the Wang family household. Silently, Ching Xian raises his hand in farewell. Afterward, he walks away quietly, lost in thought. From behind, someone calls out and asks if something's bothering him. In response, Ching Xian rolls up his sleeve to reveal an injury. He says it still hasn't healed. Wang Yi panics internally. He realizes the ointment he had given to Shiao, meant for Ching Xian, probably never made it to him. Seeing the wounds still red and untreated fills him with guilt and concern. Looking at the injury, Wangi quickly decides he'll help Ching Xiin later. He mentally adds it to his list of things to fix. As he gently tugs at Ching Xiin's sleeve, Wangi thinks about his mission. Just then, an older man standing on the upper floor calls out to both of them. His voice echoes through the grand hall of the mansion. The man, Wang Chengping, smiles warmly when he sees his two sons together. He tells them that he's arranged for Ching Xiin's school admission. He adds that starting next week, the two of them will be attending school together. Ching Xiin, standing quietly beside Wang Yi, shows no reaction. Wang Yi, on the other hand, is stunned. His eyes go wide as he asks if Ching Xiin is really going to school. Wang Chengping confirms it. He explains that Ching Xiin had previously been locked away by his mother. Wang Chengping proudly announces that Ching Xiin managed to score full marks on the entrance exam. While the praise is generous, Ching Xiin stays silent, his expression unchanged. Internally, the father notes that Ching Xiin might be even smarter than Wang Yi and believes he should be nurtured properly. Out loud, he beams with pride and calls Ching Xiin his son. Ching Xiin doesn't respond. Wang Yi cheers loudly, pretending to be excited about Ching Xiin starting elementary school. Wearing a wicked smile, Wang Yi tells Ching Xiin that he'll take good care of him. Wang Chengping goes on to praise Wang Yi as the most obedient son and adds that the future of the company depends on him. However, he really thinks Wang Yi is not a suitable heir. Wang Yi quickly jumps in and urges his father to leave so he can spend time alone with Ching Xiin. Their father agrees happily, intending to meet his secretary so he could produce more heirs. Once Wang Chengping walks away, Wang Yi's smile drops. Ching Xiin, unsure of what to expect, softly calls out to Wang Yi. Suddenly, Wang Yi explodes. He shouts at Ching Xiin not to call him brother and grabs him. As he pulls Ching Xiin closer, Wang Yi accuses him of trying to steal his position. He growls that going to school won't change anything, no matter how smart he is. Even while acting aggressive, Wang Yi internally complains about how over-the-top this mission is. Meanwhile, Ching Xiin silently wonders why Wang Yi always seems weak when he hits people. Trembling, Ching Xiin says he never intended to take anything away. Grabbing Ching Xiin by the head, Wang Yi glares at him and asks threateningly if he dares to go against him. Then, in a harsh command, he tells Ching Xiin to swear that he won't make any friends at school. Wang Yi continues to push Ching Xiin further, making him pledge to so many things, swearing to fail his exams, to obey every order, and to never go against him. Ching Xiin slumps in silence, offering no resistance. Wang Yi grabs him and demands that he swear out loud. Sitting confidently, Wang Yi tells Ching Xiin to go even further and declare himself Wang Yi's property. As he gives the command, he smugly thinks to himself that at least he made sure to clean his feet beforehand. Ching Xiin hesitates. Internally, Wang Yi believes that this should be the moment when the main character finally starts fighting back. It's supposed to trigger that turning point. Ching Xiin clenches his teeth in frustration while Wang Yi presses his foot down. In the original plot, this moment leads to Wang Yi locking the hero in a dark cabinet. That incident triggers Ching Xiin's future claustrophobia. Later on in the story, it's Shiao who comforts a terrified Ching Xiin during one of those episodes, and that moment sparks a key romantic subplot between them. Wang Yi pauses to wonder why romantic protagonists always seem to develop strange illnesses. Suddenly, Ching Xiin lets out a cat-like noise, startling Wang Yi completely. Then, without warning, Ching Xiin crouches down, ready to charge straight at him. Ching Xiin, blindfolded and unsure of what to do, struggles to follow instructions. Without his sight, he cannot read Wang Yi's inner thoughts. Ching Xiin braces himself, a look of determination on his face. Wang Yi leans in, asserting dominance by calling Ching Xiin his dog. He expects that 2 years of relentless attacks have built a deep well of resentment in Ching Xiin. With grim resolve, Ching Xiin charges forward. Wang Yi tilts his head back and smiles, surrendering to Ching Xiin's attack, treating it as some form of atonement. But instead of a bite or a punch, he hears barking. Wang Yi's eyes fly open in confusion. Under the harsh light, Ching Xiin barks again. Wang Yi jolts. Ching Xiin curls up against Wang Yi's thigh like a loyal puppy. Completely thrown off, Wang Yi scrambles to push him away, overwhelmed and panicked by the absurd scene. Something feels wrong, really wrong. Wang Yi grabs Ching Xiin's face and stares at him, trying to figure out why he isn't reacting with the expected rage. Confused, Wang Yi doesn't realize that Ching Xiin is interpreting things very differently. As he is unable to see Wang Yi's inner thoughts, he decides that Wangi wants him to do the opposite of what he says. In the past, whenever Wangi called him ugly to his face, his inner thoughts would say that Ching Xiin is cute. Wangi, frustrated, aggressively taunts Ching Xiin to fight back. But Ching Xiin, sticking to his new logic, thinks to himself that if doing the opposite is always the right move, then fighting back must be the wrong one. So, he stays still. He calmly promises to behave and follow Wang Yi's instructions at school. Wang Yi starts to panic, telling him not to make any promises. Now flustered, Wang Yi wonders if he's accidentally caused Ching Xiin to develop some weird behavioral pattern. Trying to stay calm, Wang Yi reassures himself that Ching Xiin is fine. They'll grow up to be strict and disciplined, normal even. Wang Yi shifts gears and tells Ching Xiin to stand up. Frustrated and thinking about the requirements of his mission, Wang Yi insists again, yelling for Ching Xiin to bite him. He believes the system needs some visible injuries to trigger the next plot point. When Ching Xiin still refuses, Wang Yi snaps. He hits Ching Xiin. Ching Xiin stumbles back from the force, completely off balance. Desperately, Wang Yi tries to catch him before his head hits the floor. His concern is immediate and real. He manages to stop the fall just in time, holding Ching Xiin protectively as they both end up on the ground. Wang Yi nervously checks on Ching Xiin. Surprised, Ching Xiin did not expect that Wang Yi would catch him. Wang Yi winces, clearly in pain from the fall, but still focuses on Ching Xiin, wondering if he's injured. Despite his discomfort, his concern is genuine. Suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open. Wang Yi's mother steps into the room and casually announces that she's heading to the mall with his grandmother. With a cheerful tone, she adds that they're going to buy more clothes. But her smile fades instantly as she sees the scene before her. Wang Yi on the ground, holding Ching Xiin down. Wang Yi also freezes, then panics. He quickly tries to explain that it's not what it looks like. His mother, horrified and furious, assumes something wildly inappropriate is going on. Without waiting for an explanation, she scolds Wang Yi and storms out of the room, dragging Ching Xiin with her. In a comedic bonus panel, Ching Xiin is shown sulking and rejecting the offer of props for a play, clearly still emotionally worn out from the chaos. Wang Yi stands over a kneeling Ching Xiin, capturing a moment that would go on to mark a key point in Ching Xiin's trauma. Ching Xiin is shown bound while Wang Yi restrains him. The narration makes it clear, this scene of abuse is only the beginning. The real turning point is coming, especially once Mrs. Wang gets involved. Moments later, Mrs. Wang bursts in and sees Wang Yi bleeding. Alarmed, she demands to know why. Her reaction lays the groundwork for a major misunderstanding centered around Ching Xiin. SO explains that this event triggers the biggest scandal in the Wang family's history. It's the lead-in to a major reveal. With tension rising, Mrs. Wang warns Wang Yi not to get injured again. She mentions that if he ever needs a blood transfusion, it could expose his secret. She lets it slip. He might not be biologically part of the family. Shocked, Wang Yi begins to piece it together. He isn't actually his father's son. Wang Yi's face is ashen. He had planned to fake an injury before his mother interrupted. He's starting to understand how this one scene spiraled into something different than the original plan. Now he knows he has to wrap things up and make the story believable, trying to downplay the situation. Wang Yi casually tells his mom that it was all just a misunderstanding. He shrugs it off, saying he was only making life difficult for Ching Xiin, nothing more. In a bold move, he confidently adds that sexual orientation doesn't matter and reassures himself that the Wang family isn't going to crumble over something like this. But the mood quickly shifts. Mrs. Wang grows visibly upset, snaps at him, saying he was never part of the Wang bloodline and questioning what right he has to do anything in the family. Both of them fall silent. Wang Yi is confused, while his mother looks like she already regrets saying too much. Wang Yi, now eager for answers, leans in and pushes her for more. He demands to know what she meant when she said he's not part of the Wang family. Wang Yi's mother sighs and tries to brush off the conversation, telling him to just forget it, but then she changes her mind. She decides it's finally time to come clean, saying that now that he's older, he deserves to know the truth. Wang Yi quickly urges her to just say it. He wants to hear the truth, but also needs to check on Ching Xiin right after. His mother finally reveals that Wang Yi is actually the son she had with another man. She reveals that Ching Xiin might be the true biological son of the Wang family. As his mother walks away down the hallway, she reflects on how no one ever questioned paternity. She credits it to paying off the doctor at the time. Meanwhile, Wang Yi continues down the hallway alone. He pauses in front of a door, considering the situation. He smirks upon entering the room. He breaks into laughter. boldly declaring that he doesn't care anymore. The original plot has already jumped forward several years, so there's no point in sticking to it. Reflecting on everything, Wangi admits to himself that being evil hasn't really led to anything meaningful. From now on, he decides to stay low and avoid messing with fate. Peeking into the cabinet, he wonders how Ching Xiin is holding up. Inside, Ching Xiin is visibly anxious and uncomfortable. Wangi watches him closely, evaluating whether the hero's suffering has deepened enough to serve the story. Suddenly, Ching Xiin notices a shadow looming from outside. He calls out to Wangi, panicking. Wangi reminds himself that he can't answer. Responding could ruin the setup. He's supposed to stay in control, stay distant. But then Ching Xiin speaks again, clearly distressed. He pleads through the slats, saying that he's uncomfortable and needs help. He starts banging on the door, crying out in desperation. He apologizes over and over, begging to be let out. His screams are like spears to Wangi's heart. Ching Xiin sits in a quiet room, breathing heavily. An hour has passed. He remains alone inside the dark cabinet, visibly distressed and anxious. As the silence stretches, he comes to a realization. He was locked up simply because he didn't understand what Wangi meant. He recalls how Wangi's mother had called him away right before it happened. He remembers the angry expression on Wangi's stepmother's face, furious and cold. Ching Xiin begins to wonder if he did something wrong. He's reminded of his own mother, who would often yell at him and blame him for ruining her life. A dark thought begins to settle in. Maybe his birth really was a mistake, just like Wangi once said. He recalls those cruel words from Wangi, that his very existence was a mistake. But then, in his imagination, a chibi version of Wangi suddenly yells the opposite. It wasn't a mistake. In Wangi's thoughts, he's calling Ching Xiin the best-behaved kid. Wangi believes Ching Xiin will become someone amazing, a savior. He sees him as his own hope. Ching Xiin is stunned. The idea that he might be Wangi's savior takes him by surprise. He starts reflecting on how Wangi, despite everything he said, never truly looked down on him. Ching Xiin begins to realize that Wangi had even endured pain just to show him kindness in his own way. With growing regret, Ching Xiin blames himself. He feels like he's failed to live up to Wangi's expectations. Ching Xiin curls up, overwhelmed with worry. He fears that Wangi might be disappointed in him. He's not afraid of being punished. He just wants Wangi to come back. His anxiety grows, and he begins to scratch his bound hands. In a whisper, he says Wangi's name over and over again, clinging to the hope that he hasn't been left behind. The door creaks. Ching Xiin looks up in shock. Someone might be opening the cabinet. He hears footsteps approaching and quickly wonders if Wangi has come back. His heart fills with hope that he'll finally be let out. He repeats the thought to himself. Wangi always came back before. He believes it'll be the same this time. He dreams of Wangi opening the door. There's a gentle expression on his face as he reaches out a hand toward Ching Xiin. Ching Xiin's heart races with anticipation, but then confusion sets in. The door isn't opening. He feels a presence outside the locker and hopes that it is Wangi. Nervously, Ching Xiin calls out, voice shaky. He needs to know if it's really his brother standing there. Shocked and overwhelmed with emotion, Ching Xiin cries out his name, asking if it's truly him on the other side of the door. Ching Xiin tries to draw his attention. He cries out, expressing how terrible he feels for everything that's happened. Ching Xiin continues to bang on the door, desperately begging to be let out. Through his tears, he admits his mistake and pleads for forgiveness. On the other side of the door, Wangi sits in silence, filled with regret. He doesn't say anything out loud, but in his thoughts, he quietly apologizes. Meanwhile, Ching Xiin continues calling out to him in desperation. But then something shifts in his tone. Ching Xiin's voice hardens as he declares that if Wangi doesn't let him out, he'll regret it. With a chilling edge, he vows that he'll never try to meet Wangi's expectations again. As morning arrives, Wangi stays in bed. The calm and peaceful view outside stands in stark contrast to the emotional chaos from the night before. Meanwhile, S.O., the Black Cat system, cheerfully congratulates Wangi, announcing that the mission related to Ching Xiin's phobia has been completed. Wangi, who stayed up all night, looked completely dazed. Suddenly, Wangi reacts with shock. The mission is complete, which means something important must follow. Panic sets in. He bolts down the hallway, rushing as fast as he can to get to Ching Xiin. Bursting into the room, Wangi throws open the cabinet door. What he sees stops him cold. Ching Xiin is curled up, clearly in bad shape. Wangi calls out to him, alarmed by his condition. Ching Xiin weakly responds, his breathing heavy and shallow. He's clearly drained, physically and emotionally. Wangi pulls him out of the cabinet and immediately begins checking on him, worried. Ching Xiin, in his thoughts, notes how cold his own skin feels. As Wangi gently taps his face to wake him, Ching Xiin tries to speak. Internally, he realizes that he hasn't eaten or had anything to drink. Wangi urges him to wake up, but Ching Xiin can barely react. He looks completely spent, frustrated and afraid. Wangi wonders how things spiraled out of control so quickly. Then, slowly, Ching Xiin opens his eyes and softly calls out Wangi's name. That's when Wangi realizes what he needs, water. Already holding a glass, Wangi quickly brings it over and urges him to drink fast. Ching Xiin doesn't respond out loud, but he starts drinking silently. As he does, Wangi promises that once he finishes, he'll take him to get cleaned up and bathed. Ching Xiin is clearly dehydrated, yet he still won't drink. Pushing the glass of water to his lips again, Wangi looks frustrated. In a moment of panic, Wangi yells at him, asking if he really wants to die. His voice cracks with desperation. Leaning in, Wangi tries again to help him drink. Wangi gently pours some water into Ching Xiin's mouth, but his body is weak. He coughs as he tries to swallow. Ching Xiin turns his head away, coughing violently. Wangi holds the cup and watches him, a look of concern appearing on his face. The coughing continues. Ching Xiin's eyes are teary, and his face is flushed. He's clearly in distress. Wangi silently observes him. Inside, he reflects that the task is complete. Ching Xiin has truly suffered. Ching Xiin looks back at him without saying a word. He wipes his mouth with his sleeve, his expression unreadable. Wangi turns away, thinking that after this, Ching Xiin probably won't want to get close to him again. And that's exactly what he wants. As he walks away, Wangi tells himself there's no need for any more missions for now. Maybe the best thing he can do is just give Ching Xiin a stable life. He tries to reassure himself that if he keeps his distance, he won't need to harm Ching Xiin anymore. But behind him, Ching Xiin shakily stands up. Clenching his teeth, Ching Xiin makes a vow to himself. Just as Wangi starts to walk away, Ching Xiin suddenly hugs him from behind, wrapping his arms around him tightly. The gesture stops Wangi in his tracks. He's completely startled. Ching Xiin clutches him with everything he has, refusing to let go. His voice is quiet but firm as he pleads with Wangi, asking him not to lock him up again. In his mind, he makes a silent vow. He won't let Wangi escape. It's his turn to imprison Wangi. Outside the window, a white cat scratches anxiously, desperate to get inside. The cat excitedly interacts through the glass with SO, the black cat system, who responds with mild amusement. Inside, SO tells Wangi that he shared some canned food with the stray. Wangi focus is seen working at a desk. As he watches the cat, SO reflects that animals not of this world usually don't have a good ending. Wangi silently listens, eyes still scanning his book. Curious, SO asks what he's doing. Wangi replies without looking up he has to study. The plot forced him to switch from science to liberal arts, and now he's catching up. SO tries to tempt him, offering a potion that grants knowledge. He says it'll bring success and help him through school easily. But Wangi isn't having it. He accuses SO of trying to trick him into wasting points and calls him a bad cat. Shouting his refusal, Wangi declares he doesn't want the potion. He'd rather live a quiet, simple life and just study like a normal person. Wangi bursts into loud laughter, feeling triumphant about his choice. SO stares at him with growing concern and confusion. Puzzled, SO questions Wangi's unusual behavior. He isn't acting like a typical rich second-generation heir. When asked, SO explains that he thought Wangi would rather be out socializing or playing around. The cat is honestly surprised by his desire to stay home and hit the books. Finally, Wangi admits that SO is right. As they don't belong in this world, there's no point in making friends. Wangi rests his hand on the window pane, looking out at the white cat. He warns that emotional attachment always leaves something behind. SO doesn't respond. It just sits there, calmly observing Wangi as the mood thickens with unspoken tension. Suddenly, a knock interrupts the silence. Wangi turns toward the door. SO also turns, both of them pausing to listen. SO casually guesses that the male lead might be out of school already. Wangi doesn't answer. He just silently sets his book down. SO then asks if he's going to open the door. Wangi says no. If he does, he might end up hurting Ching Xiin again. SO looks unimpressed as the knocking continues. After a moment, SO comments on how noisy it's getting. Wangi begins to look irritated. the sound grating on his nerves. Finally, Wangi bursts out in frustration, yelling at Ching Xiin to stop knocking so loudly. He even threatens to hit him again if he keeps it up. But Ching Xiin doesn't back down. He calls out to Wangi while holding a stack of papers, his face serious and determined. Then, with pride sparkling in his eyes, Ching Xiin proudly announces that he went to school. He practically glows with confidence. Wangi looks confused. He asks if that's all Ching Xiin came to say. Ching Xiin stays silent for a moment before handing him the papers. With a steady voice, Ching Xiin promises that he'll keep scoring full marks on all his tests. Wangi stares at him, reacting with complete disbelief. Ching Xiin boldly declares that once he grows taller, he won't let Wangi bully him anymore. Then, without waiting for a response, he dashes off, calling out a quick goodbye over his shoulder. Wangi stands frozen in place, completely stunned. S.O., watching from nearby, is equally confused. Wangi turns to him and questions what's gotten into Ching Xiin. Wangi starts to wonder if Ching Xiin is beginning to stand up for himself. S.O., ever the system observer, comments that maybe Ching Xiin is finally awakening the confidence of a male lead. The two share a silent moment. Then they both cheer. They'd completed another mission. They both cry in relief. The next day, there's another round of knocking at the door. Wangi tiredly opens it, only to find Ching Xiin standing there again, beaming with energy. Ching Xiin eagerly shows off his test results, but admits he didn't get full marks this time. Then, with absolute seriousness, he asks Wangi to punish him for falling short of his goal. In a hilarious final moment, Wangi leans over and whispers to S.O. that something definitely feels very wrong about all of this. Ching Xiin pleads with Wangi to punish him for his mistake. Wangi is unsure of how to respond. He nervously asks if Ching Xiin actually enjoys being punished. That thought alone throws him off. Ching Xiin looks confused by the question. Shaking his head, Ching Xiin says he doesn't like it. Wangi breathes a small sigh of relief. Then, Ching Xiin's expression shifts. He begins to say something more serious. He admits that being around Wangi means he'll definitely get bullied, but even knowing that, he still chooses to stay. Wangi looks uneasy, even a little scared, after hearing those heartfelt words. Suddenly, Wangi snaps. He grabs Ching Xiin by the strap of his bag and shouts that he's had enough. Ching Xiin falls to the floor as Wangi yells at him to leave and stop bothering him. Now in front of the closed door, Ching Xiin doesn't move. Eventually, he starts gathering the scattered books on the floor. As he picks them up, he thinks to himself that Wangi has probably run off again. Disappointment settles on his face. Then, something catches his eye. Among the books, he notices something unusual. He picks it up. It's a girly romance comic that one of his classmates gave him. He stares at it, surprised and confused. A flashback shows one of Ching Xiin's classmates excitedly telling him that the male lead in a romance comic looks just like him. Ching Xiin, unsure how to react, seems completely baffled by the comparison. Curious, he opens the book and begins to read. As he flips through the pages, something starts to click. He notices certain things about the male lead's actions and personality. Reflecting on what he's read, Ching Xiin realizes the comic follows a very cliché love story. Still, it leaves him deep in thought. The next day, Ching Xiin approaches Wangi with a small bouquet of hand-picked flowers. Shyly, he says he picked them that morning just for him. Wangi stares at him in confusion as Ching Xiin holds out the flowers. S.O. watches nearby, equally curious. Wangi asks why he's being given flowers. Ching Xiin simply replies that there's no particular reason. Then, without hesitation, Ching Xiin adds that he read in a girl's novel that someone like Wangi suits flowers. Wangi is stunned into silence. S.O. awkwardly coughs, trying not to laugh. A beat later, Wangi loses his temper. He throws the flowers right back at Ching Xiin, yelling in frustration. Ching Xiin, unfazed, calmly wipes his face. He asks Wangi if he's mocking him for being as delicate as a flower. Wangi storms off, muttering that Ching Xiin is a weird kid. Left behind, Ching Xiin stands there watching him walk away. Wangi feels unsettled. He wonders why Ching Xiin keeps sticking so close to him. But no matter how much Ching Xiin wants to be near him, Wangi can't offer the kind of warmth that Ching Xiin is looking for. Even after graduating from grade school, Ching Xiin would likely keep seeking him out, but Wangi has already made up his mind. He knows there are more important tasks ahead. He stands alone, his resolve solid. His thoughts drift back to the reason he signed a contract with the system in the first place. Wangi, now shown in casual clothes, remembers standing off to the side after being reprimanded by the squad leader for roughhousing on the bus. If only he hadn't smacked the basketball from his friend's hand. If only he had just held onto it. He recalls that earning system points could allow him to exchange for items connected to the past. If only he could go back, maybe things would be different. His memory sharpens around one moment. He had grabbed the basketball. But at the same time, a piece of luggage slid loose from the overhead compartment. It was heading straight for the squad leader's head. Thinking quickly, Wangi leaps to protect her, yelling for her to duck. In doing so, he lost grip of the ball. The basketball launched through the air. It bounced violently inside the moving bus, ricocheting off walls and narrowly missing passengers. The energy in the scene grew tense and chaotic. Wangi's confusion quickly turned to horror as he began to realize how serious things were. He reflects, haunted, on the classmates who died that day, all because of him. Flames erupt, the bus is engulfed in fire, and panic takes over. Trapped under debris, Wangi reacts to the heat, the weight, and the danger all around him. Later, he sits in the aftermath, surrounded by classmates who are injured, some worse than others. His voice echoes in his mind, full of guilt. Can any of them be saved? In a cafeteria, students sit eating quietly. The atmosphere is calm and ordinary, filled with the typical sounds of lunch and chatter. Wangi strolls in with a cheerful hum, casually reciting poetic lines about time passing. A brown-haired man nearby gives him a confused look and asks why he's suddenly acting so poetic. Wangi responds with a smile, saying he was just thinking about how university is almost over. It's a moment of nostalgia for him. Meanwhile, Wangi reflects on the past. It's been 7 years since the last mission involving a romantic plotline. He recalls how, throughout those years, he made a conscious effort to avoid running into Ching Xiin. As for Wangi, he had given up his former path and, like a character straight out of a novel, chose to study economics instead. One day, frustrated and angry after being accused of cheating, Wangi crushed a can in his hand. He snapped, questioning why a smart villain couldn't also get a good education. The accusation had clearly hit a nerve. S.O., the Black Cat, calmly responded by saying that villains are usually the smartest characters in a story. Wangi immediately denied that claim, but S.O. insisted it was true. The cat went on to explain that villains are often written in a way that alienates readers. They're deliberately portrayed in a negative light. Typically, these characters are people with wealth or status, things that automatically make them seem intimidating or out of reach. S.O. continued, saying that villains usually wield their power slowly, not for progress, but just to make life harder for the protagonist. Wangi, still thinking it over, asked if villains are written that way just so they can be eliminated later, giving readers a sense of justice. The Black Cat nodded. S.O. casually comments that not all villains lose their intelligence before their downfall. Some just die suddenly for dramatic effect. It adds that, in order for the novel to progress correctly, someone has to take on the role of the villain. That's just how the system works. Wangi is reminded that it's his job to step into that role and replace the original villain. It's his duty in this story's world. The system explains that this responsibility ensures the story ends the way it's supposed to. A compelling, complete narrative. Wangi laughs, acknowledging just how important the task really is. The weight of his role isn't lost on him. He fully accepts it, knowing that his efforts make the story more exciting, and that every mission completed brings him closer to more points. S.O. agrees but gently reminds Wangi that they'll need to prepare properly for the main storyline. Things are about to get serious. Just then, S.O. notices something up ahead. In the distance, a group of students has gathered, buzzing with excitement. They seem to be admiring someone new. Wangi follows their gaze and sees a crowd of girls near the school gate, chattering about a handsome newcomer. Both Wangi and S.O. freeze. They immediately realize who it is. The crowd surrounds Ching Xiin, asking questions and fawning over him. But Ching Xiin remains silent, giving off an aloof charm that only draws them in more. A close-up reveals him clearly. Ching Xiin is now 17 years old, a high school sophomore. He's grown taller, more composed. His eyes lock onto Wangi, and he greets him calmly. Wangi instantly regrets not making a quicker escape. Trying to keep his composure, Wangi clears his throat and steps forward. He tells the crowd not to overwhelm Ching Xiin, explaining that he's just shy. Then, with a casual tone, he adds that Ching Xiin is his younger brother. Their presence creates a buzz. Both of them are clearly attractive, though each has a completely different vibe. Wangi exudes a confident, playful charm, while Ching Xiin remains calm and quietly intense. The prince and the bad boy type. Wangi smirks and addresses Ching Xiin as his good brother, his tone dripping with light sarcasm. Ching Xiin, standing stiffly beside him, looks quietly annoyed but says nothing. With a grin, Wangi throws an arm around Ching Xiin's shoulder and jokes that his presence is such a hassle. Ching Xiin continues to stay silent, simply tolerating the contact. He glances sideways at Wangi, but then something shifts. Ching Xiin's lips curl slightly, just enough to hint at a small smile. Finally, Ching Xiin smiles genuinely and agrees. Standing side by side, Ching Xiin tells Wangi that he will listen to what he wants to say. Wangi and Ching Xiin walk side by side. The atmosphere is peaceful and quiet, a rare calm between the two. Wangi glances at Ching Xiin and questions why he suddenly came to his school and why he isn't wearing his uniform. Ching Xiin explains simply that school ended early today and he didn't wear the uniform because he planned to go home with Wangi. Almost defensively, Ching Xiin asks if there's a problem with that. Wangi is left speechless, caught off guard by his boldness. Wangi eventually recovers and expresses his disapproval. He says he doesn't want to be seen going home with someone who breaks school rules. Inwardly, Wangi sighs. Ching Xiin just isn't as cute as he used to be. Trying to dismiss him, Wangi tells Ching Xiin to go home because he has plans to meet a friend and go clubbing later. But Ching Xiin quickly responds. He names the exact club Wangi mentioned, warning him it's not a place he should be going to. There's a pause. Ching Xiin looked hesitant, his expression touched with concern. Then he firmly tells Wangi not to go. He insists that Wangi should just head home instead. Ching Xiin grabs Wangi, adding that if it's about the uniform, he'll wear it, clearly trying to resolve the issue just to stay close. Wangi reacts with confusion and disbelief, completely thrown by Ching Xiin's sudden seriousness. Flailing his arms, Wangi argues that no one wants to see a grown man walking around in his school uniform. He tries to shake off Ching Xiin's grip, but it doesn't work. As he struggles, Wangi starts to wonder how Ching Xiin suddenly became so strong. It hits him all at once. Ching Xiin is taller now, stronger, and no longer afraid of him. Wangi reminds himself that villains shouldn't lose. With renewed determination, he steels himself for action. He suddenly charges at Ching Xiin, ready to attack. Ching Xiin, caught off guard, doesn't react right away. Instead, he watches silently as Wangi lunges forward. In a burst of frustration, Wangi begins stomping on Ching Xiin's foot over and over. Despite being kicked, Ching Xiin stays calm. Wangi continues stomping, thinking to himself that no protagonist would tolerate being treated like this. But Ching Xiin doesn't flinch. He remains unbothered, unfazed. Eventually, Ching Xiin calmly tells Wangi to stop overreacting. Without warning, Ching Xiin grabs Wangi's leg mid-stomp. Wangi, now suspended slightly off balance, yells at Ching Xiin to let him go. Instead, Ching Xiin pushes forward, sending Wangi stumbling back until his head hits the wall behind him. Ching Xiin raises one arm and places it on the wall, effectively cornering Wangi. In a low voice, he murmurs that Wangi is being fake. Suddenly, Wangi sees something swoop in from the side. S.O., the black cat, charges at Ching Xiin and sinks its teeth into his arm. The distraction gives Wangi the break he needed. Taking advantage of the moment, Wangi shoves Ching Xiin off and bolts away as fast as he can. Ching Xiin stands still, the black cat still clinging to his arm with its tiny fangs. He looks down at the pesky creature with a sinister gaze. In that moment, he realizes this isn't just any cat. This is the system Wangi always talks about in his thoughts. With clear disdain, Ching Xiin grabs the cat by the scruff of its neck. If it weren't for the system, his brother wouldn't have to pretend to be a villain at all. During the time skip, Ching Xiin had spent a lot of time reading novels, trying to understand what was really going on. And in every single story, he noticed the same thing. Evil villains never got happy endings. It was always the same outcome. Either they were seriously injured, locked away in a sanitarium, or exiled to some faraway place. Eventually, Ching Xiin lets the cat go, releasing it from his grip. As the black cat slits from his hand, Ching Xiin stands quietly, wondering to himself, what should he do now? Wangi pants heavily after sprinting so fast. He leans an arm against a post to catch his breath while S.O. slumps on the ground beside his foot, just as exhausted. S.O. mutters, wondering how the protagonist became so sly and manipulative all of a sudden. Still trembling from the unexpected workout, Wangi replies that Ching Xiin has gotten incredibly strong, strong enough to lift his leg like it was nothing. He also heard that Ching Xiin scored full marks on his last test, which means he's not just strong, but smart too. Wangi grumbles that the players in this story are having it rough. He worries that at this rate, he won't be able to complete all his tasks. So calmly explains that villains are usually awarded generous points, and they seem to be playing on regular difficulty. However, the ability to clear the game still varies from person to person. So then shifts the conversation, telling Wangi about the most legendary player in the system's history, a player who had a 100% success rate even without using magical items. Wangi, still recovering from everything, decides he deserves ice cream after the stressful ordeal. He hands a cone to So and reflects that someone with such passion for completing missions must have been driven by something. He wonders aloud what that player used their points for. Don't give cats ice cream, they're not advanced systems like So. So licks the ice cream and explains that the player was a special case. The player exchanged his points for the ability to read people's minds. That sounds familiar. After returning to his original timeline, he became a schoolmaster. But it didn't end well. According to rumors, the mind-reading ability eventually drove him crazy. He self-destructed, and now his soul supposedly wanders the world. Wangi's sweat drops as he hears the grim ending. He realizes that maybe having that kind of ability is not for the faint of heart. Later, as he rides a city bike with So perched on his shoulders, Wangi confidently tells the cat that he's different. He doesn't need some supernatural ability. All he needs is a night out at the club. He brakes harshly, setting his foot down as he looks up at the brightly lit building ahead. The glow from the signs above makes his heart race with excitement. Inside the club, Wangi is surrounded by friends who pamper him, calling him young master with playful admiration. A second-generation rich guy named Xiao raises his glass of alcohol and asks what made Wangi change his mind and finally come out to the club. Wangi smirks, brushing it off. He says he had the time and decided to be more flexible tonight. As he speaks, someone beside him pours him another drink. Looking up with a grin, Wangi tells them he once heard there were hot girls at the club, and now he wants to have some fun with them. Xiao clinks his glass with Wangi's and says they should definitely drink more to keep the fun going. His friends all cheer enthusiastically at the thought of more alcohol and a wilder night. But even in the middle of all the noise, Wangi stays focused. Internally, he reflects on why he really came here. It's not just for fun. He has a mission. In the original story script, Shiao ended up working as a waitress at this very club after transferring schools. That job became the reason she crossed paths with the villain. And later, in a dramatic turn, the male protagonist would swoop in and rescue her, cementing their bond. Wangi knows he needs to scout the layout of the club carefully if he wants to stage the scene correctly. Just then, a knock echoes at the door. The club manager walks in, followed by a group of elegantly dressed women. With a smile, he announces that he's brought in the special service. The guys erupt in cheers at the sight. Xiang casually drapes his arm around Wangi's shoulder, leaning in close with a conspiratorial grin. He says he's got something to share. With a knowing smirk, Xiang tells Wangi that this club is different from the others. It doesn't just have girls, it has bartenders too. From outside the VIP lounge, a sleek figure steps in, catching the attention of those inside. His black hair glints under the dim club lighting as he moves with quiet confidence. Wangi catches a glimpse of the newcomer's side profile and instantly freezes. That face, it's painfully familiar. As Xiang continues explaining that the bartenders in this club will do anything the customers ask of them, the new bartender looks up. His eyes meet Wangi's. It's Ching Xiin. The manager gestures toward the group and tells them to make their selections. Ching Xiin stands silently, his gaze challenging as he looks down at Wangi. Xiang squints at him and casually remarks that the bartender looks a lot like Wangi's brother. Wangi, trying to keep his cool, agrees with a dismissive shrug, pretending that it's just a look-alike. But in his mind, he throws a metaphorical glass of water at his own face. This isn't some random bartender. It's not a look-alike. It's Ching Xiin. It's really him. Xiang, oblivious, chuckles and suggests Wangi take out his frustrations on this bartender, especially since he always complains about his brother. Inside his mind, Wangi grabs Xiang by the collar, threatening him for daring to insult Ching Xiin, even as a joke. Back in reality, Wangi calmly sets his glass down on the table and tells Xiang that he doesn't need encouragement. He can choose his own target just fine. A smirk creeps across Wangi's face, his canine showing slightly as he looks up with a glint in his eye. Dangerous, calculated. Across from him, Ching Xiin simply watches with a calm, unreadable expression. Wangi turns to the manager and requests the black-haired bartender specifically. The manager, pleased, nudges Ching Xiin forward. He's thrilled the new guy managed to snag a high-class customer on his very first day. Ching Xiin steps forward with his forehead lifted and his posture straight, eyes fixed on Wangi. Wangi leans back in his seat with his arms crossed, staring up at him. With one eye hidden behind his bangs, Ching Xiin begins to speak and addresses Wangi as master. Ching Xiin kneels down gracefully and begins to pour a glass of expensive wine for Wangi, keeping his expression neutral. The motion is smooth, calculated, part of the role he's decided to play. Zhuang Xiang watches the scene and lets out a chuckle, clearly impressed. He compliments Wang Yi, saying that he really is on a different level, the kind of guy who can even make a bartender kneel. Wang Yi, however, starts to get annoyed. Zhuang Qiang's vulgar comments grate on his nerves. Still, with the whole group enjoying themselves, it would look strange if he were the only one not playing along. He lowers his gaze to Ching Xiin, who remains silently focused on the wine. Wang Yi thinks to himself that no one would ever guess a legitimate son of the Wang family would be working as a bartender in a place like this. Mentally, Wang Yi wants to gouge out his own eyes. This wasn't supposed to happen. If anyone discovers Ching Xiin's identity, it could derail the entire storyline and send things spiraling into unknown territory. From beneath his bangs, Ching Xiin glances up at him. Eyes calm but unreadable. Wang Yi slowly reaches out a hand, while Ching Xiin watches his every move with careful attention. Leaning forward, Wang Yi brings his face close, his breath brushing against Ching Xiin's cheek. In a hushed voice, he asks what the brat thinks he's doing in a club like this. Ching Xiin doesn't respond right away. Staying in character, he grabs Wang Yi's shoulder and leans in seductively. Keeping up the act, he whispers that he doesn't understand what Wang Yi is talking about. Wang Yi's patience runs out. He growls that he'll teach him a lesson. He stands up abruptly and grabs Ching Xiin by the collar, lifting him with force. His voice sharp. Wang Yi accuses Ching Xiin of being unscrupulous, just like his mother. Ching Xiin's head dips slightly, his eyes hidden behind his bangs. In a quiet voice, he calls Wang Yi brother. He refers to Wang Yi as Gugga, which is similar to the Korean word oppa. Slowly, he raises both hands and places them gently around Wang Yi's head, almost like a caress. In a soft, mournful tone, he laments that Wang Yi would even come to a dirty place like this. Ching Xiin wraps his arms around Wang Yi, effectively caging him in place. His voice is low but laced with frustration. He's clearly upset that Wang Yi would rather come to a club like this than go home with him. Wang Yi stares at him in disbelief. He thinks Ching Xiin has completely lost it. The idea that Ching Xiin actually applied to be a bartender at this club just because Wang Yi didn't want to hang out with him seems absurd. Ching Xiin doesn't deny it. Ching Xiin falls backward, pulling Wang Yi down with him. As he lies on the couch, Ching Xiin looks up at Wang Yi with an unrepentant expression. There's not an hint of guilt on his face. Wang Yi, now straddling him, demands an explanation. Ching Xiin calmly admits he did all of this just to be with his brother. Wang Yi's temper snaps. Enraged by the response, he tightens his grip on Ching Xiin. His frustration boils over as he grabs at Ching Xiin's clothes, tugging at his forcefully. Wang Yi then stands up over Ching Xiin, whose chest is now exposed from the scuffle. His voice sharp and dangerous. Wang Yi threatens Ching Xiin, warning him not to underestimate what he's capable of doing. Ching Xiin simply looks up at him with an expressionless face, showing no fear, no regret, only calm silence. Ching Xiin looks up at Wang Yi, his chest fully exposed from the earlier scuffle. His smooth skin reflects the light. Wang Yi turns his head, unable to keep looking. Ching Xiin is too handsome that it hurts to look at him. His eyes wander back anyway, surveying Ching Xiin's body. It's infuriating. Ching Xiin's physique is almost too perfect. To make things worse, he has a ridiculously handsome face too. Wang Yi silently curses the fact that girls would probably be obsessed with him. Wang Yi can't help but be jealous. In Chinese, being sour means being envious. Meanwhile, the rest of the people in the room stare in stunned silence. Zhuang Xiang awkwardly starts to excuse himself, but the girl beside him quickly shuts him up, telling him not to interfere. She's a BL lover in the wild. Wang Yi suddenly snaps out of his daze. Realizing he can't let anyone else see Ching Xiin like this, he hurriedly buttons up Ching Xiin's shirt. Then, without another word, he grabs Ching Xiin and pushes him away, telling him coldly that there's no way he'd ever be interested in someone like him. Marching over to the table, Wang Yi picks up his wine glass and throws one last insult at Ching Xiin, calling his face disgusting. Without hesitation, he pours the wine over Ching Xien's head, soaking him completely. Ching Xiin doesn't retaliate. Droplets of wine clings to his thick eyelashes as he silently watches Wangi. Wangi internally lets out a breath of relief, thinking that the harsh scene has finally come to an end. But as he looks up again, he mutters internally that it's unfair. Ching Xiin somehow still manages to look cool, even drenched in wine. The sight unnerves Wangi. He worries that if he keeps staring, it might awaken some very inappropriate feelings. He tells those thoughts to stay locked firmly in the closet. Let them come out of the closet, Wangi. Then, to make things worse, Ching Xiin licks the wine from his lips and calmly says he's thankful for the lesson. He steps forward and towers over Wangi, asking in a low voice if there's anything else he should do. Wangi freezes, immediately panicking. He's terrified that Ching Xiin might actually enjoy this kind of role play. The others in the lounge decide to quietly take their leave. Wangi seizes the moment. Thinking this is the best time to act, he grabs Ching Xien's arm without warning and drags him away. Soon after, a stream of clean water rushes from a faucet, echoing through the quiet of the club's bathroom. Wangi sighs, clearly tired and frustrated. He brought Ching Xiin here to clean up. He tells him to wash himself properly, snapping that if he stays looking like that, it'll bring shame to their family. Ching Xiin blurts out that all of this was Wangi's fault to begin with. Wangi shoots back, claiming it's because Ching Xiin has been acting up and drawing attention. Trying to stay on script, Wangi continues with the routine, accusing Ching Xiin of being an attention seeker. Before he can say more, a sudden splash of water hits him squarely. Soaked, Wangi stands frozen in disbelief. Across from him, Ching Xiin holds a glass in his hand and looks up calmly. He fires back that Wangi is just as unhappy as he is. Wangi is left speechless, stunned by the truth in Ching Xien's words. But Ching Xiin breaks eye contact first, lowering his gaze. To Wangi's surprise, Ching Xiin gently drapes his coat over him. Then, without another word, he uses the coat to pat Wangi's hair dry, murmuring an apology as he does. Ching Xiin gently continues, telling Wangi that he knows Wangi is just being coerced. Wangi's eyes widen in shock. However, Ching Xien's expression shifts. He admits softly but firmly, he can't stand it anymore. A young Wangi sits quietly, surrounded by stuffed animals and reading a book. He seems deeply focused, immersed in his own little world. His parents smile gently, watching him. They ask why he never laughs, explaining that people laugh when they're happy. Their tone is light, but there's an expectation behind their words. Wangi blinks, confused. He recalls something he read, that humans are social animals. He doesn't quite grasp the connection between happiness and laughter. They gulch lean closer and begin demonstrating exaggerated smiles, encouraging him to copy them. They tell him to give it a try. Wangi stares silently, absorbing everything. He doesn't respond, just studies their expressions. In his head, another quote floats to the surface. Not fitting in may lead to social rejection. Slowly, he raises his fingers to the corners of his lips and forces a smile. It's awkward and unnatural, but it's an attempt. He does manage to smile, at least on the outside, but inside, he admits he still doesn't really understand what happiness is supposed to feel like. Now older, Wangi screams in frustration, completely overwhelmed. His emotions spiral as he tries to process everything. He can't understand why Ching Xiin said he couldn't hold it anymore. The words echo in his mind, sending him into a panic. Recalling what happened after Ching Xiin said those words, Ching Xiin gently placed a jacket over Wangi's head and hugged him close. The action is quiet, but filled with unexpected warmth. Ching Xiin murmurs an apology, leaving Wangi stunned. Lifting the edge of the jacket, Wangi peeks out with wide eyes. His expression is puzzled. His thoughts race. If Ching Xiin loses control now, it might turn into something much worse. Just then, S.O. checks in from the side, casually asking if Wangi is okay. Wangi, now lying upside down in dramatic exhaustion, groans that he is absolutely not okay. Wangi glares at S.O. in frustration, questioning the accuracy of the original story he was given. He vents that Ching Xien's behavior is completely different from the version described in the novel. None of it is going the way it's supposed to. S.O., looking a bit uneasy, admits it's been feeling some ominous vibes lately, bad omens in the air. Wangi narrows his eyes and sarcastically asks whether Cat's eyelids can even twitch, doubting S.O.'s sense of foreboding. Dragging himself upright, Wangi moves sluggishly but with purpose. He's exhausted mentally and physically, but there's something he's determined to get to the bottom of. He declares that they need to uncover the real reason why Ching Xiin is acting so out of character. Whatever's happening, it's time to investigate. A wide exterior shot of Imperial High School appears, setting the stage for Wangi's next plan. He prepares for his disguise mission by transforming his appearance. He puts on a school uniform, sprays his hair to look more youthful, and covers part of his face with a mask. Cracking a joke, he tells S.O. that maybe he should consider being a spy someday. S.O. shoots back dryly, reminding him not to be poor, it wouldn't suit him. Then, more seriously, S.O. reminds Wangi that school is the best place to monitor the male lead and urges him to focus and take the task seriously. Before Wangi can respond, S.O. is suddenly attacked by a white cat that appears to be smitten with him. The unexpected encounter leaves S.O. flailing and annoyed. Wangi just sighs, utterly exasperated by the chaos surrounding him. As he steps into the school, he reflects solemnly that villains are always lonely. It's part of their role to be on the outside. The school hallways are filled with students going about their day, chatting and walking to class. It's a typical, lively campus scene. Wangi hides behind a corner, observing from the shadows. He notes that with his youthful face, he could still pass for a student. No one would suspect a thing. Nearby, two girls talk excitedly about the campus heartthrob. One of them thinks he looked at her, while the other tells her that the heartthrob was looking at Lily. The name piques Wangi's interest, and he sneaks into a nearby classroom to find out. The girl named Lily is indeed the supporting actress in this world. Chen Li, aka Lily, cheerfully walks up to Ching Xiin and greets him with a bright smile. With a small, hopeful smile, Chen Li asks for his opinion on her new hairband, clearly trying to impress him. He responds simply, telling her it looks fine. His tone is polite but detached, showing no particular interest or emotion. Meanwhile, Wangi, still in disguise, happens to overhear a few nearby students chatting. They gush about how Ching Xiin and Chen Li make a perfect match. The comment hits Wangi hard, and he reacts with visible shock and dismay, eyes wide. Wangi fumes. He silently complains about Ching Xiin getting close to the wrong person. This wasn't supposed to happen, and now it's throwing everything off. Back in the classroom, Chen Li tells Ching Xiin that she specifically wore the hairband thinking he would like it. Ching Xiin pretends to listen, but his attention is elsewhere. Ching Xiin's attention is drawn to the window where Wangi has been spying on him. The scene opens inside a gymnasium. Voices begin to echo through the space. Wangi turns to two nearby girls and casually asks if Ching Xiin and Chen Li are close. He tries to sound nonchalant, though his curiosity is clearly piqued. One of the girls answers without hesitation, saying that since both Ching Xiin and Chen Li are good-looking, it makes sense that they're familiar with each other. However, the other girl disagrees. She explains that Ching Xiin is known for being cold and aloof, while it's always Chen Li who initiates conversation with him. Wangi is caught off guard when the girls start describing Ching Xiin's icy personality as charming. A dreamy image of Ching Xiin with a gentle smile appears in the girls' imagination, further showing just how much they admire his aloof demeanor. One of them even starts fantasizing about Ching Xiin smiling sweetly and saying something affectionate to her. Wangi watches with disbelief, thinking they're being a bit too dramatic. The girls ask Wangi if he's part of Ching Xiin's fan club. He denies it, but the girls do not believe him. Suddenly, the girls gasp and point out that Ching Xiin has arrived. Wangi follows their gaze. Ching Xiin steps onto the basketball court in his uniform, poised and focused. The announcer tells the crowd to quiet down as the game is about to start. Fans erupt in cheers, shouting that Ching Xiin is handsome and cheering him on enthusiastically. Wangi, caught in the middle of it, feels overwhelmed and just wants to slip away. Before he can sneak off, a hand suddenly grabs his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. The girls quickly stop him from leaving, insisting that he stay and enjoy the game. They're excited to see the school's most handsome boy in action. Wangi sighs inwardly, wondering what's so great about all of this. He reflects quietly to himself. Ching Xiin used to be so pitiful, looking up at him. Now everything feels different, too different. Contrary to what most of the crowd might be thinking, Wangi isn't all that interested in the basketball game itself. Instead, he starts imagining how sweaty and messy Ching Xiin might get while running around the court. The idea oddly amuses him. But then his imagination runs a bit too far. A vivid image pops into his mind, Ching Xiin drenched in sweat, looking intense and completely worn out after playing. Wangi finds himself startled by how hot the image looks. He quickly tries to shake it off, but can't deny it. Ching Xiin's tired, breathless expression actually looks kind of cute to him. Back on the court, Ching Xiin leaps into action for a powerful block during a fast-paced play. The girls around Wang Yi scream in support, completely caught up in the excitement. Wang Yi, watching quietly, has to admit that maybe basketball isn't such a bad sport after all. Ching Xiin lines up for a shot, his eyes full of determination. The energy radiating from him in that moment is palpable. Wang Yi watches in silence, his expression shifting from detached to unexpectedly captivated. As Ching Xiin releases the ball, the scene slows to capture the smooth grace of the motion. A close-up of Wang Yi's eye reflects the arc of the ball. But suddenly, the image of the basketball flying through the air stirs up something dark in Wang Yi's mind. The memory flashes back to an intense pain from his past life. In an instant, Wang Yi is no longer in the gym. He finds himself surrounded by chaos and injured people, a dark and terrifying place overtaking his senses. He looks around, completely disoriented. Panic and confusion set in as he demands to know what just happened. A second later, he's checking on a classmate, kneeling beside someone. His voice calls out in concern, trying to help. Wang Yi cradles an unconscious girl in his arms, shocked and devastated. Her injuries get him hard. Overwhelmed by emotion, Wang Yi blames himself for what happened. Guilt grips him tightly as he holds the girl close, consumed by the weight of his past mistakes. Wang Yi carries the squad leader through the aftermath of the disaster. He speaks softly, reassuring her not to be afraid. As he moves through the wreckage, he spots a fuel tank leaking nearby. His eyes widen as he realizes the danger, and he makes a silent vow to get everyone out before it explodes. He hoists another injured student onto his back, urging them to hold on. He pushes himself forward, believing there are still others who need help. More debris falls around him, but Wang Yi shields his body and presses ahead. The burning heat, the smoke, none of it stops his determination to save as many people as possible. Suddenly, he pauses mid-step, his eyes catching something unexpected. Shock spreads across his face as he takes in the dead body before him. The sight made his knees buckle. Sitting alone among the wreckage, he wonders why he's the only one left alive. Grabbing his head, Wang Yi begins to break down. His grief is too heavy, his disbelief too sharp. Suddenly, a glowing digital screen flashes before him. It scans and labels him as a wicked villain. Wang Yi's stunned expression shows how deeply the words cut. SO materializes before him, its glowing form floating in the dark. It stares at Wang Yi, questioning whether he was the one who caused the tragedy. Wang Yi is speechless, unable to defend himself. A robotic voice continues, accusing him of using a suitcase to protect himself. It claims that Wang Yi caused the accident and never once took the situation seriously. The final blow lands when the voice calls him a murderer. The scoreboard displays the final score, 44-34, with Ching Xien's team taking the win. The crowd begins to stir with excitement. Ching Xiin wipes the sweat from his brow, while fans in the stands gush over how handsome he looks even after the game. Two girls nearby express their excitement, smiling happily as they talk about how amazing it was to watch him play. One of the girls notices Wang Yi, who appears dazed and a bit disoriented. She checks on him, asking if he's okay. Wang Yi awkwardly brushes it off, trying to hide how thrown off he is. Meanwhile, Ching Xiin dries himself with a towel. A teammate comments on how easily Ching Xiin catches a cold and suggests someone help him out. Wang Yi steps in and casually offers a towel to pass along to Ching Xiin. The girls are impressed by his thoughtful gesture. As Ching Xiin stands with his back turned, someone nervously approaches him. The two girls shyly offer him a towel as a gift, praising him once again for his performance. Ching Xiin stays silent for a moment, holding the towel with a conflicted look on his face. A teammate jokes that Ching Xiin never accepts gifts and offers to take the towel instead. Unexpectedly, Ching Xiin suddenly accepts the towel, surprising everyone around him. The girls are stunned as Ching Xiin calmly wipes his face with the towel. Still confused, he glances around and asks who exactly gave it to him. Another teammate teases him for acting weird and searching around so seriously. Ching Xiin remembers that he felt something weird in the classroom. His brother complex is tingling. He shakes off the feeling, saying it's nothing important. Then, casually, he adds that he won't be heading back to class just yet. He has something else he needs to do. The scene transitions to a calm view of the school building and sky. Wang Yi is sitting alone in a narrow alleyway, looking downcast. Ching Xiin runs by, looking for someone. Ching Xiin stops and notices Wang Yi sitting in the alley. Ching Xiin asks Wang Yi if he needs help, but Wang Yi tells him to leave. Ching Xiin realizes Wang Yi has been following him around all day. Wang Yi reflects that he has no energy to deal with anything and doesn't want to keep up appearances. Ching Xiin crouches beside Wang Yi and gently asks if he's upset. Wangi gives a sarcastic laugh, avoiding the question. Wangi mocks Ching Xiin, questioning if he enjoys being treated badly every time they meet. Ching Xiin tells Wangi that despite everything, he always comes back to him. Ching Xiin calls Wangi gentle, showing a soft expression. Wangi reacts in shock and confusion at Ching Xiin's words. Wangi recalls painful memories of his cruel actions. Wangi shouts in frustration, starting to break down emotionally. He remembers the tragic incident where he lost his friends in the accident. He blames himself for what happened. He did not even cry for them. Wangi walks away, hoping that he will get the hate he deserves. He reflects that he doesn't deserve to be treated kindly by anyone. A large entertainment club glows brightly in the night, drawing attention with its vibrant lights. Wangi lounges in the club with a drink in hand, reflecting to himself that while Ching Xiin has grown up, he still doesn't understand why Ching Xiin keeps following him around. A man greets Wangi, surprised to see him in such a low mood. Wangi casually brushes it off, joking that he's just wondering if there will be any new girls tonight and blaming someone else for dragging him to the club. As he sips his drink, he guesses internally that a new waitress will appear, the heroine he's been waiting for. The system tipped him that Ching Xiin is expected to arrive at the club soon, brought there by his classmates. Ching Xiin would remain composed as a woman offering her service. He would politely reject her, staying respectful but distant. Not far away, he will overhear Wangi shouting at a waitress, scolding her for dirtying his clothes and demanding compensation. Before the situation escalates, Ching Xiin will quickly step in and will grab Wangi's wrist to protect Shiao. Wangi thinks to himself how easy it would be to stage a scene by getting the heroine to spill something on him. He even imagines it happening in his mind, planning to use the spill as an excuse to make her stay while threatening her. As expected by the plot, Ching Xiin would show up right on cue and punch Wangi to stop him. The plan is simple and foolproof. Back to the present, Xiang asks if he wants to order anything else. In a cheery mood, Wangi enthusiastically orders a variety of sweet desserts, surprising Xiang with how much he loves sweets. One Shiao, the waitress, walks in carrying his order. Wangi lights up the sight of her. Seeing her clearly, he confirms she's the heroine and is momentarily captivated by how much she's grown. One Shiao, now 18 years old, happily announces the arrival of the desserts. Around the table, other men flirt with her, asking about her age and background. She remains polite and composed, handling the attention gracefully. One man at the table casually invites Shiao to sit and drink with him, drawing an immediate reaction from Wangi, who is visibly shocked. Internally, he scolds the man for acting inappropriately toward her, clearly annoyed. Wangi tries to intervene by pointing out that one Shiao is only there to serve drinks, not as a hostess. However, the man brushes it off and insists that she stay anyway. Shiao is pulled closer by the man, and recognition crosses her face. Seeing this, Wangi aggressively places his feet on the table. With a smirk, he confronts the man and casually asks if he's thought about business, using the line to redirect attention. Then, in a dramatic twist, Wangi boldly declares that he has fallen in love with Shiao. The announcement shocks everyone around the table. Wangi maintains his composure, secretly watching how they all react. In his thoughts, Wangi mocks the setup as predictable and easy to manage. Xiang pushes Shiao to serve him. Wangi watches the scene unfold and reminds himself that his real goal is to keep her safe. As she steps forward, a glass of lemonade begins to tip over from her tray. Wangi watches with a smug look, relaxed and confident in his plan. Sure enough, the lemonade spills directly onto his pants, just as he expected. However, he ends up stunned in comedic disbelief, his plan unfolding a bit too literally. Shiao and the nearby man look surprised by what just happened. The drink spilled over his crotch of all places. Meanwhile, in another corner of the club, Ching Xiin sits alone, sipping his drink quietly. He thinks to himself that everything about this party's boring, completely unaware of the drama brewing just a few tables away. The plan wasn't foolproof after all. Wangi is stunned as the drink spills right on his lap. Shiao and the others are visibly shocked. He sits frozen momentarily while the ice and juice continue soaking through his pants. Embarrassed, Wangi freaks out and yells about how unfortunate the spill placement is. The family jewels are freezing. He questions if it was intentional, but Shiao quickly apologizes and offers to help dry him off. Flustered, Wangi refuses, thinking it's too awkward and worrying about how the male lead might react. Shiao bowed politely, offering to fetch the manager and compensate him. Eagerly, Shiao also offers to escort him to the store's dryers. Wangi is caught off guard by how composed and professional she is. He remembers that Xiao was supposed to be flustered and nervous in the original story. Her reaction doesn't match what he expected. Confused, Wangi decides he'll need to take more extreme action to steer the plot back on track. He has the urge to grab Xiao and loudly demands to see her boss. She's confused and startled by his abrupt behavior. He scolds Xiao for making him look foolish and demands compensation. Nearby, Ching Xiin is on the phone, casually offering a membership card to a potential customer. He pauses, sensing something strange in the commotion. Xiao politely offers to pay for the damages, while Wangi angrily refuses the money. Just then, Ching Xiin approaches silently, surprising both Xiao and Wangi. Wangi immediately lights up, calling Ching Xiin a savior and urging him to help resolve the situation. He tells Ching Xiin to mind his own business and to leave them be. A pink bubble reveals how desperately he wants Ching Xiin to save the heroine. His balls also need saving. Ching Xiin is confused and wonders if Wangi is referring to Wen Xiao. Frustrated, Wangi shouts at Ching Xiin and reaches for Wen Xiao, declaring that he'll teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, the pink bubble is desperately telling Ching Xiin to stop him. Ching Xiin grabs Wangi's wrist, stopping him. Wangi, rather than annoyed, Wangi feels pleased and thinks Ching Xiin is finally acting like a real hero. Ching Xiin keeps a firm grip on his arm as Wen Xiao watches in shock. Ching Xiin calmly asks what happened while still holding onto Wangi. A close-up reveals the lemonade stain on Wangi's crotch. Xiao nervously explains that she accidentally spilled the drink. She clarifies that it's non-alcoholic and just cold, hoping to calm things down. A brief silence follows as all three stand in awkward tension. Finally, Ching Xiin grabs Wangi and tells him to come along, leading him out of the situation. Ching Xiin grabs Wangi's hand and tells him to follow. Wangi looks confused while Wen Xiao watches them from behind. As Ching Xiin pulls him along, Wangi demands to know what's going on, accusing Ching Xiin of trying to play the hero. Wangi is caught off guard when Ching Xiin calmly denies it. Ching Xiin glances back and explains he just wants to make sure Wangi is alright. Wangi doesn't know how to respond. Ching Xiin then points ahead, warning him that his little birdie is freezing. Wangi starts shivering visibly. Frustrated, he yells that he's fine and threatens Ching Xiin to stop treating him like this. Wangi challenges Ching Xiin to hit him if that's what he wants, hoping it'll settle things. But Ching Xiin stays quiet. Wangi, surprised by the lack of reaction, wonders why Ching Xiin isn't angry. Ching Xiin suddenly suggests they see who can endure longer without giving in. They glare at each other with tension building. Still unsure what's going on, Wangi stares nervously at Ching Xiin. Then Ching Xiin leans in close, making Wangi panic and brace for something unexpected. Ching Xian's expression remains serious, and Wangi has no idea what kind of tactic he's trying to use. Wangi yells at him to stop, realizing their closeness could cause a huge misunderstanding. He imagines an overly romantic moment and grows even more anxious, flustered by the idea. Their feet move closely together, unaware that the ice and lemonade spilled earlier dripped from his pants to the floor. Suddenly, Ching Xian steps on the ice and slips. Wangi looks alarmed and asks what he just stepped on. As Ching Xian starts to fall, he lets go of Wangi. Wangi wonders if Ching Xian did it to avoid dragging them both down. Ching Xian reaches out mid-fall, warning Wangi that there's a cabinet behind him. Wangi panics and tries to stop Ching Xian, yelling an alarm to prevent an accident. Ching Xian moves to shield Wangi from the impact. Wangi silently hopes Ching Xian won't get hurt. There's a loud impact, and blood splatters. Ching Xian's eyes show shock. Both of them end up on the floor. Wen Xiao rushes over as Wangi cries out in concern. Ching Xian immediately asks if Wangi is okay. And Wangi, holding his bleeding head, weakly says he's fine. Blood drips down Wangi's face as Ching Xian looks at him, clearly worried. Wangi stares at the blood on his hand and realizes the injury is worse than he thought. Ching Xian tells Xiao to call an ambulance, and she hurries off. Ching Xian carries Wangi in his arms and apologizes. Wangi remembers how Ching Xian protected him from the fall and realizes he took the hit on purpose. Ching Xian regrets what happened and promises to take him to the hospital. Wangi, pale and bloody, weakly responds. He assures Ching Xian that he's fine, though his condition says otherwise. Inside, Wangi feels that this is how it should be. The villain was the one who should get hurt. Full of regret, Ching Xian holds Wangi tightly, visibly relieved yet still worried, clearly affected by everything that just happened. Wangi is the villain in the story, identifying himself as the early antagonist in the novel. The moment that marks his exit from the original plot should be when Ching Xian steps in to protect the heroine, while Wangi lay injured on the ground. Their father would accuse Ching Xiin of trying to hurt his brother. Ching Xian would take the beating in silence. Furious, their father would demand a full medical checkup for Wangi. Later, the evaluation report would reveal Wangi's blood type. He would confront Wangi's mother and demand to know where the child came from, as his blood type does not match the Wang family. In a rage, he grabs Wangi's mother by the collar and tells her and Wangi to leave. As the mother breaks down in tears, the father calms down and turns to Ching Xian, praising him and officially naming him the heir of the Wang family. He tells Ching Xian he is now the eldest son. Ching Xian remains expressionless as the father pats his head, his feelings hidden. Back to the present, Ching Xian sits in silence as his father angrily accuses him of deliberately harming his brother. He demands that Wangi receive a full medical checkup regardless of his condition. As everyone leaves, Ching Xian sits quietly, deep in thought. Ching Xian looks at his hands, wondering if he should let things happen. Wangi allowed himself to be injured so that the plot could still progress. He remembers how Wangi weakly said it was all right. Ching Xian trembles. All this happened because he did not follow Wangi's instructions. He realizes that everything has only spiraled out of control since then. A blurry memory of Ching Xian shielding Wangi during the fall flashes in his mind, confirming that the injury was more serious than it should have been. Suddenly, someone angrily calls Ching Xian's name, which brings him back to the present. He turns toward the voice, confused. Wangi's mother is visibly upset, and his calm expression seems to annoy her. She lashes out, accusing him of eliminating Wangi to take the Wang family inheritance. As she raises her hand, Ching Xian calmly catches her wrist in mid-swing. He asks if she's mistaken about his intentions, stating clearly that he has no interest in the family's assets. He leans in to remind her about Wangi's true identity. The woman reacts with shock and demands to know what he means. Her panic grew as Ching Xian remains silent, his expression stern and unreadable. She nervously tells him not to speak nonsense, clearly terrified that the truth about Wangi's origins might come to light. Ching Xian calmly tells the woman that her threats and words mean nothing to him. He adds that if they run too many medical tests on Wangi, something that was meant to stay hidden might come to light. The woman nervously laughs and quickly excuses herself, claiming she has something else to do. As she hurries away in a panic, she internally decides to cancel the checkup to prevent any secrets from being uncovered. Ching Xian watches her leave, silently wondering if what he did was truly the right decision. He walks down the hospital hallway, quietly apologizing to Wangi in his thoughts. He reflects that even after everything Wangi has done, he's still at risk of being pushed out of the family. Ching Xian enters the hospital room and sees Wangi sitting up, holding his head in pain. Concerned, Ching Xian asks why he's out of bed. Wangi looks up, surprised and confused to see him. Wangi then asks if Ching Xian has the wrong person. He doesn't seem to recognize him. Still disoriented, Wangi wonders where he is and questions why he's not on the bus with his classmates. His alarm grows as the situation feels more unfamiliar. The Black Cat system senses that something is very wrong. A wave of dread washes over him as he feels a bad premonition settling in. Wangi is confused. He should be on a school field trip with his classmates. Wangi questions how he ended up in a hospital. Ching Xian, now more confused, asks what Wangi is talking about. Wangi clutches his head in pain and begins to wonder if he hit it. As Ching Xian stays silent, Wangi tries to piece things together. He wonders if there was an accident during a school outing and if he's suffering from amnesia. He figures a head injury might have caused memory loss. Ching Xian calmly explains that Wangi collapsed at a nightclub and that he brought him to the hospital. Wangi is surprised and thanks Ching Xian, calling him a lifesaver. Still confused about his situation, Wangi asks to borrow a phone so he can contact his family. He tries to call his mom but is confused when the call doesn't go through. A message pops up saying the number doesn't exist. Shocked, Wangi questions why his mom's number is invalid. He decides to try calling his dad next. Ching Xian watches quietly as Wangi dials again. Wangi grows more anxious. When the call connects, he nervously greets the person on the other end as his dad. After a brief silence, Wangi responds awkwardly, surprised by what he hears. Wangi tells Ching Xian that it was a wrong number and begins to ask for help. Nervously, he asks if he can stay at Ching Xian's place for a while. Ching Xian looks confused, unsure of what Wangi is talking about. Laughing awkwardly, Wangi says something surprising. He believes he might have transmigrated. Ching Xiin is stunned that Wangi would come to such a conclusion on his own. Wangi confidently explains that this feels just like a time travel scenario from a TV show, and it's the only explanation that makes sense. While Ching Xiin silently suspects it's just memory loss, he decides to play along for now. Smiling, he agrees to trust Wang Yi's version of events and calls it a blessing in disguise. Wang Yi, relieved, thanks him for letting him stay and says he'll find a way to repay him once he's better. As Ching Xian watches him, he notices how much softer and more relaxed Wang Yi has become since the memory loss. Wang Yi seems sincere and at ease. Ching Xian acknowledges the situation with a small smile, realizing that Wang Yi has forgotten his mission and is no longer acting. Putting an arm around Wang Yi, Ching Xian tells him he wants to ask something. With a giddy smile, Ching Xian is glad that things are about to go in the direction he wanted. He quietly arranges things so the Wang couple remains occupied and too busy to visit the hospital. Meanwhile, a view of Ching Xian's quiet, minimalist rented home is shown as the front door opens with someone arriving. Wang Yi steps inside and immediately comments on the decor, jokingly asking if it reflects some kind of commitment to abstinence. He then teasingly asks why someone as attractive as Ching Xian doesn't have a girlfriend. Ching Xian simply replies that he doesn't, offering no further explanation. Smiling slightly, Ching Xian says that's exactly why he brought Wang Yi back with him. Internally, though, his tone shifts as he darkly declares that now it's his turn to keep Wang Yi close, this time on his terms. Ching Xian smiles now that he has Wang Yi. Wang Yi happily thanks him for letting him stay, and Ching Xian responds humbly. Then, reaching into a cabinet, Ching Xian says he needs Wang Yi's help with something. Wang Yi looks curious and asks what kind of help he means. To his shock, Ching Xian pulls out a blonde wig. It was the magical wig Wang Yi used for the heroine's cosplay. Wang Yi panics, asking what Ching Xian wants him to do. Ching Xian awkwardly brings up he calls Wang Yi Ji, and explains that his brother had worn the wig before. He admits that seeing his brother cross-dressing affected him. Wang Yi is completely flustered and unsure how to respond. He asks in disbelief if Ching Xian has feelings for his Gaga, but Ching Xian quickly denies it. Ching Xian explains that those feelings only came after seeing Wang Yi dressed like a girl. Wang Yi grows more concerned. Ching Xian knows that even with Wang Yi's condition, the story must progress. Otherwise, Wang Yi would be punished if he starts treating the male lead well. Ching Xian tries to ease the tension by saying Wang Yi just looks like his brother, so it should be okay. Wang Yi, still confused, hesitantly asks if Ching Xian wants him to dress up as a woman just for fun. Ching Xian calmly reminds him of his promise to repay him and hands him the outfit. Wang Yi silently judges Ching Xian's unusual attraction to men and women's clothing, but decides to keep his thoughts to himself. Ching Xian reassures him not to worry, promising he won't cross any lines. Wang Yi admits he has a strange feeling about the situation and doubts whether he can meet expectations, but agrees to try anyway. Wearing the wig, Wang Yi strikes a confident pose and asks for Ching Xian's opinion. Ching Xian stares in awe, clearly stunned. Feeling proud, Wang Yi even offers to let him touch, which makes Ching Xian blush. Wang Yi asks if it was just the wig that helped, feeling happy to assist. Ching Xian thinks to himself that this is the real Yi and finds him adorable. Wang Yi casually asks if there's anything else he needs. Hesitating, Ching Xian requests him to change his pants. Wang Yi looks confused but begins undressing, showing his slender legs as he changes. Now sitting on the couch in a skirt, Wang Yi reflects on how unfamiliar the outfit feels. Ching Xian quietly agrees that it suits him. Kneeling in front of Wang Yi, Ching Xian compliments his appearance and gently touches Wang Yi's foot, startling him. Ching Xian holds Wang Yi's legs and reassures him not to be afraid. Wang Yi warns him not to take things too far. Ching Xian grips Wang Yi's foot firmly, looking focused. He stares up intensely and tells Wang Yi to step on him, as if testing a reaction. Meanwhile, S.O. angrily complains about being distracted and reminds himself that they still need to find Wang Yi. Wang Yi is shocked and nervous as Ching Xian gently holds his leg. With a calm but intense expression, Ching Xian urges Wang Yi to step on him, making the moment awkward. Wang Yi reacts in disbelief, asking if he means it. Ching Xian admits it's his secret and tells Wang Yi not to tell anyone. He confirms again that he truly wants to be stepped on. Smiling, Ching Xian asks how it feels and starts to confess that he's a pervert with a strange preference. He finishes his confession, openly saying he's into his brother, and acknowledges how disturbing it sounds. Wang Yi is stunned and speechless, unsure how to respond. Internally, He thinks it's surprising that even someone as handsome and popular as Ching Xiin has such odd secrets. He tries to stay calm and process it rationally. He suddenly questions himself on how he knew that Ching Xiin is popular at school. Wangi says he wants to help but would rather not use violence. Ching Xiin asks him why. Wangi tells him that his perception of things are different from normal people, hinting on something sinister. Wangi recalls a childhood memory of discovering a dead cat. While others felt sad, she had been more interested in watching her friend's emotional reactions. He admits that, instead of feeling grief, her focus had been on analyzing how others behaved. Ching Xian listens quietly, appearing thoughtful and slightly surprised. Wangi continues, explaining that as he grew up, became more aware of these tendencies, but some still linger. He adds that he wants to act normal and avoid being too intense. Ching Xian silently notes to himself that Wangi did show signs of having sadistic tendencies. Ching Xian stands up and tells Wangi not to force herself, thinking to himself that he doesn't enjoy that kind of hobby either. He gently touches Wangi's face and pulls him into a warm embrace, saying he just wants to hold him for a bit. Wangi is surprised, realizing it's the first time he's been hugged like this by a man. The experience feels unusual and a little strange. Ching Xian hugs her tightly. Wangi reflects on how rare it is for his brother to respond to her affection. She wonders how things might be different if they weren't bound by their current situation. The next morning, Ching Xian and Wangi casually brush their teeth side by side. As Ching Xian gets ready to leave for school, Wangi reminds him to buy dinner. He replies with a simple okay as he heads out the door. On the way, Ching Xian wonders if they could keep living like this and stay happy forever. The scene shifts to the classroom, where the teacher announces the arrival of a new student. A blonde girl, Wen Xiao, enters and introduces herself, asking her classmates for their support. The teacher then looks around the room to find her a seat. The teacher tells Wen Xiao to sit beside Ching Xian. As she heads to her seat, the class murmurs, with some girls gossiping and one envying her luck. Xiao pulls out the chair next to Ching Xian and greets him cheerfully, acknowledging that they've met again. She thanks him for keeping her part-time job a secret. Ching Xian gives a short reply, and Xiao seems a bit awkward. They both sit in silence, Xiao looking nervous, Ching Xian appearing uninterested. Breaking the silence, Xiao asks about Wangi and expresses concern for his condition. Ching Xian is caught off guard by the question. Xiao mentions that Wangi looks seriously hurt and says she'd like to visit him. Ching Xian listens in silence, but his mood visibly shifts. He then firmly refuses her suggestion, his expression turning serious and cold. Wangi sits silently with his arms crossed, looking concerned. So, the cat appears angry and glows with energy. It scolds Wangi for messing up the mission and losing his memory. Wangi pleads with So not to be so harsh, asking if having a talking cat is even normal in this story. He slowly realizes that he hasn't transmigrated but is completing tasks inside a novel world. So explains that Wangi was supposed to follow the original plot, which included a medical discovery revealing his mismatched blood type. That was meant to trigger conflict and get him kicked out of the house. In the original storyline, Wangi would have been driven away after the truth about his identity came out. But things went off track, he never got exposed and ended up living with the male lead instead. Wangi realizes that if he doesn't complete the mission correctly, he can't move on to the next world. So confirms that's true. The system summarizes Wangi's original role as a villain. He was never meant to return after the main couple reunited. So adds that completing all assigned tasks is the only way to escape painlessly. If he fails, moving to the next world will result in death. Wangi asks for time to process all of this, and So calmly agrees. Feeling overwhelmed, Wangi struggles to understand how things escalated so quickly. He remembers that Ching Xian once confessed feelings toward his brother, while Wangi was in disguise. A memory of Ching Xian's flustered reaction to the disguised Wangi resurfaces in his mind. Wangi is horrified as he recalls what Ching Xian once said, his face full of shock. Just then, the door makes a sound. Someone is entering. Both Wangi and So turn toward it in surprise. Ching Xian walks in with a serious look on his face. Trying to stay calm, Wangi nervously greets him and introduces So as just a helpless cat. So plays along, pretending to be innocent. Ching Xian silently observes them while Wangi keeps up the act, internally panicking about whether his lie is believable. Ching Xian stares directly at Wangi, causing him to sweat under the pressure. Wangi wonders what Ching Xian might be thinking. Then Ching Xian calmly tells him that if he wants to complete the mission and leave, he'll need to follow specific steps. To Wangi's shock, Ching Xiin offers to help him with the mission. Both Wangi and So react with wide-eyed disbelief. They scramble to understand what Ching Xiin means and whether this is a new kind of alliance. Ching Xiin clarifies that he isn't his brother and that he isn't a threat. He tries to put Wangi at ease. Then he reveals a startling truth: he can read people's thoughts. Wangi and So are both stunned by the confession. Pointing to his head, Ching Xian tells them that he knows Wangi is eager to complete the mission. Ching Xian questions if the entire setup exists just to make the story more interesting. So is startled by how accurate his guess is, confirming Ching Xian's suspicion. So admits it's true and is surprised he figured it out so easily. Ching Xian replies that he already knows. He then says things aren't progressing properly and begins to explain why. Ching Xian admits he has no interest in the female lead, which leaves So in shock. So panics, completely thrown off by Ching Xian's unexpected lack of desire, which doesn't match the original storyline. Ching Xian calmly explains to Wang Yi that his preference lies in men dressed as women, something he had already confessed to Wang Yi before. He adds that even if he forces interactions with the heroine, the emotional effect the story needs just won't happen. Wang Yi grows flustered and looks away, unsure how to respond. So, now in full panic mode, worries the mission is going off track and pleads with Wang Yi not to give up. Overwhelmed, Wang Yi says he doesn't know who to trust anymore and wonders if he's losing his mind. Ching Xian reassures him with a calm voice, telling him he's not crazy. Wang Yi is shocked and confused by Ching Xian's bold statement. Ching Xian adds that he can even recite all of Wang Yi's thoughts, which stuns him further. So, now fully convinced, asks Ching Xian what kind of help he meant earlier. Ching Xian then suggests that Wang Yi could act as the heroine using a wig. He even imagines Wang Yi in women's clothing and remarks that it might help trigger the necessary plot development. Ching Xian says he'll take care of the family situation by revealing that Wang Yi isn't a biological son, but only after the plot is complete. Wang Yi is left speechless, overwhelmed by everything that's happening. He questions Ching Xian's motives, saying they're not close enough for him to go this far. Ching Xian responds by pointing out that Wang Yi used to be awful, suggesting that maybe he just wants to see a different side of him. Ching Xian adds that he wants to see Wang Yi's true gentleness, a part of him that's rarely shown. Wang Yi looks awkward and doesn't say anything in response. Ching Xian quickly admits he didn't mean to say that out loud and seems a bit embarrassed. Ching Xian remembers when Shiao asked to visit Wang Yi, who looked badly hurt. Ching Xian bluntly denied her request. It was a knee-jerk reaction. This is the only way to have Wang Yi all to himself. Wang Yi believes that there's a way out, but he stays silent, clearly unsure. So pressures him to agree to Ching Xian's proposal for the sake of gaining more mission points, but Wang Yi finds So annoying and unhelpful. Frustrated, Wang Yi yells, confused about his situation and unsure what the points even mean anymore. So reminds him that he must have been pretty desperate to agree to such a strange mission in the first place. When So asks if he needs to remind him what the punishment is again, Wang Yi looks quietly irritated. Just then, Ching Xian invites Wang Yi to eat. Caught off guard, Wang Yi doesn't argue and sits down with him. He's surprised that Ching Xian is suddenly acting so casual and even calling him Ge. Ching Xian says he likes calling him that, which shocks Wang Yi. He accuses Ching Xian of reading his mind again. Ching Xian only smirks, teasing that Wang Yi's reactions are fun to watch. While eating, Wang Yi grumbles that mind-reading during meals feels way too convenient. Ching Xian watches him silently and casually mentions that Wang Yi has always been a little odd. Ching Xian suddenly recalls a memory of his mother harshly rejecting him for reading minds, a bitter moment that left a mark. Offended by Ching Xian calling him odd, Wang Yi insists that he's not a pervert and does not need to be called out by someone who likes cross-dressing men. Ching Xian is not really into cross-dressing, but he kept it to himself. Smirking to himself, Ching Xian thinks they're perfect for each other. Wang Yi shivers and awkwardly suggests Ching Xian stop liking his brother and find someone else instead. Ching Xian asks Wang Yi if he hates the idea, and Wang Yi admits that he doesn't exactly hate it, but probably doesn't like it either. Internally, Ching Xian reminds himself not to fall in love, but he still smiles softly and says that's enough for him. Ching Xian reflects on a nightmare he once had where Wang Yi constantly cursed him and decides that this situation, strange as it is better by comparison. Eventually, Wang Yi reluctantly agrees to wear women's clothing for the sake of the mission. So reminds him to stay focused on the task. The scene shifts to the school. Wang Yi appears disguised in a girl's school uniform and wig, getting ready for his role. Ching Xiin sees him in disguise while S.O. observes silently. Wangi panics and complains about how ridiculous he looks in public. S.O. reassures him that to others, he looks like Wen Xiaoro and encourages him to commit to the role. S.O. then explains the next plot point. Wen Xiaoro is bullied and ends up being pushed by Chen Li into the pool, with Ching Xiin witnessing the event. The mission is meant to lead to a warm follow-up scene where Ching Xiin helps the soaped Wen Xiaoro. When asked if he understands the mission, Wangi confidently says acting is his specialty. S.O. excitedly sends him off. As Wangi walks toward a group of students, he quickly draws attention. Chen Li angrily approaches Wen Xiaoro. She demands an apology, accusing him of bumping into her. Wangi, dressed as Xiaoro, denies it, but Chen Li becomes more aggressive, accusing him of making excuses. She threatens him and warns him to stay away from Ching Xiin. Other girls join in, mocking Xiaoro's appearance. Calmly, Wangi responds by asking Chen Li how exactly he can calm her down. She's visibly caught off guard by his boldness. Wangi confidently asks Chen Li how he can help calm her down, catching her off guard. She stammers in surprise, clearly not expecting his boldness. Flustered, Chen Li yells that she's not the one who should be questioned and charges at him. She shouts that she's going to teach him a lesson and tries to push him, but her hand lands softly on his chest, barely making an impact. Everyone nearby looks confused as Chen Li struggles to shove Wang Yi. Realizing it's time for the scripted pool scene, Wang Yi prepares himself. Chen Li makes another attempt, straining and looking embarrassed. Wang Yi internally wonders if such a weak push will be enough to fake a fall for the scene. Frustrated and blushing, Chen Li mutters a curse under her breath. Wang Yi calmly tells her to push with all her strength. Chen Li is confused, stammering in response, clearly flustered by his unexpected confidence. As he looks at her, Wang Yi is surprised to find her suddenly attractive. Chen Li yells in frustration, refusing to push him any further. Wang Yi encourages her to go ahead and vent. She tries to pull away, calling him a hooligan, but Wang Yi sees the perfect moment to act. Wang Yi dramatically falls backward into the pool as the others watch the scene unfold. He lands with a wince but completes the scripted moment. Chen Li, flustered, nervously explains that Wang Yi told her to push him, trying to shift the blame. Without waiting for a reaction, she and the other girls quickly ran off to avoid more trouble. Ching Xian arrives and silently observes Wang Yi in the water. With a cool comment, he notes the situation while Wang Yi, still soaked, internally complains about his subpar acting. Feeling awkward, Wang Yi addresses Ching Xian formally, unsure of his reaction. Ching Xian replies neutrally, but internally notes how handy mind reading can be. Offering a hand, Ching Xian asks if Wang Yi was bullied and whether he's hurt. Wang Yi is surprised by the gentle tone, finding it unexpectedly flirtatious for someone usually so aloof. As Wang Yi shivers and wrings out his clothes, Ching Xian silently watches. Wang Yi exhales, still cold. Ching Xian blushes inwardly, trying to ignore the awkwardness of seeing a man in women's undergarments. He then tells Wang Yi that his house is nearby, subtly offering him a place to warm up. Ching Xian suggests that Wang Yi should change his clothes, catching Wang Yi off guard. Surprised, Wang Yi shyly asks if it's okay, joking to himself that maybe Ching Xian is just pretending to be calm. Ching Xian assures him it's fine, while Wang Yi begins to wonder if Ching Xian can read his thoughts. Ching Xian brings Wang Yi to his house, and the two enter together. Once inside, Ching Xian tells him he can use the hot water to shower. Wang Yi, holding a towel, thanks him cheerfully. As Wang Yi enters the bathroom, Ching Xian shuts the door behind him in silence. Feeling optimistic, Wang Yi cheers up and mentally prepares for the next scene. As he starts undressing, he grumbles that the setup feels a bit outdated, then reassures himself that being shirtless is fine since they're both men. Just then, Ching Xian unexpectedly walks in and catches him mid-change. Wang Yi nervously laughs and tries to explain himself, but Ching Xian remains unimpressed and silent for a moment. In shock, Wang Yi asks him what he's doing. Wang Yi panics and tries to cover himself, looking like an unsullied maiden. Ching Xian gestures for him to stay quiet. In the other room, S.O. is peacefully asleep, completely unaware of the situation. Ching Xian smirks and tells Wang Yi to go on, clearly enjoying the moment. Wang Yi stands frozen in place, feeling utterly defeated and exposed under Ching Xian's amused gaze. Ching Xian smirks and casually tells Wang Yi to continue, his teasing expression making things even more awkward. Drawn dramatically, Wang Yi feels completely overwhelmed and freezes in disbelief. Flustered and angry, Wang Yi yells that everything is off script, while Ching Xiin stays calm. Getting closer, Ching Xiin whispers that Wangi doesn't know what to do, catching him off guard. He adds that it's not about following the plot, but about making it more fun, smiling mischievously. He calls the scene a lucky coincidence and even praises the view, leaving Wangi shocked. Internally, Wangi agrees that the story has gone completely off track despite following SO's original plan. Suddenly, the door slams in Ching Xian's face as Wangi shuts him out. Ching Xian reflects that Wangi won't be fooled easily and considers taking things more slowly. The shower faucet is turned on, and water begins to flow. Ching Xian thinks to himself that Wangi usually gives in after being asked twice. He also recalls someone once said Wangi resembled a certain person, suggesting his plan might still work, though he knows that giving in too much often invites others to cross the line. Wangi showers quietly, deep in thought, wondering if he should go along with something more extreme. Meanwhile, Ching Xian narrows his eyes, mentally testing how far Wangi is willing to go. A back view of Wangi under the running water is shown in silence, highlighting his inner conflict. So, the cat continues sleeping peacefully, as narration suggests Ching Xian is loosening his self-restraint. Suddenly, Ching Xian smacks SO off the bed in frustration, startling the cat awake. SO is completely confused, even more so when he sees Ching Xian making the bed with unusual care. Wangi peeks out from the room and notices a new mission prompt. They must sleep in the same bed. Here's how the mission is supposed to go. As rain pours outside, Ching Xian casually suggests that Xiao stay the night. The sound of thunder would make the original Xiao run towards Ching Xian and would lead them to sleep in the same bed together. The narration explains that this moment mirrors the original plot, which is meant to bring the two characters closer. Wangi finds the plot review easy and thinks the task seems simple enough to complete. But as he watches Ching Xian closely, he starts sensing something isn't quite right. SO observes them and is pleased with how smoothly things are going, even thinking he should have used this strategy earlier. The system notifies the SO that it will no longer interfere, leaving them with a final wish of good luck. Wangi braces himself for his performance. On cue, when the thunder claps, he throws himself at Ching Xian, pretending to be scared, determined to complete the task exactly as scripted. Ching Xian holds Wangi close, asking gently if he's okay. Wangi clings to him and cries out, still playing the part. Ching Xian checks if the thunder is scaring him, and Wangi hides his face in Ching Xian's chest without saying a word, confirming it silently. Wangi holds on tighter, saying the thunder is frightening. He continues to act vulnerable, pressing into Ching Xian for comfort. A loud clap of thunder suddenly echoed through the room, making them both jump. In reaction, Wangi throws himself on Ching Xian. They end up lying down together in an awkward tangle. Ching Xian quickly realizes how close they are and starts to panic. Wangi, now on top of him, adds to the tension. Ching Xian tells him to calm down, trying not to lose control. Wangi apologizes, saying he can't help being scared. Internally, he wonders if girls are really scared of thunder. The girls he knows are a lot braver than normal girls. Ching Xian doesn't know whether to scold him or just be embarrassed by the situation. He's overwhelmed. Ching Xian offers to sleep together with Xiao if she's so afraid. Happy to follow the plot, Wangi agrees. As they lie on the bed together, Ching Xian blushes and mentally notes how he's on the verge of losing control. Ching Xian tells Wangi that if he's scared, he can sleep beside him. Wangi happily agrees. He thanks Ching Xian shyly while getting up, secretly pleased that he's completed the mission objective. As Ching Xian lies down, flustered and red-faced, Wangi glances over at him, startled by his expression. A sudden wave of emotion hits Wangi, and he feels his heart racing. He starts to wonder what's going on with Ching Xian. His expression seems almost painful. Wangi notices the deep blush on Ching Xian's face and starts to get suspicious. He keeps staring, fixating on how flushed Ching Xian looks. Feeling sadistic, Wangi is suddenly tempted to torment him a bit more. Meanwhile, Ching Xian admits to himself that Wangi is acting exactly like he said he would. Wangi, curious about Ching Xian's reaction, grabs the blanket and covers them both. Ching Xian observes that Wangi enjoys the look of torment on others. They lie quietly together in bed, both catching their breath. Wangi starts to panic internally, telling himself to stay calm. Ching Xian silently stares, thinking that something feels different this time. With a smirk, Ching Xian promises himself that he won't let Wangi slip away again. Ching Xian gently tells Wangi that if he's still scared, he can bite him. Wangi is startled by the offer and looks confused. He repeats the word bite in disbelief, unsure of how to respond. Ching Xiin, with a teasing tone, warns him not to bite too hard or he'll react dramatically. Wangi stays frozen, completely flustered. Ching Xiin pushes it further, joking that he might even cry if it hurts. Wangi stares at him, shocked. Internally, he panics, worried that biting might awaken something weird in him. He starts to overthink, recalling a childhood memory where he was judged for being emotionally cold, but secretly enjoying others' sadness. He remembers being called strange. Wangi tries to fight the thought off, mentally shouting that he can't become a pervert. The thunder rumbles outside as the atmosphere under the blanket grows heavy. Despite his resistance, Wangi ends up biting Ching Xiin. Ching Xiin groans, and the moment turns unexpectedly intense. Breathing nervously, Wangi clutches the blanket, visibly shaken. Ching Xiin chuckles and teases him for overthinking. Flustered, Wangi hides his face against Ching Xian's chest. He breathes heavily, visibly frustrated and trying to stay composed. Flashes of Ching Xian from the past appear, sweaty and worn out after a basketball game, and then dressed sharply but teary-eyed, trying and failing to conceal his emotions. In a flashback, a younger Ching Xian looks up with teary eyes, asking his brother if his expression is pitiful enough. Wangi suddenly realizes something. Ching Xian had seen through him all along. His eyes widen as it sinks in. The scene shifts to the present. Wangi suddenly bowed and loudly apologizes, startling Ching Xian. Wangi admits he was wrong and apologizes again, while Ching Xian looks confused by the outburst. Wangi asks if Ching Xian remembers anything, and Ching Xian says he hasn't fully regained his memories, especially about the time travel. Wangi, recalling how mean he used to be, tells Ching Xian to hit him if it would help. Ching Xian stays quiet, thinking it over. Then, he calmly says there's no need to apologize, reminding Wangi that most of the bullying came from the missions, and sometimes, he even asked for it. But Wangi insists that biting Ching Xian the night before was still wrong and feels guilty about it. Wangi panics, worrying he might lose control and turn into a scumbag. Ching Xian reassures him, saying someone who worries that much about becoming a bad person probably won't be one. He asks if Wangi fears hurting others. Wangi confirms, explaining that he's doing better now. He adds that, as a child, he couldn't even smile properly. A flashback shows young Wangi standing silently in yellow overalls, expression blank. Ching Xian silently watches him and thinks the young Wangi looks kind of cute. Ching Xian let out a sigh, his bite mark exposed. With a more serious expression, Ching Xian narrows his eyes and says he has a suggestion. A dramatic fantasy scene plays in Wangi's mind where he dominates Ching Xian, declaring that to make up for the past, Ching Xian must now suffer. The fantasy continues with Wangi being collared, symbolizing a reversal in control. It is now Ching Xian's turn to bully Wangi. Ching Xian leans in close and says he'll be the one to bully Wangi from now on. Wangi looks surprised and flustered. Unsure, Wangi asks what kind of bullying he will be subjected to. Ching Xian asks if Wangi could take the punishment to suppress his sadistic instinct. Wangi considers the questions. After a beat, he agrees with the condition that the bullying does not go too far. Ching Xian gets off the bed, telling Wangi that although it is worth a try, they could start with controlling Wangi's action to curb his sadistic tendencies. He promises not to hurt him physically. Ching Xian puts on a shirt and turns to Wangi to face him. With his mind-reading capability, he could stop Wangi before he acts violently. However, it is not enough. Whenever Wangi acts out, Ching Xian should punish him so that his body will remember that such thoughts are not allowed. Ching Xian tells him that this method is unorthodox, but he is positive that it will help. Wangi kneels on the bed while looking up at him hopeful, eager to cure himself. Ching Xian tells him that there is a condition. Coyly extending a finger toward Wangi's throat, he tells him that he demands absolute obedience from him. Wangi chuckles at the absurdity of the request. The condition would mean that he would be under Ching Xian's mercy. Ching Xian assures him that they will only do what is comfortable for both parties, and that he could back out at any time. Wangi bowed down to think it over. Ching Xian wonders if he's being too impatient and tells Wangi to forget that he even suggested such a thing. Wangi hesitates. As Ching Xian turns his back to him, Wangi agrees. Wangi is worried that his sadistic tendency might someday spiral out of control. If there is a chance to get it under control, he would take it. Ching Xian agrees to the deal and notes to himself that Wangi has deep trauma about hurting others. Wangi silently grips his hands, still anxious, but resolute. Wangi gently tugs Ching Xien's sleeve and softly calls his name. He thanks him for all his help and says he's willing to repay him in any way he can. Ching Xien asks if he can truly ask for what he wants. Wangi replies that he can as long as it's something he's capable of doing. Ching Xien, serious and emotional, thinks to himself that what he wants is for Wangi to stay in this world forever. Just as Wangi begins to respond, they're suddenly interrupted by a loud alert from SO. The cat crashes in, panicking and shouting Wangi's name. Both boys look stunned and confused by the unexpected interruption. SO announces that there's a major problem. Wangi immediately panics, worried that SO found out he bit Ching Xiin the night before. He scrambles to defend himself and promises not to go off script again. SO urgently tells Wangi to check the screen. The two glance over and are surprised to see that their mission points from the previous night have doubled. Both Ching Xiin and Wangi stare at the screen in shock as SO excitedly celebrates the unexpected bonus. Wangi panics about the sudden increase in points while Ching Xiin quietly observes, realizing he can also see the mission screen. SO asks casually if anything special happened the night before. Wangi, confused, asks what special is supposed to mean. Ching Xiin stays silent, wearing a suspicious expression. A chibi-style flashback briefly shows Wangi on top of Ching Xiin under the blanket, hinting at a too-close moment. Embarrassed, Wangi quickly denies anything unusual happened. Internally, though, he admits he might have crossed a line. Trying to make sense of it, Wangi asks SO why they earned so many points despite nothing major happening. SO explains that more emotionally exciting or intense scenes earn more points and sudden point surges are rare. Wangi realizes this could be a kind of cheat code, but decides to ignore that route. SO praises Wangi's performance and adds that the next world will be harder. Wangi groans in frustration while Ching Xiin picks SO up by the scruff, clearly not happy. Ching Xiin repeats So's name curiously and asks what the next mission will be. SO begins scanning for the new task while Ching Xiin looks intrigued and Wangi watches with a mix of reluctance and anticipation. SO announces it's about to reveal the next mission. A new mission titled The Cold Cool Guy at School Has a Crush on Me begins. The heroine's daily life is full of hardship. Two boys approach and mockingly invite her to join them, clearly trying to harass her. She looks irritated but doesn't respond. The hero, Ching Xiin, steps in and tells the boys to leave. From behind him, the female lead gives a subtle thumbs up, clearly impressed. Later, she tends to his injuries, admiring how even his wounds make him look more charming. Ching Xiin, however, looks annoyed and unimpressed by the situation. The girl is later bullied by a group of girls and locked in a dark room. As they mock her and walk away, Ching Xiin unexpectedly appears in the room. She's surprised, but he calmly reveals he stayed there on purpose to wait for her. They sit together, and she leans on him for warmth. Grateful for his coat, she suggests they share body heat. Ching Xiin looks uncomfortable but doesn't say anything, and the girl thinks he's cute for enduring the cold. Soon, there will be an elevator scene, which should trigger Ching Xian's childhood trauma. This scene will show the hero's vulnerability and the heroine will have the chance to comfort him. This should earn them a lot of points. Meanwhile, Wangi is not just following the script. He wants to take responsibility for Ching Xian's trauma as he was the cause of it to begin with. Wangi's sadistic mind acts up, liking the show of torment on Ching Xian's face, giving it a perfect score. Later, a new conflict unfolds when Chen-Li pushes Xiao down the stairs. Ching Xian manages to catch her just in time. He asks if she's hurt even when he took most of the impact. Wangi can't help but commend his acting skills, prompting him to do a better job. Ching Xian says he's fine, but the girl asks again to make sure. She insists on helping and sits close beside him on the floor to check his injury. Later in the infirmary, she prepares to treat the wound and apologizes while applying medicine to his reddened back. Ching Xian remains quiet as he listens to Wangi's erratic heartbeat. Wangi gently applies medicine to Ching Xian's injured back. The room is quiet, filled with unspoken tension. Ching Xian flinches slightly at the touch, and Wangi tries to keep his hands steady, though flustered. He reminds himself not to get excited and that he's just there to apply ointment. Wangi continues to apply the medicine, but he can't help the blush on his face. When he applies pressure, Ching Xian flinches in pain, and Wangi looks flustered, clearly liking what's happening. Suddenly, Ching Xian turns to look at her silently. Wangi freezes, realizing he may have gone too far. Ching Xian leans in closer, and Wangi panics, quickly trying to explain that touching his bruise was purely an accident. Before he can say more, Ching Xian suddenly pushes him down onto the bed, catching him completely off guard. Looking serious, Ching Xian asks if Wangi remembers something important from before. Wangi does. He recalls their earlier agreement, where he promised Ching Xian that if Wangi bullies him, then Ching Xian can bully him back. Ching Xian smiles, clearly pleased that Wang Yi hasn't forgotten. With a teasing glint in his eye, he commands Wang Yi to kiss him as part of that deal. In a sudden comedic cutaway to a small theater scene, Wang Yi yells that Ching Xian is a pervert, but others humorously point out that Wang Yi is just as bad, since he's an adult too. Ching Xian tells Wang Yi to kiss him, leaving Wang Yi stunned. Flustered, Wang Yi questions whether he has to go through with it. Ching Xian confirms and teasingly calls it punishment, casually playing with Wang Yi's hair. Panicked, Wang Yi insists that the situation is inappropriate, and his internal narration agrees it's too much. He quickly reminds himself of their roles and is surprised by how serious Ching Xian is being. Ching Xian asks if he's backing out. Determined, Wang Yi refuses to give in and tells himself to fulfill the contract. Ching Xian urges him to go on, while Wang Yi stammers, hesitating as Ching Xian leans closer. A chibi version of Ching Xian appears, sarcastically mocking Wang Yi's sense of integrity. Trying to calm himself, Wang Yi thinks of it as just earning mission points, but the thought that it's his first kiss makes him pause. Ching Xian is taken aback to hear that and looks at Wang Yi in silence. He kisses Wang Yi but quickly covers his mouth, confusing Wang Yi. She wonders what he's doing. Looking serious, Ching Xian tells her to keep going, saying the punishment isn't over. Then he stops and gently explains that they're not a real couple. His first kiss should be saved for someone who truly matters. He's surprised by his unexpected sensitivity and realizes he's not as forward as he pretends to be. Despite his words, she finds herself tempted to tease him more. Since it was his idea to begin with, she decides she'll play along. Wang Yi surprises Ching Xian with a sudden kiss, leaving him startled. Embarrassed, she quickly covers her face and reflects on how skilled he seemed. Wang Yi wonders how his kiss didn't feel like a first, while Ching Xian remains composed and confident. Gently holding her face, he asks if Wang Yi's ever been in a relationship. Flustered and caught off guard, he looks up at him, and the tension between them deepens. Wang Yi, still red-faced, admits he's never been in a relationship. He nervously wonders if falling for a girl would count as cheating. A flashback shows a classmate teasing him and calling him a scumbag for being emotionally unavailable, while he defensively argues back. Reflecting alone, Wang Yi thinks of himself as just a pervert who finds pleasure in others' pain. He lies down, clearly conflicted. Ching Xian listens and reacts softly, thinking it's a good sign that Wang Yi feels guilt. Touched by Wang Yi's vulnerability, he gently reaches out. Then, he asks if they should give their relationship a try. Wang Yi is stunned and confused by the unexpected suggestion. Through the window, their silhouettes are seen in quiet conversation as Wang Yi hesitantly asks what Ching Xian means. Later, Wang Yi sits alone on a bench outside under the sunlight, the mood calm and reflective. Ching Xian approaches and hands him a drink. Wang Yi silently looks up, accepts the drink, and thanks him. The two share a quiet, sincere moment. Wang Yi punctures the lid of his drink with a straw. He and Ching Xian sit quietly, sipping their drinks as Wang Yi reflects that the moment ended a bit too abruptly. He comments that the drink tastes good. Ching Xian agrees, mentioning it's a popular recommendation among girls. They continue sitting in silence, drinking side by side. Out of the blue, Wang Yi asks Ching Xian if he likes him. Ching Xian choked on his milk tea. Wang Yi looks confused, wondering if his guess is correct. Ching Xian quickly composes himself and tries to play it cool, casually asking if Wang Yi didn't already know. Wang Yi freezes in shock, mentally analyzing everything. Then he jumps up in realization, asking Ching Xian if his assumption is right. He panics, yelling that the situation is messed up since they're brothers. Ching Xian calmly reminds him they're not blood-related. Wang Yi rattles off reasons they can't be together, but Ching Xian rebuts each one with logic, leaving Wang Yi to yell that he's completely missing the point. Dramatically crying, Wang Yi calls Ching Xian a freak for being in love, while Ching Xian sips his drink, unfazed. In a comedic small theater segment, Ching Xian bribes the real Xiao with milk tea to keep her away from the plot. She happily agrees and walks off, completely distracted. Wang Yi calls Ching Xian a freak. Ching Xian points out that Wang Yi is as twisted as him, leaving Wang Yi confused by his words. Ching Xian reassures him that he won't get hurt and insists he can always meet Wang Yi's needs. He says they're compatible and believes they should be together. Wang Yi hesitantly asks if Ching Xian genuinely likes him. Ching Xian looks puzzled and asks if Wang Yi doubts his feelings. Struggling to explain, Wangi admits that his hobbies are strange, but he's good at observing people. He confesses that he usually hides his real self around others, but with Ching Xiin, it feels different. Wangi adds that he doesn't feel the same kind of romance with Ching Xiin as he did with girls who confessed to him before. He concludes that Ching Xian's feelings might just be the result of being bullied when they were younger, not actual love. Ching Xian looks at Wangi silently, his expression unreadable. Then he calmly states that his feelings aren't the result of trauma bonding. Wangi responds in confusion, saying the whole situation still feels strange. As Ching Xian begins to walk away, drinks in hand, Wangi panics and tells him not to leave. Wangi runs after him, asking him to wait and give him some time to think. He touches his head, mentioning that his memory hasn't fully returned yet and reflecting on how sharp Ching Xian's intuition is. Doubting his feelings, Wangi questions whether the male lead could truly love his Guga and wonders if it's even real love. Ching Xian watches quietly before admitting it's not love. It's a desire to keep Wangi's kindness all to himself. He imagines holding a smaller, fragile version of Wangi, with the word possessiveness glowing beneath them. Ching Xian reflects that it doesn't matter if Wangi is genuine or pretending. They continue with the mission, so giving them the debrief. Meanwhile, Xiao greets another Chenli cheerfully. Chenli considers that Wen Xiao might not be too bad as Ching Xian observes them from a distance. Ching Xian suddenly pulls Wen Xiao into a hug. Startling Chenli / Wangi looks uncomfortable, while Ching Xian smirks, clearly amused. Ching Xian acknowledges that his actions are becoming more twisted, but there's no way that he would let his Guga get away. S.O. excitedly announces that most of the plot has been completed and that points have been earned. Wangi is thrilled and says he wants to leave town, but Ching Xian reminds him to inform their father first. Just as Wangi thinks it's over, Ching Xian brings up his earlier confession, leaving Wangi surprised. Ching Xian comments that Wangi has shrunk again. He would relentlessly ask him until he agreed. S.O. then asks if they want to read the reader's comments, revealing praise for both the male and female leads. Ching Xian and Wangi exchange confused and uneasy glances. As Wangi reads a comment, he panics, worried that someone might have figured things out. Ching Xian finds the nickname used in the comment amusing. S.O. warns them not to get too confident, reminding them that the next part of the plot is critical. A visual of Ching Xian and Wen Xiao kissing appears on screen, signaling the next story arc. Wangi is shocked to find out the new plot involves a romantic school trip. He panics at the thought of having Ching Xian confess to him again, while Ching Xian gets annoyed at Wangi's thoughts. Ching Xian tells him that he shouldn't go if he does not want to. His kind tone is a ploy to play hard to get. Wangi asks if he can sit this one out, and Ching Xian reluctantly tells him that he can stay home. Wangi happily waves goodbye, saying he'll enjoy the peace at home. Wangi tries to lift his spirits, encouraging him to cheer up. After Ching Xian leaves and the door slams shut, Wangi stares at it, wondering if Ching Xian is angry. Determined, Wangi puts on a disguise. S.O. asks what he's doing. Wangi declares he'll secretly follow Ching Xian and won't leave the plot entirely up to him. He grabs his bag and excitedly announces that he's going on vacation, with his significant other S.O. tagging along. The scene then shifts to a scenic view of Changqing Mountain, where the school trip takes place. In a playful small theater segment, Wangi tries to peek into Ching Xian's heart but is warned not to. Still, he insists on keeping the script, refusing to let go of the story just yet. The sun shines brightly over the thick forest of the Changqing Mountain, where the school trip is taking place. Wangi, already tired, questions why Ching Xian would pick such a remote destination. Meanwhile, S.O. relaxes comfortably in his bag. S.O. comments on how refreshing the mountain air is, while Wangi grumbles that only S.O. is enjoying it and tells him to walk on his own. S.O. compliments Wangi on his recent efforts to push the plot forward. Wangi listens quietly. S.O. then asks if he has regained his memories, which causes Wangi to pause uncertainly. When he questions the timing of S.O.'s inquiry, S.O. suggests that Wangi's growing emotions for Ching Xian might be interfering with his memory recovery. Wangi is startled by this and begins to reflect more seriously. He wonders aloud if he really likes Ching Xian, and S.O. confirms it cheerfully. Wangi goes silent, his expression growing thoughtful. A flashback shows the two boys studying together, with Ching Xian teasing Wangi for being distracted during an exam. Wangi recalls that if he had a younger brother, he'd want him to be like Ching Xian. He smiles softly at the memory. Walking ahead, Wangi says it's a shame and reflects that choosing to stay with Ching Xian had always felt like the easiest option. Now, he wants to make the most of the time he has left. Determined, Wangi thinks about repaying everything he owes him. Suddenly, S.O. alerts Wangi that he spotted the heroine. Wangi immediately reacts, rushing ahead to check. He spots the girls nearby and gets excited at the thought that the story is progressing. S.O. explains that Chen-Li and Wen Xiaoro were assigned to chop wood as part of their task. As expected, Chen-Li makes Xiaoro do all the work, which leads to her injuring her hand. Right on cue, Ching Xiin appears and steps in to help. Ching Xiin tends to Xiaoro's injured hand and promises to take care of her for the rest of the trip. Without hesitation, he picks her up and carries her away, leaving the onlookers surprised and confused. S.O. excitedly celebrates, saying this moment creates a strong foundation for the final confession scene. Wangi, however, questions why Ching Xiin had to carry her when only her hand was hurt. S.O. replies that Wangi just doesn't understand romance. S.O. announces that the main plot has officially started. Meanwhile, Chen-Li looks annoyed by the situation. Chen-Li complains about the school making them do such primitive work, while Xiaoro tries to stay positive, saying it might be fun. A note mentions that due to Wangi's earlier interference, Xiaoro doesn't realize she's being bullied. Chen-Li bitterly tells Xiaoro to go ahead if she finds it so enjoyable and admits she once thought she would end up with Ching Xiin. Xiaoro does not care. S.O. narrates that the heroine is supposed to be in low spirits and eventually injures herself while chopping wood. Wangi and S.O. hide in the bushes, watching everything unfold. But instead of struggling, Xiaoro starts chopping wood confidently. Wangi is stunned by her unexpected skill. Xiaoro chops with surprising strength, catching everyone off guard. Wangi and S.O. are both in disbelief, and even Chen-Li is shocked. Xiaoro cheerfully explains that she's used to doing chores at home, so she's strong. Her confidence leaves Chen-Li speechless, who then questions why a girl would even be doing manual labor. Xiaoro simply looks puzzled by the question. When Xiaoro questions why girls can't do manual labor, Chen-Li argues that girls should still appear refined to be liked by boys. Xiaoro asks if being liked by a boy is more important than liking yourself first. Chen-Li is left speechless by the sincerity of her statement. Xiaoro admits she used to think girls had to be weak and delicate, but remembers a kind boy once telling her that girls can be strong too, just like boys. With a confident smile, Xiaoro declares that her current priority is studying and preparing for exams, not romance. She doesn't want to be distracted by love right now. Chen-Li is stunned to hear that Xiaoro doesn't have romantic feelings for Ching Xiin. In the bushes, Wangi and S.O. are equally shocked and despairing. When Xiaoro casually asks why she would like Ching Xiin, Wangi and S.O. react dramatically, both suffering exaggerated nosebleeds in disbelief. Wangi panics, confused about why the plot is going so off course. S.O. explains that it's because Wangi ended up taking over all of the heroine's scenes. To make things even more complicated, Xiaoro blushes and confesses that the person she likes is Wangi. Both Wangi and S.O. are stunned into silence, unable to process what they just heard. Then, horror sets in as Wangi realizes Ching Xiin overheard everything. When Xiaoro confesses that the person she likes is Wangi, just as Ching Xiin approaches and hears it. When he reaches the girls, he casually asks what they are talking about. After a beat, Wen Xiaoro responds, nervously saying it wasn't anything important. She blushes, trying to brush it off. Ching Xiin tells them the wood is already chopped and says they should return. As he speaks, Xiaoro takes Chen-Li's hands, and the two girls leave. Ching Xiin thinks to himself that Xiaoro does like Wangi and reflects on how many people seem to be drawn to Wangi. He wonders what he should do next. Uncertainty written on his face. As he is contemplating his next move, he hears a rustle from the bushes. He turns to look around, scanning the area thoughtfully. Finding nothing amiss, he wonders if it was just his imagination. Meanwhile, Wangi is panicking about the broken plot. S.O. urges him to fix the situation and suggests making Ching Xiin clean up the scene to redirect things. Wangi quickly changes his mind, saying not to jump out yet. They need to wait for the right moment. Back with the group, Xiaoro asks Ching Xiin what he's looking at. Ching Xiin gives a small smile and says that for some reason, he feels relieved. Everyone gathers in the kitchen, impressed that Ching Xiin can cook. Wangi and S.O. peek in from the side as the other students praise him. The girls crowd around Ching Xiin, admiring him while he cooks, and Wangi sulks in the background, clearly annoyed. Ching Xiin approaches with a dish. Wangi wants to tell him to pay attention to Xiaoro. Hope rise in Wangi's chest when Ching Xiin got closer to Xiaoro, only to be disappointed when he realized that Ching Xiin is focused on cooking. So warns Wang Yi that if he doesn't take action soon, the plot might collapse. Wang Yi responds weakly that they should wait it out. Meanwhile, Ching Xiin looks over his shoulder and spots them. A girl nearby asks Ching Xiin to divide the food by portion, but instead, he requests an extra serving. She questions it, and Ching Xiin just smiles, not giving a direct answer. While cracking an egg, he says simply that he doesn't want anyone to go hungry. He finishes preparing a neatly plated meal topped with a fried egg. Soon, a teacher announces that all students should gather to head to the mountains. Wang Yi heads to the kitchen and S.O. walks beside him, sniffing the air. Wang Yi realizes the food left behind is from Ching Xiin. Wang Yi notices that Ching Xian left an extra bowl of food for him. As he reaches for it, S.O. watches with curiosity. When Wang Yi starts eating, S.O. scolds him, suggesting that the bowl might have been meant for someone else. Wang Yi brushes it off, saying there's no one else it could be for. Mid-bite, he hesitates and starts to second-guess himself. Eating the food might have been selfish. Embarrassed, he hides his face, feeling awkward about the situation. The system explains that, in the original story, Ching Xiin is supposed to accompany the injured heroine on a mountain expedition. Because he carried her earlier, Ching Li becomes jealous and intentionally removes warning signs along the trail to get them lost. As the plot unfolds, Ching Xiin and the heroine are meant to huddle together in the rain, unable to contact anyone. Believing they might not survive the night, Ching Xiin is supposed to confess his feelings, an emotional, dramatic turning point in the original narrative. Back in the present, Wang Yi panics when he realizes Ching Xiin hasn't returned. The teacher notices that someone is missing, and Wang Yi starts to lose faith in the plot moving forward as expected. Determined, Wang Yi tells S.O. to stay behind and report if there's any news about Ching Xiin. He gives S.O. a task, then heads into the mountains himself to find Ching Xiin. Under the moonlight, Wang Yi checks the map and believes that Ching Xian should be nearby. Wrapping a scarf around himself, he notes the unexpected chill in the air and starts to feel sorry for Ching Xian and the heroine. As the wind picks up, he shields his eyes and spots Ching Xian hiding behind a tree. Ching Xian looks back at him. Without warning, Wang Yi grabs him and calls him a brat. Wang Yi accuses him of staying behind on purpose. Ching Xian compliments Wang Yi on his quick thinking. Ching Xian explains that it's not what Wang Yi thinks. Wang Yi then notices that Ching Xian's leg is injured. Ching Xian tells him that he fell off the tree. Wang Yi has trust issues and at first does not believe that Ching Xian is injured. Ching Xian then pulls something from his jacket and says he just wants to take the thing up the tree. Wang Yi is surprised as Ching Xian reveals a tiny bird in his hands. The bird chirps, and Wang Yi finds the bird adorable. Stunned, Wang Yi asks where he found the bird. Ching Xian shares that the bird had fallen from its nest, and he fell while trying to return it. Wang Yi finally understands the situation. Wang Yi apologizes for misunderstanding Ching Xian and reflects on how quickly he jumped to conclusions. Ching Xian gently reassures him that it's okay. Ching Xian knows that Wang Yi is the kind of person who'd go out of his way to help a helpless creature. Ching Xian admits that he did it to understand Wang Yi, and they share a quiet, meaningful moment. Wang Yi is surprised to learn that Ching Xian's actions were all because of him. Ching Xian calmly confirms it and says Wang Yi is gentle, and that he wants to become just as gentle. Wang Yi listens, visibly touched by the sincerity in his voice. Overwhelmed, he wonders if he's somehow become a role model. The thought leaves him both proud and shocked. Ching Xian smiles and thanks him, and Wang Yi happily volunteers to return the bird. Watching him climb up the tree, Ching Xian smiles to himself conspiratorially. Wang Yi carefully places the baby bird back in its nest. Ching Xian knew that this kind of thing would make Wang Yi drop his guard. He is glad that he found the bird, but he does not immediately return the bird to its nest. A flashback reveals that he intentionally took a fall to injure his leg. Smiling to himself, he admits that the injury was deliberate, also that Wang Yi would come looking for him. In a cheerful moment, Wang Yi leaps down the tree. Winking, he confidently assured Ching Xian that he understood everything. Meanwhile, S.O. is flustered as the white cat affectionately corners him against a tree. S.O. wonders in surprise how the other cat managed to find him. Ching Xian leans on Wang Yi as they slowly make their way through the forest. Both of them are tired and sore, moving carefully. Wang Yi complains with how heavy Ching Xian is, clearly straining under the effort. Wang Yi's scarf is wrapped snugly around Ching Xian's injured leg as a makeshift bandage. Ching Xian glances down quietly, and Wang Yi looks over with concern, asking if the wound still hurts. Ching Xiin shakes his head and says he was just looking at the scarf. He then asks if he can keep it. Wangi is surprised by the request, but eventually agrees with a small nod. As it begins to rain, Wangi worries they won't make it back in time, and Ching Xiin apologizes for being such a burden. Wangi reassures him gently, saying it's too dangerous to continue walking with his leg injured. They both spot a nearby cave and head toward it for shelter. Inside the cave, they sit down to rest. Realizing they'll have to wait to be found, Wangi checks on Ching Xiin and offers to take a closer look at the injury. Wangi warns that the sprain might worsen. Ching Xiin tells him to keep the scarf on as he likes the feeling of the scarf wrapped around him. Wangi looks at him in annoyance, realizing that Ching Xiin is hinting at having masochistic tendencies. Ching Xiin meets his gaze with a mischievous small smile. Ching Xiin looks at the red scarf tied around his leg and softly compares it to a red thread of fate. He says that if Wang Yi ties him up with it, it means he belongs to him. Then he adds that Wang Yi will be his too, silently promising to never let go. Wang Yi, confused by the sudden shift, wonders if Ching Xian is acting oddly. He then realized that Ching Xian was probably trying to complete the task. Overjoyed, Wang Yi praises him. Acting Xiao's part, Wang Yi checks Ching Xian's temperature. Meanwhile, Ching Xian is having thoughts of locking Wang Yi up if he tries to leave once the plot ends. Wang Yi confirms that Ching Xian doesn't have a fever. Ching Xian gently touches Wang Yi's face and confesses that he likes him. In Ching Xian's mind, he plans to finish the scene with Wang Yi to put him at ease. Wang Yi freezes, his thoughts racing as he recognizes this as the climax in a story. Pretending to be Xiao, he asks Ching Xian to confirm what he just said. Ching Xian calmly repeats it. He likes him. Ching Xian asks if Xiao would return his feelings. His dark thoughts desperately want Wang Yi to like him back. Wang Yi, completely flustered, calls Ching Xian a brat in his head, but before he can respond, Ching Xian kisses him. The system chimes in, confirming this is the climax of the story, marked by the kiss between the lead characters. But before the moment can settle, Wang Yi suddenly takes control and kisses Ching Xian more deeply, catching him off guard. As Ching Xian pulls back to catch his breath, Wang Yi covers his nose with a cloth. He inhales, realizing that the cloth is doused with some sort of chemical. He demands to know what Wang Yi just gave him. Wang Yi calmly explains that it's medicine to help him sleep, because there are no more plot tasks left. Ching Xian realizes with a sinking heart that Wang Yi came here to say goodbye. Clutching the scarf tightly, he listens as Wang Yi kisses his forehead and gently tells him to sleep until everything is over. Groggy and confused, Ching Xian weakly calls out to Wang Yi as his vision begins to fade. Ching Xian stares at Wang Yi, softly calling his name with a dazed and confused expression. He reaches out and grabs onto Wang Yi's coat with a desperate grip, clinging to him and asking if he's going to leave. His voice trembles, and his eyes are full of hurt and vulnerability. Wang Yi responds seriously, saying he has to go. His tone is calm but firm. Ching Xian, fearing the reason, pleads to know how he was not able to catch on when he could read Wang Yi's mind. Wang Yi lets out a sigh. He was able to guess that Ching Xian was obsessed with him and would not let him get away. He has been controlling his inner thoughts around Ching Xian. Wang Yi admits he's hidden parts of his past, especially the parts he didn't want Ching Xian to see. A flashback shows a younger Wang Yi standing silently, while classmates react in disgust to a dead animal. A girl chimes in, saying she doesn't understand how someone could hurt something as cute as a cat. Wang Yi answers that whoever did it must have been curious to see if the cat was pregnant. The crime was driven by curiosity. Wang Yi's thoughts are that I'm a psychopath. The scene shifts back to the rainy night outside the cave, blending his memory into the present. Wang Yi confesses he might have been born a villain. He admits it took great effort to even begin understanding what normal people feel. He explains that while he often fails to relate to others' emotions, he easily grasps the thoughts of wrongdoers. He believes that's why the system chose him to play the villain. A memory flashes showing a report, his villain gene tested at 99%, marking him as highly prone to malice. Yet the system recognized how rare it was for someone like him to suppress those urges. That's what made him the ideal host for SO. Wang Yi looks at Ching Xian and apologizes. He says it's unfair for someone like Ching Xian, a protagonist, to be influenced by someone like him. His voice is steady, but his guilt is clear. Wang Yi tells Ching Xian that he doesn't want to turn him into a villain. He insists on leaving even as Ching Xian tries to hold him back. Wang Yi hugs him tightly and apologizes, saying he may never be able to repay what he owes. Later, Ching Xian is alone in the cave, resting quietly with Wang Yi gone. The atmosphere is calm but tinged with sadness. At the camp, So greets Wangi upon his return, asking if the task has been completed. Wangi confirms, reporting that Ching Xien's injuries were treated and now it's time to notify the teachers. So informs him of his system notification. Wang Chengbing found out that Wang Yi is not the biological heir of the Wang family. Curious, So asks what he did. Wang Yi admits he sent an anonymous letter with a paternity test. So confirms all conditions have been met, signaling the story is now complete. So asks if they're ready to leave, but Wang Yi stays silent, watching the rain. After a moment, he snaps out of it and tells So they can go now. So picks up on his hesitation and questions whether he truly wants to leave. Wang Yi insists he must. He says that, as a villain, he needs to be ruthless and cold-hearted. A proper villain, he believes, should torment the protagonist and disappear in tragedy. Thunder cracks as he declares his retirement from the role. Back in the cave, Ching Xiin, weak and bleeding, calls out for Wang Yi. He clutches the red scarf and swears that if Wang Yi can't repay him in this life, then he'll do it in the next, even if it means crossing life and death. Wang Yi is introduced as the main character, tasked with traveling through different novels as the antagonist. His missions are guided by So, a black cat who acts as his system companion. In each story, Wang Yi must bully and torment the male lead, earning the role of the ultimate villain. In one storyline, he physically intimidates Ching Xiin, the male lead and his younger stepbrother in this arc. The system explains that Wang Yi's actions are meant to leave Ching Xiin with lifelong trauma. However, the weight of his cruelty overwhelms Wang Yi, and he breaks down in guilt, unable to handle what he's done. Despite following his villain role, Wang Yi's inner kindness often slips through. Ching Xiin, introduced as the male lead, becomes wary after overhearing Wang Yi's genuine concern during a moment when Wang Yi celebrates their father's return, believing it means Ching Xiin will get a proper meal. What he did not know at the time was that Ching Xiin could read minds. So punishes him for deviating from the script, revealing that Wang Yi frequently goes off-plot. To fix the mission, Wang Yi uses a disguise item and transforms into the female lead to redirect the story towards the original plot. Though frustrated by the cross-dressing and emotional toll, he prepares to continue the mission, determined to make up for his past actions. As the disguised female lead, Wang Yi tries to win over Ching Xiin. However, his internal thoughts often contradict his actions, making Ching Xiin suspicious. Still, Wang Yi manages to get close, and Ching Xiin, despite his caution, begins to associate this new presence with feelings of love. Ching Xian begins to wonder if these feelings resemble the kind of love his mother had for a man, which unsettles him. Despite the inner turmoil, Ching Xian becomes increasingly aware of Wang Yi's sincerity and warmth. But when a mission requires Wang Yi to lock Ching Xian in a locker, it sends Ching Xian into a breakdown. Wang Yi stands outside, tense and visibly regretting his actions. Inside, Ching Xian recognizes Wang Yi's voice and desperately calls out to his big bro, crying and blaming himself as he bangs on the door in panic. Bloodied and terrified, Ching Xian pleads to be let out, and Wang Yi, unable to leave, sits beside the locker, guilt eating away at him. Ching Xian cries alone inside, swearing that one day he'll make Wang Yi his, no matter what. From that point on, Ching Xian shifts. He declares that now it's his turn to trap Wang Yi. Later, Ching Xian appears at Wang Yi's door, surprising him. Dressed in a school uniform, he shows Wang Yi a failed test and admits his mistake. He then requests punishment, revealing he's come to enjoy the rough treatment. Wang Yi, flustered, denies taking any pleasure in it and insists it's all just part of the mission. The brief glimpse shows future villains Wang Yi may encounter as the story continues. In upcoming arcs, he takes on new disguises like a mad scientist or mafia boss. A comedic chibi scene pokes fun at character development over time. Finally, a flashback introduces a past transmigrator who completed all missions and unlocked the power to read minds. However, despite his success, the power drove him insane, and his soul eventually shattered, its fragments scattered across different worlds. Ching Xian holds Wang Yi tightly, emphasizing to the audience that the embrace is purely emotional, not romantic or inappropriate. It's a moment of vulnerability and comfort, born from complex feelings and past trauma. Earlier, we learned through a flashback that another transmigrator, after gaining mind-reading powers, lost his mind from the weight of what he learned. Though he conquered many worlds, his soul eventually shattered and was scattered, hinting at the risk Wang Yi might face. In the present, Wang Yi breaks down in a fiery vision, overwhelmed by guilt and questioning if he's living a nightmare. A flashback reveals he caused a deadly bus crash, which led the system to flag him as having strong villain traits. SO identifies him as the one responsible for the tragedy, labeling him a murderer. Wangi is stunned. Despite all this, Ching Xiin calls him kind, catching him off guard. Wangi confesses he didn't cry even after losing his friends and lashes out, questioning how someone like him could be called kind. A narrator explains that one of the crash survivors had their entire personality altered due to Wangi's actions. After hitting his head, Wangi forgets everything, including his mission. He wakes up confused, wondering why he isn't on the bus with his class, slowly recalling fragments of the past. Casually and surprisingly lighthearted, he tells Ching Xiin he thinks he's transmigrated. Ching Xiin is shocked by how relaxed he is but takes advantage of the situation, bringing him home. Ching Xiin calmly asks Wangi for help. Curious, Wangi asks what kind of help and is surprised when Ching Xiin asks him to dress like his older brother using a wig. Ching Xiin gently touches him and starts to make a serious request, then suddenly hugs him tightly, seeking emotional reassurance. Wangi embraces Ching Xiin, offering the comfort that Ching Xiin had longed for from the only person who truly cared for him. Despite Wangi's role as a villain, his actions show the depth of his hidden feelings. Meanwhile, the female protagonist, Shiao, continues to live her life. She thanks Ching Xiin for keeping her part-time job a secret. She finds herself completely ignored by Ching Xiin, who has eyes only for Wangi. At school, Shiao tries to get closer to Ching Xiin, but his polite indifference makes the moment awkward. The narration humorously mocks their designated ship as hopeless. Ching Xiin eventually reveals that he can read minds and knows about Wangi's mission, calling him out directly. He suggests Wangi continue playing the female lead using the wig, explaining that only with Wangi can he reach the emotional depth required by the story. To remove obstacles, Ching Xiin plans to tell his father they aren't biologically related, clearing the path for their strange but growing connection. Fully aware it's a performance, he still embraces the fake romance. In a comedic aside, Ching Xiin bribes Shiao with milk tea to stay out of the way. She agrees and cheerfully leaves. In the scene meant to be the climax, Wangi, now disguised again as Shiao, asks Ching Xiin if he truly likes her. Ching Xiin calmly says yes. He then leans in and asks if Shiao likes him too. Wangi, internally panicking, nervously tries to respond but is caught off guard when Ching Xiin suddenly kisses him. The narration marks it as the official storybook ending, a kiss between the main characters. A glowing interface signals the mission's supposed conclusion. During the kiss, Wangi pinches Ching Xiin's cheek in disbelief, mentally panicking that he can't breathe. When he finally pulls back, he's overwhelmed, while Ching Xiin blushes furiously and covers his mouth. Suddenly, Ching Xiin collapses to the floor, bleeding. A red warning glow appears, alerting that Wangi can't leave. A glowing mark on Ching Xiin's hand signals that the system has reasserted control, turning the moment dark and serious. Ching Xiin, devastated, realizes he couldn't hold on to Wangi in this lifetime. He vows to find him again, even if it means crossing through lifetimes. As Wangi disappears to continue his missions, Ching Xiin, injured but resolute, promises to follow him into the next world. Wangi sits alone in the transmigration waiting room after completing the latest novel mission. A congratulatory message pops up, informing him that he has earned 5,000 mission points. Though the reward is substantial, Wangi stares downward, lost in thought. The system reminds him that he can spend the points in the shop or save them. Wangi looks up, considering the option seriously. He contemplates using the points to obtain a time travel item. His mind drifts back to his past and the friends he lost. He hopes that someday he'll be able to turn back time and save them. SO appears beside him, praising his performance, but Wangi remains quiet, deep in reflection. SO informs him that he's the second villain in history to earn such a high score. Wangi asks if the legendary villain was the first. He then wonders aloud whether that villain used fan service tactics to succeed. SO is baffled by Wangi's casual tone, while Wangi insists that completing missions is what truly matters. SO warns that he can't copy the legendary villain's approach. That villain is from a higher dimension and is capable of casting spells far beyond human comprehension. He always had full control of the protagonists. Wangi lies on the floor listening, intrigued. When SO calls the villain charismatic, Wangi argues that he's attractive too. SO promptly shuts him down. Shifting gears, SO introduces the next mission, describing it as dangerous but high reward. Wangi lights up with excitement and demands to see the details. SO obliges, activating the mission display. Wangi watches closely as the setting is revealed, a zombie apocalypse. Wangi is stunned by the genre shift, while SO cheerfully confirms it. The mission briefing explains that a mysterious virus outbreak is turning humans into zombies. The infection spreads rapidly through bites or bodily fluid contact, and death is inevitable for the infected. Wangi compares the scenario to zombie movies he's seen and asks if this is still one of those teen girl novels. SO confirms it with a smug grin. The story shifts into a new arc with the revelation that only a small portion of the human population mutates after the zombie outbreak. Wangi is shown struggling on a couch as the initial symptoms of mutation take hold. After enduring the difficult process, he awakens with strange powers and stares in amazement at the sparks flickering in his hands. It's revealed that both Wangi and the male lead have gained unique abilities in this world. The male lead stands protectively with a weapon behind a seated Wangi, signaling a dynamic shift in their relationship. The first chapter of this new arc begins in a chaotic city filled with roaming zombies, firmly establishing the apocalyptic tone. At this point, the male lead hasn't awakened any powers. He's seen walking through a clean and sterile hallway, unbothered by the surrounding danger. Two men notice him from a distance, surprised to see him there. They question whether the man they're seeing is Officer Chin and comment on his connection to the city lord. Despite being regarded as an ordinary human, Ching Xiin holds a high-ranking position. The two men gossip, wondering how someone without abilities rose to such influence. Ching Xiin passes through a secured door, unfazed by the whispers. He hears them suspecting that he's benefiting from his relationship with the city lord and that they should have done the same. Ching Xian remains composed, though he acknowledges internally that many underestimate him. Stepping into an elevator, he mentally prepares himself for what lies ahead. Where the doors open, the scene changes to an indoor pool. Someone swims gracefully in the water. Wangi floats calmly and greets Ching Xiin with formal politeness. The air is tense yet refined. As Wang Yi rises from the water, his presence exudes confidence and power. Fan service alert. This image is worth 10,000 villain points. He casually acknowledges Ching Xiin, who silently observes him. A caption reveals that Wang Yi is now the city lord and the main antagonist in this apocalyptic novel world. Wang Yi greets Ching Xiin with a confident smile, completely unfazed by his exposed state. As he walks out of the water, he leaves a trail of wet footprints behind. Ching Xiin quietly holds out a towel, and Wang Yi takes it, slipping into a robe before calling Ching Xiin over. Lounging back with a drink in hand, Wang Yi casually tells Ching Xiin to wipe him down. Ching Xiin looks confused and reminds Wang Yi that he was summoned here, questioning if drying him off was the reason. Wang Yi teases him, implying there's nothing wrong with that. Ching Xiin pauses but then agrees. He gently pats Wang Yi's head as he starts drying him, and Wang Yi mockingly calls him a good boy. Wang Yi then taunts Ching Xiin, reminding him he would have died on the streets without his help. Ching Xiin responds with quiet disdain, noting how comfortable Wang Yi still seems despite those harsh times. Leaning back arrogantly, Wang Yi tells Ching Xiin he should be grateful. Ching Xiin silently stares at him, emotions simmering beneath the surface. Still composed, he begins wiping Wang Yi's arm with a cloth. Wang Yi watches, calm and pleased that Ching Xiin is obeying. Ching Xiin gently takes Wang Yi's hand and solemnly says he owes him his life. He promises to repay that kindness with unwavering loyalty. Kneeling before him, Ching Xiin vows never to betray him. Wang Yi smirks, amused by the display of loyalty, and muses that it's a funny coincidence this Ching Xiin shares the same name as the one from before. Wang Yi tells Ching Xiin they're heading out tomorrow and invites him to join. Ching Xiin asks if they'll be leaving the safety of the walls, and Wang Yi nods. Wang Yi brings up a woman with healing powers who's been helping people, calling her saint-like. Ching Xiin asks if Wang Yi plans to recruit her, and Wang Yi confirms it, explaining that healing powers are rare and would make their base stronger. Ching Xiin questions whether Wang Yi's intentions are truly for humanity. Wang Yi insists that everything he does is for the greater good, smiling confidently. Later, Wang Yi lies alone in bed, staring at the ceiling. As he drifts off, the system initiates a conversation. SO asks if he's adjusted to the new world, and Wang Yi replies that he's doing fine. He reflects that it's strange being the main antagonist and jokes about possibly meeting a tragic end. SO reminds him that playing the villain earns him points quickly, helping him reach his ultimate goal. Wang Yi is described as the ruthless city lord of the 8th shelter. A flashback shows a younger Wang Yi giving money to a poor Ching Xiin, a gesture of casual charity. Wang Yi then ordered him to clean up, having decided to mold him into a personal subordinate. Over time, Ching Xiin became one of Wang Yi's most loyal followers. Now lounging with S.O., Wangi confirms he's adapting well. He remembers how his wealthy background got him to safety, though he was bitten by a zombie along the way. After collapsing from a high fever, he nearly turned, but instead, he developed a special mind control power. With this ability, Wangi overthrew the shelter's leadership and became city lord. As he pets S.O., the cat acknowledges he now understands Wangi's full backstory. S.O. reminds him to use his powers wisely for the sake of the plot. Wangi agrees. Back in bed, Wangi coldly plans to use his power on Ching Xiin during the next day's mission, intending to make him act as a human shield. He even considers disposing of Ching Xiin afterward. In the mini-theater, other characters pressure Ching Xiin to admit he's the same person with mind-reading abilities. He remains silent while a flame-shaped character promises the truth will be revealed soon. Zombies shuffle through the ruined city streets, the area devastated and lifeless. Military vehicles open fire, mowing down the swarming undead as chaos unfolds. Amidst the destruction, Wangi sits calmly in a jeep while Ching Xian stands nearby. Wangi remarks that this place used to be a lively commercial district. Ching Xian responds, reminding Wangi that this was where he first found him, starving and helpless. Though Wangi seems to have forgotten, Ching Xian expresses his gratitude. Wangi reacts with slight surprise but quickly shifts into character, smugly replying that he does remember, and without him, Ching Xian would have died. Ching Xian listens silently. Wangi then throws his leg onto Ching Xian's lap, complaining about soreness from the ride and demanding a massage. Ching Xian stares at him wordlessly before finally asking why Wangi took him in back then. He adds that, no matter who he was then or now, he can never repay Wangi's kindness. Wangi shrugs it off, saying he chose Ching Xian because beggars are loyal. As Ching Xian silently massages his leg, Wangi jokes that Ching Xian is so loyal, he doesn't even need to use his mind control power on him. Ching Xian looks visibly annoyed. Wangi laughs and pats him on the back, saying it was just a joke. Then, more seriously, Wangi begins to explain why he kept Ching Xian around despite him not having any powers. He finally admits it's because they're friends. Ching Xian looks up, surprised and visibly affected by the unexpected honesty. Ching Xian looks at Wangi seriously and asks if he truly considers him a friend. Wangi confidently confirms it without hesitation. He declares that he trusts Ching Xian with his life and to not disappoint him. The scene transitions with a narration introducing the novel Gardenia of the Apocalypse, which centers around a compassionate medical student with healing powers. The female lead is shown, and it's revealed she will use her powers to save Ching Xian after he's discarded by the antagonist. A flash of the future shows Ching Xian lying wounded as the female lead checks his condition and urges him to hold on. This is described as the moment he awakens his powers. Another panel reveals Wangi defeated on the ground, watching as Ching Xian and the heroine stand united. They later join forces and overthrow him, symbolizing hope and redemption. The narration paints their journey as one of light and rebuilding. Back in the present, Wangi smirks while surveying the battlefield. His thoughts confirm that the crucial turning point of the novel has arrived. Suddenly, a mutant zombie charges forward. Ching Xian rushes in to protect Wangi, who's caught off guard by the danger. The narration explains that mutant zombies evolve based on traits they had in life. Ching Xian charges at the creature and winces in pain mid-fight, clearly injured. He manages to push Wangi out of harm's way and shouts for the others to escape. A nearby soldier hesitates, unable to shoot due to the zombie's speed. Wangi watches with growing concern and asks if Ching Xian was bitten. With a serious look, he apologizes, admitting he didn't expect things to go so wrong. A mutant zombie charges after the vehicle as Ching Xian prepares to take Wangi back to safety. Ching Xian promises that he'll isolate himself after completing this trip. The tension spikes as the zombie suddenly lunges forward with incredible speed. Ching Xian stands ready while Wangi remains seated calmly. As the zombie leaps toward them, Ching Xian slashes it in midair, blood spraying from the impact. Wangi analyzes the scene and notes that the zombie only shows mutations in speed and strength, nothing else remarkable. Without emotion, Wangi uses his mind control power and commands Ching Xian to stop attacking. Coldly, he gives a shocking order. He tells Ching Xian to let the zombie bite him. Obediently, Ching Xian complied and the zombie sank its teeth into him. Weakly, Ching Xian questions why Wangi used his power like that. Wangi calmly explains that a feeding zombie is vulnerable, just as he predicted. He raises his gun, his tone detached and analytical. With a smirk, he declares that Ching Xian's sacrifice is worth it. After all, live mutant zombies are hard to come by for experimentation. Still grinning, Wangi aims carefully and justifies the decision as a necessary test. Gunfire bursts from his weapon as the zombie clutches onto the wounded Ching Xiin. The scene ends with an unsettling blend of strategy and betrayal. Ching Xiin and the zombie are both shot, falling backward from the impact as bullets rip through their bodies. Blood sprays through the air as their bodies crash to the ground with a loud thud, stirring dust and debris. Lying wounded, Ching Xiin looks up in disbelief and asks Wang Yi why he betrayed him, reminding him they were supposed to be friends. Wang Yi smiles and calmly agrees, confirming they are friends, even as Ching Xiin bleeds out in front of him. Wang Yi lifts the zombie's head and says he genuinely likes Ching Xiin, flatly telling him that letting him go hurts. Still, he insists it's necessary. Ching Xiin, barely conscious, reaches out and grabs Wang Yi's boot, clinging to the hope that surviving this betrayal might trigger an awakening, allowing him to stay by Wang Yi's side. But Wang Yi coldly tells him that's impossible and pulls away. As he looks ahead, he spots a massive horde of zombies closing in on their location. Without hesitation, he kicks Ching Xian's hand aside and orders him to do one last task, serve as bait. Ching Xian, now lying in a pool of blood, weakly refuses. Wang Yi looms over him with a smirk, declaring that Ching Xian's final duty is to die for him. Ching Xian can barely move, helpless beneath Wang Yi's gaze. With eerie satisfaction, Wang Yi tells him he should feel honored by this ending. Then, without pause, he violently kicks Ching Xian across the ground. Blood flies as Ching Xian crashes away. The zombies, drawn by the scent of blood, rush in all at once. Ching Xian, broken and exhausted, is quickly overwhelmed as they descend upon him, tearing and biting with feral intensity. Wang Yi watches the chaos unfold with a calm expression as the system confirms the mission is complete. He orders the driver to start the car, but the man hesitates, clearly shaken. The driver nervously asks if they're leaving Ching Xian behind. Wang Yi doesn't answer. He simply leans in and, with a cold glint in his eyes, says he has other matters to attend to. The driver flinches in fear. Wang Yi then uses his brainwashing power, commanding the driver to forget everything that just happened. Under hypnosis, he instructs the man to deliver a false report. The city lord and his aide were separated while chasing a mutant zombie and will return by sundown. After confirming the hypnosis worked, Wang Yi tells the driver to drop him off elsewhere. As the vehicle pulls away, Wang Yi reflects quietly on whether he was cruel enough. Doubts creep in about letting Ching Xian get shot, but he forces the emotions down. Meanwhile, back at the battlefield, Ching Xian, bloodied and enraged, fights off the swarm of zombies with raw determination. The narration confirms he survives. Injured and furious at Wang Yi's betrayal, he swears revenge. Overwhelmed by rage and despair, Ching Xian unintentionally awakens his special power, omnipotence. The narration explains that this ability allows him to instantly learn and master any power, which he uses to escape the horde. The female lead arrives on the scene after hearing gunfire and quickly tends to Ching Xian's wounds. Still burning with betrayal, he vows to return to the H shelter and take revenge on Wang Yi. Sparks of electricity flare near Wang Yi's feet as the narration confirms Ching Xian was discarded like trash. Wang Yi convinces himself that mutual hatred is better for them both. Wang Yi remembers someone else who shared Ching Xian's name and regrets the mistakes he made in that past life. Wang Yi resolves to never repeat those same errors. Coldly, he decides to erase all unnecessary emotions and memories. The narration resets, marking a new chapter in the story's progression. Wang Yi returns carrying a captured zombie, while a subordinate points out that it's getting dark and they still haven't found the healing saint. The team grows concerned. One subordinate suggests they return to the shelter, but Wang Yi instructs them to deliver the mutated zombie to the research center instead. His decisiveness impresses the team. However, another soldier hesitates, nervously bringing up Officer Chin. At the mention of his name, Wang Yi falls silent, visibly conflicted. As birds fly across the sky, someone wonders aloud whether it's time to leave the city altogether. Back in the shelter, Wang Yi collapses onto a couch with So beside him. He's visibly drained, emotionally and physically exhausted from pretending to be innocent after nearly killing someone. So questions him, implying that this kind of mission is what Wang Yi wanted all along. So reminds Wang Yi that playing the villain helps complete missions faster, increasing his chances of leaving the world. Wang Yi agrees, but he quietly insists he won't intentionally hurt anyone ever again. He reflects on how he used Ching Xian to trigger his power awakening and acknowledges that he'll accept any revenge that comes his way. Even so, Wang Yi finds some relief in believing that this world's Ching Xian isn't like the one from before, just a typical protagonist. he tells himself. Meanwhile, Ching Xiin lies unconscious and heavily bandaged. Despite his injuries, his body undergoes rapid changes. He awakens in pain as new powers surge within him: super strength, super speed, and even space manipulation. As if that weren't enough, a final ability unlocks: mind reading. Ching Xian's transformation is complete, and his powers are now far beyond ordinary. Wangi finds himself restless and bored without Ching Xian by his side. The absence weighs on him. One morning, he's jolted awake by his SO, who loudly demands food. Grumbling, Wangi complains about SO stepping on him, even though he did hear him the first time. He sluggishly gets up and pours some expired cat food into a bowl, admitting it's all he has left. He explains that the servant who used to prepare raw meat for SO was disposed of, a consequence of Wangi's increasingly ruthless persona. As Wangi reflects, he questions whether the city lord needed to sacrifice Ching Xian to obtain a mutant zombie. SO comments bluntly that Ching Xian was just a disposable pet in the eyes of the villainous version of Wangi. With his new control-type power, Wangi can now command others at will, making Ching Xian's loyalty seem less unique. No one had anticipated that Ching Xian would awaken omnipotence. Irritated, Wangi slouches at the counter. SO asks what's bothering him. Wangi vents, saying it's become too difficult to act like a villain when the person he's supposed to hurt is someone he cares about. SO listens quietly. Trying to keep him focused, SO reminds him that a villain needs to be cruel to pitiful characters to entertain readers. Without that, he wouldn't seem convincing. Still, SO acknowledges that Wangi has kept a moral compass despite his assigned role, and that deserves praise. Wangi sighs, leaning his head on the counter, and softly says he doesn't deserve credit for that. SO eyes him curiously, sensing there's more beneath the surface. Wangi brushes it off, insisting he'll stick to his role and continue being mean to Ching Xian to stay in character. Just then, the system reveals a new mission. Ching Xian, now furious and heartbroken, is seeking revenge. He wants Wangi to feel the same pain he went through. The narration adds that Ching Xian's goal now aligns with the female leads to return to the H shelter and bring down the city lord. The female lead enthusiastically agrees to accompany Ching Xian back to the 8th shelter. She explains that with the medical equipment there and her healing abilities, she hopes to save even more people. Quietly, she and Ching Xian make a secret promise to support each other in their missions. While she focuses on rescuing civilians, Ching Xian plans to spy on Wangi, pretending to forget the past while secretly passing on intel. Their cooperation is expected to gradually grow into romantic feelings. Meanwhile, Wangi, donning a white coat, readies himself for his next strategic move. Determined to be hated by the entire shelter before Ching Xian and the heroine return, he storms into the research center. A staff member tries to stop him, but Wangi pushes through and slams his hand down in frustration. He demands an update on the mutated zombie research. The researcher nervously admits they've only just started, prompting Wangi to call them useless. Angry, he kicks a chair and berates the team for their incompetence. He threatens to fire them and send them to the slums if there are no results by tomorrow. Feeling smug, Wangi internally affirms that it's time to make life harder for everyone. Over the next few days, Wangi executes a series of cold-hearted policies. On the second day, he visits the slums, mocking the residents for always being poor. He throws leftover candies on the ground, watching in silence as the children collect them. On the third day, he raised taxes on a man simply for earning too much. The man is stunned. On the fourth day, he shuts down the flea market for being unsightly. The vendors beg him to reconsider, but he ignores their pleas. On the fifth day, Wangi orders the city walls to be reinforced in response to wall-climbing zombies. By the sixth day, cannons are installed along the perimeter, completing the upgraded defenses. Looking down from the wall, Wangi spots a familiar vehicle approaching the city. Ching Xian and his group have arrived. Inside the car, the girl points ahead, noting that the 8th shelter is now in sight. Ching Xian listened quietly, his expression unreadable. He tells her he'll part ways after entering and warns her to be cautious. Spies are likely stationed near the city gate. The air between them grows tense as they finalize the plan. Ching Xian clenches his fist tightly in silence, struggling to contain his emotions. Its glare sharpens with a mix of determination and simmering anger. Now revealed as an omnipotent mutant, he silently calls out to Wangi, vowing to uncover the truth behind his betrayal. Fueled by his rage and newfound power, Ching Xian returns, not just to confront Wangi, but to expose the hidden darkness buried deep in his mind. Only uninjured individuals with normal body temperature are permitted to enter the shelter. Ching Xiin waits in line to be checked. A guard recognizes him and praises his heroic capture of a mutated zombie. Another guard, surprised, mentions they thought Ching Xiin had died outside the city. Ching Xiin stares coldly, confirming that he was indeed thought to be dead. The nervous guard asks him to wait while someone from the city lord's mansion is called. Ching Xiin sits down as instructed, though he is skeptical about someone being sent to pick him up. He even suspects they are planning to assassinate him instead. The guard tries to make small talk, and Ching Xiin internally worries that civilians are starving now that Wangi is gone. The guard claims the city is doing fine and mentions many recent changes. Growing suspicious about what those major changes might be, Ching Xiin uses his mind-reading power to sense the guard's true thoughts. The guard looks confused as he listens to the question, then explains that Wangi seemed depressed after losing Ching Xiin and pressured the lab to study the mutated zombie. Excitedly, he adds that they might be able to create a vaccine soon, though Ching Xiin internally questions the praise for Wangi. Soon, a woman and a child happily remark that Wangi improved the flea market and even gave out candy, which leaves Ching Xiin speechless and visibly disturbed by the praise Wangi is receiving. Ching Xiin recalls how Wangi never used to do anything himself and doubts the sudden change. The guard admits that Wangi has a bad temper and is arrogant, but despite his flaws, he believes Wangi is a good city lord for protecting the people. Ching Xiin reflects that the guard has been brainwashed just like he once was, and he remembers how Wangi called them friends even after deceiving him. In his memory, Wangi is shown tossing money casually as Ching Xiin kneels on the ground, recalling the humiliation he endured due to one small act of kindness. Clenching his jaw, Ching Xiin vows not to be deceived again, feeling that he already repaid his debt long ago. People around suddenly notice the arrival of a luxurious car. They gossip and wonder who such a flashy vehicle is for, and a wide shot reveals the limo as people gather and whisper curiously. The atmosphere turns silent in anticipation. The car door opens and a polished shoe steps out, drawing attention to the mysterious arrival. Wangi exits stylishly, adjusting his sunglasses, while Ching Xiin watches from a distance and bitterly narrates the scene. Wangi greets Ching Xiin with open arms, acting pleasantly surprised and overjoyed to see him alive, and he smiles brightly, expressing how happy he is to see Ching Xiin again, his excitement seeming genuine. However, Ching Xiin coldly concludes that Wangi no longer deserves his loyalty, and his inner monologue turns dark. Still, Wangi hugs Ching Xiin tightly with a cheerful tone, while Ching Xiin remains silent, his expression unreadable. Ching Xiin suspects that Wangi is only putting on a public act and doubts his sincerity. Onlookers find the reunion heartwarming, but Ching Xiin internally questions the sentiment. He recalls how Wangi almost killed him and calls out to him coldly. Then Ching Xiin whispers that Wangi is cruel, shocking him. He remembers being abandoned by Wangi during a zombie attack, when Wangi showed no emotion as Ching Xiin was taken. Ching Xiin accuses Wangi of leaving him to die, his pain and betrayal evident. Wangi laughs and dismisses Ching Xiin's feelings, questioning if that event still affects him. He claims that the shelter needed a mutant and believed Ching Xiin would survive, justifying his betrayal with false confidence. At this point, Wangi's special power, brainwashing, is revealed as he coldly ends his explanation. He then tries to make Ching Xiin sympathize with his role as city lord, downplaying the betrayal as a necessity, and asks Ching Xiin to reveal his special power and continue working for him. Leaning in, Wangi whispers his demand in Ching Xian's ear, attempting to manipulate him. However, Ching Xian nullifies the brainwashing and internally mocks Wangi for underestimating him. Pretending to trust him, Ching Xian agrees to share his power, and then lies, saying he has the power of healing to gain Wangi's trust. Wangi reacts with interest and questions the healing ability. He grows excited, thinking that Ching Xian's power is valuable. Wangi praises Ching Xian's healing power and even suggests a raise. Though Ching Xian notes that he only cares about power, Ching Xian suspects that Wangi just wants to exploit him for work. Meanwhile, Wangi thinks to himself that Ching Xian has gotten thinner and needs to be fed more. Ching Xian wipes his eyes, disbelieving the words from Wangi's inner thoughts. Despite everything, Wangi's thoughts reveal that he is relieved that Ching Xian is back. Happily, Wangi tells Ching Xian to come with him. And although Ching Xian looks confused, he follows. Wangi then offers to treat Ching Xian to a meal at the best restaurant. Convinced that he must be taken care of, Ching Xian is shocked and baffled by Wangi's over-the-top affection. Wangi cheerfully urges Ching Xian to go with him. In his mind, he calls him his precious baby. Ching Xian silently follows, unsure of what's happening. Sitting in the car, Ching Xian feels confused and suspicious about the situation. He wonders if Wangi genuinely worries about him, as Wangi sparkles with happiness. Grabbing his chest, Ching Xian reminds himself that someone who truly cares wouldn't have sacrificed him. He visualizes Wangi's cold betrayal from the past and smirks. Ching Xian then suspects that his mind-reading powers aren't working properly on Wangi, and he begins doubting everything. Internally, Wangi reflects on how spies behave, then casually offers Ching Xian a drink. Caught off guard by the sudden offer, Ching Xian looks surprised. Wangi offers the drink to help him relax, acting unusually caring, but Ching Xian finds his behavior strange. Wangi boasts that only by staying with him can Ching Xian enjoy rare wine, while secretly complaining about drinking on an empty stomach. Noticing the contradictory behavior and attitude, Ching Xian decides to keep observing him for now. The setting then shifts to the top floor of the city lord's mansion, marking a change of location and mood. Ching Xian remains skeptical about the banquet Wangi claims to have prepared, even as Wangi praises the food as high quality and delicious. Ching Xian silently judges Wangi for being all talk and never keeping his promises, and Wangi casually tells him not to take too long. Realizing that Wangi didn't even tell others he was alive and instantly made him serve, Ching Xian doubts whether his mind-reading powers are giving accurate results. He reflects on how he knows Wangi's cruel nature better than anyone, recalling how society collapsed after the apocalypse. He remembers that the weak had to rely on the strong to survive, when morality and law lost meaning as power became everything. Ching Xian recalls the dark reality where people in power gave in to their desires, and he and Wangi are shown standing over victims. Wangi smiles as he asks how Ching Xian feels about the situation, but Ching Xian shows visible discomfort and disgust. Wangi mocks Ching Xian while reminding him of his past loyalty, and Ching Xian internally hates the version of himself who once blindly followed Wangi. Ching Xian knows he must keep his awakened abilities a secret, so he decides to stay close to Wangi and wait for the right moment to act. He remains patient, waiting for the new civil forces to grow strong enough, believing that timing is key to succeeding, staring intensely at Wangi. Ching Xian mentally declares that his goal is to overthrow the tyrant. Suddenly, Ching Xian turns around, startling Wangi, who nervously laughs and asks why he reacted that way. Wangi then approaches to check what Ching Xian is cooking, thinking that the plan is working since Ching Xian looks visibly irritated. Ching Xian presents the meal, but Wangi expresses surprise and seems unimpressed. Ching Xian suspects that Wangi had selfish intentions from the start. Wangi complains, saying he'd rather eat steak instead, and Ching Xian is annoyed, wondering why he didn't say that earlier. Reluctantly, Ching Xian agreed to make steak again, trying to stay calm despite his frustration. In Wangi's inner thoughts, Wangi praises the beef stew and remarks that it is more nourishing, while also complaining about being hungry all day. Ching Xian questions Wangi's decision about the food, and internally, he feels excited that Wangi actually wants the stew. Ching Xian grows confused by Wangi's behavior and wonders why he is making things difficult. Wangi thinks to himself that tossing Ching Xian aside is more important than eating. Annoyed, Ching Xian threatens to throw the food away, but Wangi urgently stops him. Ching Xian looks surprised as Wangi hesitates and changes his mind. Wangi then coughs awkwardly and calls Ching Xian wasteful for wanting to throw the food away, and Ching Xian stays quiet, clearly annoyed. Reflecting on the situation, Ching Xian recalls that Wangi never used to care about being frugal, making him suspicious of the change. A flashback shows Wangi in the past dismissively ordering food to be discarded, and Ching Xian remembers how he was treated coldly. Later, Wangi mockingly calls the dish a reward and demands a new steak, though internally, he just wants to make Ching Xian eat more because he's worried about him. Finally, Ching Xian silently stares at Wangi, his expression unreadable. Ching Xian sits on the swing, wondering if there is someone who hurts others despite feeling pain themselves. He looks thoughtful and conflicted as he continues speaking, asking if someone who endures pain yet torments others truly exists. A girl, identified as the heroine with healing powers, listens silently. She then questions whether such behavior is twisted, looking confused, guessing that Wangi is still controlling Ching Xian. She mentions his past betrayal, but Ching Xian remains silent. Ching Xian apologizes, saying she didn't need to bring that up while hiding the fact that he can read minds. He claims he returned to the base solely to get revenge on Wangi, insisting there is no other reason, and firmly states that he is not acting out of softness or sentiment. Looking serious and resolute, he listens as the girl offers to help him achieve his goal, asking in return for something in exchange. She asks Ching Xiin to help her create a world where everyone can live equally, and she bites on the bread with a smile. Surprised, Ching Xian asks why she is treating him so kindly, appearing touched and uncertain. He reflects on how she not only saved and healed him, but even chose to support his revenge. The girl explains that she will help anyone in need and never expected to come into this world without making a difference, stating that her goal is to stay strong and stable, and she hopes Ching Xian can help complete the mission. Ching Xian listens quietly as she explains their shared purpose, and in his thoughts, he repeats the word mission, though he remains unsure about it. The girl then says she needs to return to her district, where daily survival is difficult. She thanks him for the bread and mentions that she'll share it with local kids, while Ching Xian thinks that earning money shouldn't be a problem. Ching Xian offers to help anytime and suggests that she could stay in the main city if she wants to save people. However, she declines, thinking it's safer to hide her powers, and urges Ching Xian to continue his work. Finally, Ching Xian silently watched her walk away, his expression serious and contemplative. Ching Xian wonders how the girl knew about his hidden plan to investigate Wangi's influence. Meanwhile, Wangi lounges in pajamas, reading a book, while So sits nearby. Wangi explains that the daily wage system barely covers basic living costs in the base, and they discuss the high food prices caused by farmland being overrun by zombies, making survival hard. So assures Wangi that bloodshed and unrest are expected during regime changes, and Wangi reflects that strength is key to bringing reform and that cruelty can be more effective than kindness. Wangi then plans to build a strong foundation for Ching Xian and the heroine to eventually topple the current rule. He acknowledges that there are unresolved parts of the plot that must be addressed before continuing, hinting at a specific unresolved issue: unexpected black market trafficking, theft due to people being unable to eat, the horde of zombies, and the food shortage. All these were part of the original storyline but were not highlighted. Wangi throws his book in frustration. When reading a novel, the plight of the background characters can be ignored, but when you're living in the world of the book, addressing the living conditions of the people is crucial. So looks at him, nonchalant. He assures Wangi that as long as he can complete the mission, it does not care what he does. So reminds him of the mistake he made in the previous novel. It reminds him not to get close to the heroine. More So, to not let the heroine fall in love with Wangi. That should be a villain 101 rule. Wangi assures him that he would not mess up this time. In this novel, his character is so utterly despicable that there's no way for the heroine to fall for him. So demands that he work harder on the next scenes. Wangi pumps his fist, assuring him he will bully the protagonist to the point that he would hate his guts to the fullest. Ching Xian rides the elevator to the 50th floor, carrying a covered dish. Wangi relaxes in the pool as the mission objective pool bullying is displayed. Wangi greets Ching Xian and asks if dinner is ready, while the system outlines the mission goal: to bully Ching Xian until his mind breaks. Ching Xian confirms that dinner is ready and uncovers the dish, revealing a beautifully made cake and saying it's because Wangi wanted cake. Wangi is surprised and impressed, realizing Ching Xian must have made it himself. Finally, Ching Xian looks serious and quietly tells Wangi to try it. Ching Xian is introduced as the loyal male protagonist, previously obedient like a dog, standing silently behind Wangi. In a flashback, Ching Xian is shown being betrayed and injured, yet he still shows mercy to his best friend as blood splatters dramatically when he falls. He sinks underwater, reflecting on the pain caused by someone close, and regrets not taking action when he had the chance. Meanwhile, Wangi admires the cake but reminds himself to follow the plot and bully Ching Xian, teasing him by asking to be fed. Ching Xian agrees and prepares to feed Wangi, silently wondering what Wangi is planning. As Ching Xian cuts into the cake, Wangi feels guilty that the cute cake is now ruined. We all feel the same Wangi. Ching Xian feeds Wangi, who obediently opens his mouth, and the moment feels unexpectedly intimate. Wangi is amazed by the flavor and reacts dramatically. The cake's sweetness surprises him. He describes the perfect mix of creamy texture and juicy peaches, overwhelmed by how good it tastes. Excitedly, he praises the cake. While Ching Xian doubts the over-the-top reaction, Wangi pretends he didn't actually taste it. Ching Xian then asks if Wangi wants to try another piece. Wangi secretly celebrated the chance to eat more. Ching Xian watches Wangi enjoy the cake but grows frustrated that his mind-reading ability could be faulty. Despite his mind-reading powers working, Ching Xian still can't understand Wangi's thoughts. Suddenly, Wangi flicks cream at Ching Xian, catching him off guard. He pretends it was an accident and offers a half-hearted apology, extending his hand to wipe Ching Xian. Wangi thinks it's the perfect moment to pull him into the water, but Ching Xian pulls away, which confuses Wangi. Ching Xian then questions Wangi's motives, while Wangi teasingly suggests he's avoiding being touched. Wangi asks if Ching Xian is still mad about being left behind, and Ching Xian replies no. Finally, Ching Xian tells himself to focus on uncovering Wangi's true intentions. Wangi smugly declares his dominance over Ching Xian, confident that Ching Xian is still under his control. A flashback shows Wangi ordering Ching Xian to be absolutely loyal, a command that was unbreakable without special powers. Wangi remains unaware that Ching Xian is no longer bound. Wangi then points at the cream on Ching Xian's face and playfully calls it dirty. Forcefully, he pulls Ching Xian into the water, startling him and catching him off guard. Ching Xian resurfaces angrily, demanding to know Wangi's intentions, visibly frustrated. In response, Wangi touches Ching Xian's face and comments that he looks better cleaned up, leaving Ching Xian stunned by the unexpected affection. Internally, Ching Xian questions if this kind of touch is also considered bullying, and he blushes. Wangi teases Ching Xian again, calling him dirty, before suddenly pulling him into the water to wash it off. Ching Xian looks shocked as he resurfaces, demanding to know what Wangi is doing. Wangi wipes Ching Xian's face, saying he looks cleaner without the cream. Blushing, Ching Xian questions whether this act is also considered bullying. Wangi then compliments Ching Xian's looks and wonders why so many girls chase him. Ching Xian replies that the girls were only interested in getting close to Wangi. They all became Wangi's girlfriends. Wangi admits that he purposefully snatched those girls as he can't let Ching Xian get distracted. Ching Xian is confused. The pink thought bubble hovering above Wangi's head reveals that he is lying. Wangi grabs Ching Xian's head as he shoves his face close to his. With a crazed look, he tells Ching Xian how much he hates it when people touch his belongings. In a fit of anger, he pushes Ching Xian's head down in the water, demanding to know why Ching Xian is not being obedient. As he drowns Ching Xian, he tells him that Ching Xian is his and not even death could take him away. Meanwhile, Wangi thinks that 5 seconds should be enough to prevent Ching Xian from actually dying. Wangi receives confirmation that the villain mission is complete, and he looks relieved and happy that it's finally over. He reflects that Ching Xian must have suffered, even if only briefly, and then mocks Ching Xian for being weak, telling him to prove his healing ability. The system explains that in the next plot, Ching Xian will stop being confused and will be pushed by repeated humiliation. Angered and hurt again, Ching Xian begins planning his revenge by approaching Commander Li to remove Wangi's control over others. The system explains that Ching Xian will use his brainwashing power to overwrite Wangi's commands and to shift their loyalty from Wangi himself. He successfully converts the city lord's servants to follow him, stepping into his dark protagonist role. Wangi initially thinks everything is going well, but then he becomes worried and calls out to Ching Xian, panicking when Ching Xian doesn't respond. Wangi tries to brush off the incident casually before gently slapping Ching Xian's face, urging him to wake up. Desperate, Wangi yells while using his ability to try and rouse Ching Xian, but Ching Xian's body goes limp in his arms. Staring in shock, Wangi is unsure if Ching Xian is faking it, and his worry grows as he realizes that Ching Xian's body feels cold. Checking his breathing and heartbeat, Wangi finds them both weak. Worried, he calls out to the system for help. In disbelief, he questions if something went wrong, fearing he may have accidentally killed Ching Xian. In a panic, Wangi kneels over Ching Xian, while Esso scolds him for being too clueless and sarcastically questions if he overdid the bullying. Wangi insists he didn't mean to hurt Ching Xian while Esso prepares to check his condition. The system detects weak vital signs and Wangi panics, desperately asking what to do as he looks at Ching Xian's unresponsive body. He then realizes that only Ching Xian and the Holy Healer have healing powers. Meanwhile, Ching Xian, pretending to be unconscious, wonders who Wangi is talking to. In a panic, Wangi blurts out that he should do CPR. Meanwhile, Ching Xian notes that the room had no one else when he entered. Although Wangi hesitates, he decides to perform CPR despite only knowing it from TV. Ching Xian silently laughs to himself about Wangi gaining a new subordinate. Ching Xian realizes that he can't wake up now, as Wangi will realize that something is off. Ching Xian recalls how Wangi never panicked like this before and suspects that Wangi is just pretending to care. He thinks that if Wangi isn't genuinely trying to save him, he won't hold back. Suddenly, Wangi leans in and kisses Ching Xian as part of CPR, startling him. "This is not how you do CPR. Don't try this at home." Ching Xian becomes confused and flustered, thinking about how soft Wangi's lips are while Wangi is equally confused, wondering what Ching Xiin is trying to do. Panicking, Wangi believes that artificial respiration is his last option and goes through with CPR. That sight will surely bring something to life. As Wangi continues, Ching Xiin begins to cough and eventually sits up, weak but conscious. Wangi looks surprised and relieved to see him awake, then smiles and asks if Ching Xiin is okay, clearly happy that he is awake. Wangi happily confirms that Ching Xiin is awake, looking visibly relieved. Ching Xiin coughs while Wangi fusses over him. Then, Wangi reminds himself to act like a villain now that Ching Xiin is conscious. Ching Xiin reads his thoughts, wondering what he means. Awkwardly, Wangi tries to act mean by slapping Ching Xian's face. Wangi mocks Ching Xian for being too weak to be toyed with, leaving Ching Xian both confused and slightly annoyed. Wangi then walks away, telling Ching Xian to leave quickly, and Ching Xian thinks that Wangi is completely crazy. Ching Xian silently reflects, acknowledging Wangi's faults. He remembers how Wangi once gave him artificial respiration to save his life and recalls Wangi saying that he belongs to him in both life and death. Affected by these intense words, Ching Xian quietly processes them. Then, he calls out to Wangi and asks what he just said, which leaves Wangi looking confused by the question. Ching Xian seriously asks if everything Wangi said was true, and Wangi appears caught off guard. Internally, Wangi wonders which part Ching Xian is referring to, suspecting it might be about his conversation with Ezo. Ching Xian asks if Wangi was really trying to drown him. Ching Xian then brings up Wangi's claim that he belongs to him, trying to appear weak and innocent. Suddenly, Wangi realizes what Ching Xian is referring to and mentally panics. Confidently, Wangi affirms that it's true, internally reflecting that their dynamic feels more like possessive love. Ching Xian reads Wangi's emotions and hears him say, "I like you," making him wonder if Wangi truly means it. Feeling uncertain, Ching Xian questions whether something is off and starts doubting Wangi's sincerity. Finally, Ching Xian blushes and becomes flustered, questioning if Wangi actually likes him. Ching Xian starts connecting the dots and wonders if Wangi is into power play-type dynamics. Ching Xian's thoughts begin to spiral. Wangi holds Esso in his arms, while Ching Xian wonders why he saved him if he wasn't interested. A flashback shows Wangi offering money to a younger Ching Xian and calling him a beggar, hinting at a transactional or manipulative dynamic from the past. Ching Xian thinks of how Wangi kept up appearances for his family and couldn't come out openly, which forced him to hide his feelings. He believes that Wangi buried his emotions and turned them into harsh behaviors like bullying, with that emotional repression transforming into cruelty. In another memory, Wangi tells Ching Xian to die for him, then smiles sweetly and calls him his lifeblood, a twisted way of showing affection. Ching Xian also remembers Wangi's disinterest in women at a banquet, as he focused more on powerful men, raising further questions about his intentions. Ching Xian uses his brainwashing control to disable someone's influence and demands a clear recount of a past event. A driver then recalls how Wangi pushed him into danger but later appeared regretful, suggesting that Wangi felt conflicted. The driver continues, explaining that Wangi panicked afterward and disappeared, leading Ching Xian to realize that Wangi went back and only left once he confirmed that he's in good hands. Ching Xian remains puzzled by Wangi's actions. He recalls that Wangi left after ensuring he'd be rescued. It's something about that feels off. Ching Xian reasons that Wangi could have brought both him and the Holy Maiden together. So why didn't he? Concluding that there are too many inconsistencies, Ching Xian feels the need to understand Wangi's true intentions. He starts to suspect that Wangi was talking to the black cat, and he wonders when Wangi got the cat, as nothing else unusual was in the room. Telling himself he's missing the point, Ching Xian focuses on why Wangi talks to the cat. Maybe it's a mutant ability. He reflects on how mysterious Wangi is. Meanwhile, Wangi feels guilty and wonders if he said something wrong to upset Ching Xian. While picking his clothes, he reminds S.O. how he could empathize with criminals. He tells S.O. how he could feel killer vibes coming from Ching Xian, which he finds reassuring. It takes one to know one. He's confused by this shift in emotions. S.O. asks for clarification, and Wangi confirms that the situation feels ambiguous. He explains that Ching Xian's threatening aura seems gone but wonders if it's just his imagination. S.O. responds that everything appears normal and suggests that maybe Ching Xian is just reacting to being saved. Wangi then worries that the artificial respiration might be seen as an embarrassing moment rather than boosting favor. S.O. questions Wangi's sudden overthinking, pointing out that he's usually not like this. Wangi refocuses and instructs S.O. to monitor Ching Xiin to locate high-ranking officials who are still under mind control for a future revenge plot. Just then, someone knocks on a door. Ching Xiin is greeted by a uniformed man, who asks what's going on. Without hesitation, Ching Xiin activates his brainwashing power and instructs the man to begin shifting his loyalty away from the city lord. A grand ornate hall stands empty, its door slightly ajar, casting a sliver of light onto the polished floor. Wangi enters, visibly tense about completing his mission, while S.O. appears beside him, trying to offer reassurance. Wangi is surprised to learn that Ching Xiin has successfully brainwashed his former companions, gaining complete control over them. Though relieved at first, Wangi nervously shakes it off, but S.O. warns him not to get too comfortable. Accidents have happened before. Wangi scolds S.O. for being ominous, clearly worried something might happen to Ching Xiin again. He lightens the mood by noting that the plot is finally stable, mentioning a certain rarely seen villain. Later, at a formal New Year's event, Wangi encounters Ching Xiin. S.O. promptly reminds him of the current mission, to bully Ching Xiin. Wangi winces, finding it difficult. Humorously, Wangi struggles with his own thoughts, feeling like a pervert for enjoying the idea of teasing Ching Xiin. S.O. teases him, questioning how he managed to suppress such mischievous impulses all this time. Wangi pauses to seriously reflect on the situation and thinks about the friends who once supported him. Suddenly, he notices Ching Xiin nearby and is startled. Before he's spotted, Wangi quickly hides, but Ching Xiin senses something and scans the area with sharp suspicion, trying to identify who's watching. Ching Xiin quickly spots Wangi and S.O. hiding nearby. Without hesitation, he stealthily moves to catch them, teleporting toward Wangi in a surprise attack. Startled, Wangi dashes away and just barely slips into an elevator, with Ching Xiin close behind. Catching his breath, Wangi nervously jokes that he almost blew his cover, grateful Ching Xiin didn't catch him outright. Unknown to him, Ching Xiin stands beside him invisible. Ching Xiin grows more confused, beginning to question why Wangi seems intent on making him hate him. S.O. coldly reminds Wangi that his mission is ultimately to be killed by Ching Xiin. Wangi explains that for the plan to work, Ching Xiin has to hate him enough to kill him, further puzzling Ching Xiin. Wangi insists he must preserve his image as a villain to stay convincing. Slowly, Ching Xiin pieces it together. Wangi's cruelty might be an act meant to force hatred and lead to his own death. The realization hits hard. Ching Xiin stands frozen, silently wrestling with the painful possibility that Wangi has orchestrated everything for this end. As this emotional weight settles, a new voice cuts in, discussing individuals with psychopathic traits, those who lack empathy and harm others for amusement. It was the female protagonist who explained this to Ching Xiin. Ching Xiin is told that if controlling Wangi proves impossible, he always has the option to run away. The advice unsettles him as he recalls Wangi's possessive declarations and unsettling affection, how love had become a weapon used to manipulate. His memory paints Wangi as menacing and destructive, driven by twisted logic that equates killing with love. Ching Xiin realizes that Wangi's way of expressing love is to provoke Ching Xiin into murdering him, believing that's the only path to closure. Overwhelmed, Ching Xiin punches the wall in frustration, rejecting the idea. He acknowledges that Wangi's methods are fundamentally wrong. Bitterly, he repeats Wangi's cynical reasoning, questioning just how selfish it is to place such a burden on someone else's hands. As he struggles with these thoughts, Ching Xiin is torn, unsure if Wangi is lost or simply racing toward his own destruction. Meanwhile, Wangi lounges lazily, wondering why Ching Xiin hasn't brought him food yet. When Ching Xiin finally appears, Wangi sits up in surprise. Ching Xiin apologizes, explaining he was busy and asking if Wangi is hungry, his tone calm but burdened with hidden emotion. Wangi sits up as Ching Xiin enters the room. Ching Xiin asks if Wangi is hungry. Wangi complains that he'll starve because Ching Xiin can't cook, adding that he hates eating in the cafeteria with useless people. Ching Xiin realizes that Wangi asking him to cook might be part of his controlling nature. Wangi angrily scolds Ching Xiin for being late. Meanwhile, his inner thoughts reveal that he waited even when he thinks that his hunger will make him sick. He kicks Ching Xiin to make a point. Ching Xiin is surprised that Wangi didn't even ask anyone else for help despite being sick, and he questions whether Wangi waited just for him. Wangi wonders why Ching Xiin is zooming out, while Ching Xiin thinks about how different Wangi's views are. Wangi then tells Ching Xiin to stop spacing out and start cooking. Deciding to test Wangi, Ching Xiin recalls how he had said strange things earlier. Wangi calls out to Ching Xiin, who explains that he couldn't cook but reserved the restaurant instead, assuring him it's nearby. Ching Xiin gently urges Wangi to go now, promising privacy at the restaurant. Wangi is confused and suspicious, wondering if Ching Xiin is hiding something. He agrees to eat out but warns Ching Xiin not to keep secrets from him. Nervously, Ching Xiin sits up as Wangi warns that deception will lead to consequences, and Ching Xiin wonders if Wangi wants to know everything about him. Ching Xiin explains that he's only trying to make up for not cooking, and Wangi listens silently. Finally, Wangi agrees to go and tells Ching Xiin to help him get ready. Ching Xiin replies affirmatively. In the dressing area, Wangi teases that the food had better be good or Ching Xiin will be punished, while Ching Xiin gently guides him forward. Ching Xiin agrees while Wangi thinks proudly about always finding reasons to tease him. Ching Xiin helps Wangi put on a shirt. Ching Xiin then says that Wangi can punish him if the food isn't good, and he feels reassured now that he understands Wangi's attitude. Ching Xiin realizes that Wangi now seems more eager to die by his hands than to kill him, a shift in behavior that surprises him. Ching Xiin begins unbuttoning Wangi's shirt, thinking it's okay to go further, and Wangi is startled by the action. Steuven, Wangi starts feeling unsure about how close they're standing, and both appear slightly flustered. Ching Xiin asks what's wrong and urges him to hurry, while Wangi pretends he's not enjoying it, despite the tension. Ching Xiin wonders how Wangi could feel excitement from mere physical contact. He thinks it's perverted, insisting that he's a normal person. Ching Xiin refuses to respond to Wangi's twisted feelings. Ching Xiin reflects on Wangi's earlier comment about punishment and thinks he can use Wangi's sadistic nature to his advantage. Outside, bystanders on the street are surprised to see a luxury car in the area and wonder why such a vehicle appears during a fuel shortage. They suspected someone from the main city. Wangi questions why they're dining in a civilian area, and Ching Xiin explains that it's a quiet spot where no one will disturb them. Ching Xiin opens the car door and politely gestures for Wangi to get out. Wangi sits in silence, suspicious of Ching Xian's true intentions, and Ching Xiin smirks as he watches him, amused. Ching Xiin then reveals his reasons for bringing Wangi to challenge his high standards and see how he handles the locals. He also wants to observe how Wangi treats the survivors in the city. Shortly afterward, a waiter brings food to the table, signaling that the meal is served. A woman and her child politely accept their simple bowl of white noodles, and the waiter approaches Wangi with his dish. However, Wangi looks unimpressed and doesn't respond. Wangi is shocked to see that every dish served is made from potatoes, and he questions why there's nothing else. Ching Xiin explains that in this area, potatoes are the only available food, and fish is rare deeper in the ghetto. He shares that some people have only wild vegetable cakes to eat for all meals, while a child calls out to their mother. Wangi hears a girl asking her mom why others can eat vegetables while they only get noodles, and he looks conflicted. Ching Xiin encourages Wangi to try the food, saying that it's actually tasty, while internally revealing that this is a test and that he hired the mother and daughter to see how Wangi would react. Angrily, Wangi questions if this meal is all there is and demands more explanation for why they were brought here. Ching Xiin silently observes, contemplating whether Wangi will act hypocritically or selfishly. Ching Xiin is startled when Wangi seems unfazed or unaffected by what appears to be emotional manipulation. Finally, he gets startled by Wangi's inner thoughts. Wangi wonders about Ching Xian's motives and wonders why he brought two supporters with him. Wangi wonders why Ching Xian brought two people with him, and Ching Xian is shocked that Wangi might have figured it out. Wangi notes how naturally the mother and daughter are acting and concludes that they are indeed related. He observes that the two aren't behaving like poor people and suspects Ching Xian is testing him, wondering if the villain deserves a second chance. He tells himself to keep pretending so that Ching Xian will get disappointed, sticking to his plan of provoking Ching Xian. Ching Xian is confused and wonders what Wangi is trying to do, looking at him suspiciously. Suddenly, Wangi flicks a piece of food toward Ching Xian's hand, an action that is both sudden and intentional. Wangi then tells Ching Xian that this is his punishment for deceiving him, and Ching Xian is surprised by the gesture. Wangi holds out the food and demands that Ching Xian lick it, justifying the act by saying food shouldn't be wasted but also can't be left dirty. Stunned by Wangi's words and gestures, Ching Xian feels the tension between them escalate. Ching Xian looks at the food in his hand and mentally sighs about going through this again. He accepts the order with a bow, feeling resigned to this type of treatment, and leans down toward the food piece in his hand. Dramatically, he licks the food while Wangi watches in surprise. Wangi is shocked and accuses Ching Xian of biting him. to which Ching Xian apologizes casually while Wangi appears annoyed and flustered. Ching Xian does not feel guilty at all. Suddenly, someone runs into the restaurant, shouting about zombies. Both Ching Xian and Wangi turn their heads toward the commotion, and the mood shifts as danger approaches the restaurant. Wangi is shocked by the sudden mention of zombies and questions how zombies could appear. Chaos erupts as people run and scream for help, and Ching Xian and Wangi watch the panic unfold at the entrance. A zombie bites someone in the street, and Wangi wonders if the scene is a sudden transition in the story. Wangi radios in coordinates, warning about mutant zombies already attacking civilians, which surprises Ching Xian. The narrative explains that the base was attacked by climbing mutant zombies and that many residents were infected. Wangi tries to direct civilians to safety while the system labels the enemy's ability as brainwashing. Aiming to minimize damage while attacking the zombies, he stays calm and logical under pressure. Ching Xian remains confused by Wangi's quick reaction and wonders what he means by his words. Ching Xian watches as Wangi runs off with a gun and questions how Wangi knew there would be an invasion. Realizing he doesn't know the full contents of the novel, Ching Xian focuses on stopping the virus from spreading further. Wangi then declares that he will take care of the bitten person before they turn into a zombie, and Ching Xian acknowledges his effort. Wangi shoots decisively to stop the infected from transforming, and Ching Xian reflects on how fearless Wangi is in the face of danger. Wangi appears determined, taking charge amidst the chaos of the crowd and zombies, which leads Ching Xian to wonder if Wangi is still the same cold strategist who would do anything to reach his goals. Soon, Ching Xian's team arrives and apologizes for their delay, and Ching Xian commands them to find and help all the bitten and injured citizens. Staring silently and deep in thought, Ching Xian concludes that Wangi is cunning and knows how to manipulate people, and he decides that he won't be deceived anymore. The time shifts to 1 a.m., showing a tall building in the city at night. Wangi wonders why Ching Xian hasn't returned yet, casually remarking that Ching Xian has already finished his job dealing with the zombies. Esso explains that the virus has spread widely and that the area is under lockdown to check for wounds, since people often hide their injuries to avoid elimination. Feeling bored, Wangi lies down and mentions that he wants to ask Ching Xian something, while Esso quietly continues processing information nearby. Esso recalls that Wangi's shots were precise, hitting Ching Xian many times without causing fatal damage, and concludes that after killing the mutant zombies, Wangi clearly does not seem like a beginner with firearms. Wangi then reflects on a past question about shooting practice, looking up, lost in thought. He remembers a childhood friend who went to police school, which inspired him. He recalls that the girl often brought friends to the shooting range, though he is not sure what happened to her now. Quietly, he worries that if he and Lucy disappear, the girl will be left alone. Soon, Wangi hears the elevator and guesses that Ching Xian might have returned. Ching Xian arrives and asks if Wangi is looking for him, and Wangi casually tells him to sit down. Wangi then asks what happens to those bitten by mutant zombies and if any of them awaken powers. Ching Xian explains that those confirmed bitten were executed and the rest remain in isolation. Wangi praises Ching Xian for his handling of the situation, and Ching Xian thanks him for his trust, promising that no one will escape his monitoring. Ching Xian wonders what Wangi's true intention is since the timing and setting feel unusual. He notes that Esso is quiet and doesn't talk around outsiders, while Wangi encourages more drinking. Internally, Wangi thinks about getting Ching Xian drunk to gather intel, but Ching Xian remains suspicious of his intentions. Wangi drinks confidently while Ching Xian reluctantly follows, silently analyzing the situation. Ching Xian says he's ready to leave after reporting, but Wangi insists on having a drink together. Ching Xian agrees, while Esso comments that it doesn't concern him and walks off. Reflecting on the interaction, Ching Xian concludes that since Wangi intentionally messes with him, he might as well play along, casually. Ching Xian asks if Wangi reads novels, which surprises Wangi with the sudden question. Ching Xian says he sometimes reads before bed, not necessarily from a book. Wangi tries to deflect the question, wondering if Ching Xian has figured out that this is a novel world. Ching Xian is visibly surprised and starts suspecting something is amiss. He confirms Wangi's answer, while Wangi tells himself not to overreact. Ching Xian recalls that Wangi had mentioned novels before and wonders if Wangi sees their experiences as fictional. In response, Wangi questions Ching Xian's silence, pretending not to understand the deeper meaning. Ching Xian recalls a story about a childhood couple from a book, and the story resonates with him emotionally. The story continues with a poor girl and an illegitimate rich boy who shared hardships. Even after separation, the boy never forgot her. Ching Xian reflects inwardly, unsure if the story will help or make sense, and he seems conflicted. Meanwhile, Wangi listens while slightly drunk, thinking the story feels oddly familiar, and he presses for more details. Ching Xian explains that the couple met again as adults but could not be together in the end. Wangi casually responds that first loves usually do not work out, but Ching Xian corrects him, saying it was the girl who left the boy and then vanished. Overwhelmed and dizzy, Wangi tries to make sense of the conversation and abruptly ends the story, calling it boring. He then questions why Ching Xian invited him to dinner in the first place, and Wangi, drunkenly, reflects on how choosing the cheap restaurant and encountering zombies felt too coincidental. He even starts suspecting something strange about the mother-daughter pair. Ching Xian thinks that Wangi might suspect him of plotting, but at least he is trying to protect the base, so he insists to himself that it is all a coincidence. Wangi says he is glad Ching Xian invited him, remarking that more people might have died otherwise, and he hesitantly tries to express gratitude. Then, Wangi questions if the story's plot changed because of the male protagonist, and Ching Xian wonders if Wangi is referring to him. Wangi reflects that no matter how Ching Xian has changed, he is still a good and loyal leader, and he wonders how Ching Xian views him now. Ching Xian notices that Wangi seems different from before, and Wangi, now too tipsy, feels he cannot think clearly. Ching Xian wonders if Wangi is really drunk, since he used to handle liquor better, and he notices another strange change. Wangi's inner thoughts reveal that he knows that his brainwashing ability does not work on Ching Xian. Inwardly, Wangi complains that Ching Xian being an all-in-ability user is too overpowered, a phrase that shocks Ching Xian. Now fully drunk, Wangi quietly falls asleep. While Wangi sleeps, Ching Xian begins to panic internally. He just discovered that Wangi knows about his real powers. Ching Xian can't make sense of the situation. Ching Xian calls out to Wangi, concerned as he leans closer to check on him. Ching Xian then questions how Wangi knows about all-encompassing abilities and activates an ability to check Wangi's mental state. After confirming that Wangi is asleep, Ching Xian is confused about why he would fake being deceived. Watching Wangi sleeping, Ching Xian finds him fragile-looking and realizes he could easily snap Wangi's neck with just a small movement. Ching Xian begins to apply pressure on Wangi's neck, causing him to flinch in his sleep, and activates his nightmare ability, which prevents people from waking up, while continuing to choke Wangi. He considers faking Wangi's suicide to avoid suspicion from others, thinking that doing so would make it easier for him to take over Wangi's position as city lord. Leaning over Wangi, Ching Xian hesitates as he contemplates the consequences of his power. He reflects that using too many abilities would make him a tyrant and physically strain him. Wangi stirs slightly in his sleep as Ching Xian gently touches his face, deciding that it's better to bide his time. A mental scan confirms that the nightmare ability worked, thinking Wangi should continue believing he's in a novel. Ching Xian then wonders if Wangi still has feelings for him, but strongly denies the idea and expresses inner disgust at the thought. In his sleep, Wangi mumbles, and Ching Xian worries if the nightmare ability is making Wangi experience distressing dreams. Ching Xian looks surprised and puzzled by something Wangi mumbles in his sleep. Ching Xian uses his ability to read Wangi's mind by placing a hand on his forehead. Ching Xian sees a memory involving a disturbing scene related to a cat. In the memory, young Wangi suggests that the killer must be curious if the cat was pregnant. Ching Xian realizes he is inside Wangi's dream and starts to understand his thoughts. Wangi's classmates question how he knew about the cat and seem disturbed by his behavior. Lucy expresses how strange Wangi is, wondering why someone would kill a cat out of curiosity. Young Wangi reflects on how humans often kill weaker creatures for food or for experiments, questioning why it is considered strange when he does something similar. The two kids are startled by Wangi's response and seem unsure how to react. Ching Xian wonders how Wangi, supposedly from a wealthy background, has such disturbing memories. One of the kids then asks Wangi a hypothetical question about survival on a deserted island. Wangi casually suggests they start with the weakest person if food runs out, a suggestion that surprises the others. Lucy freaks out, yelling that Wangi has a tendency of becoming a cannibal. Mo looks at Wangi with cold intensity and slaps Wangi across the face, catching him off guard. Wangi sits on the ground, holding his face in confusion, and asks why she hit him. Mo walks up and says something ominous, hinting that Wangi might not realize something important. She glares at Wangi and calls him the weakest among them in a serious, confrontational tone. Finally, Mo grabs Wangi by the collar and declares that they can do as they please with the weakest. Wangi looks frightened and vulnerable. Ching Xian tries to intervene, but his ghostly hand passes through Bai Mo. Remembering that he's inside a dream and cannot interfere directly, Ching Xian steps back as the scene plays out. He wonders if this was the moment that affected Wangi's personality and watches the confrontation unfold helplessly. The girl prepares to attack again, and Ching Xian is surprised that another fight is starting. Yet, the girl simply rubbed Wangi's plump cheeks. The girl then wonders why the red mark on Wangi's face won't go away and begins to panic. She freaks out, realizing that she might have hurt Wangi more than she intended, and Lu Zi looks alarmed as well. Both kids rush to inspect Wangi's face, and they panic as the redness appears to grow worse. The kids argue loudly about touching and hitting each other. They panic over Wangi's redeemed cheeks. A younger Wangi is confused why Bai Mo suddenly stops hitting him. His classmates seem equally puzzled by his reaction. They explain they weren't actually trying to hurt him, but only wanted to teach him a moral lesson. Bai Mo declares that hurting others is wrong and expresses empathy. Feeling guilty, Bai Mo apologizes to Wangi, saying she didn't mean to cause him pain. Wangi awkwardly accepts the apology, still trying to make sense of the situation. Despite this, Bai Mo insists on fairness and refuses to let the apology end things so easily. Determined to balance things out, Bai Mo demands that Wangi hit her back. Lu Zi steps in and offers to take the hit instead. Ching Xian stands invisible off to the side, quietly observing everything unfold. As the classmates start arguing over who should take the blame, Wangi tries to stop them, overwhelmed by the escalating situation. He listens as they begin debating whether boys should hit girls, then veer into a discussion about strength and future dominance. Suddenly, Wangi bursts into laughter, surprising everyone. For a moment, his classmates are stunned to see him genuinely smiling. Wangi is surprised to find himself genuinely laughing and realizes it's the first time in a while he's felt true happiness. His classmates notice the difference, wondering aloud if he had only been faking his smiles before. Feeling guilty that his friends argued over him, Wangi also feels deeply touched by their kindness and concern. The other kids look at him quietly, picking up on the emotional shift. Wangi admits he doesn't think he can laugh anymore, which makes his friends worried. They quickly reassure him that laughing can be learned and offer to teach him. Wangi looks surprised by their encouragement, doubting that something like laughter can be taught, but his friends remain positive. When Wangi asks how to start, one of them suggests they simply do something fun. Meanwhile, Ching Xian observes the group in silence, thinking that kids can overcome emotional flaws with the help of others. He concludes that Wangi just needs genuine, supportive friends to keep his issues in check. As Wangi's friends happily invite him over, Ching Xian silently reflects again, this time questioning if he was wrong about Wangi needing others to fix him. As Ching Xian attempts to manipulate Wangi's dream, he's startled to find that his ability fails. Wangi remains cheerful and unaffected. This unexpected reaction puzzles Ching Xian, who had expected nightmares to surface. But suddenly, the pleasant dream twists violently, plunging into darkness. Chaos erupts around Ching Xian as flames rise, and he sees Wangi frantically searching through the wreckage. Wangi struggles to push aside debris, desperately trying to save someone trapped beneath the rubble. When he realizes he can't reach them, panic sets in as he calls out the name Lu Zi. Shaken and emotional, Wangi begs the trapped person to wake up. Fragmented flashbacks reveal joyful moments between Wangi and Lu Zi, showcasing how close they once were. Overcome by the trauma, Wangi drops to his knees, unsure of how to cope or explain what's happened. A system voice coldly labels Wangi a villain, stating his genetic predisposition and calling him a murderer. Watching all of this unfold, Ching Xian spots S.O., the black cat, and is suddenly offered a contract. The moment sparks a serious realization in Ching Xian, confirming a long-held suspicion he's now ready to face. Wangi starts his morning by brushing his teeth, chatting with S.O. about falling asleep the night before. S.O. confirms it, but Wangi complains about having a nightmare and worries it might affect his character's stability. Just then, the elevator arrives earlier than expected, catching Wangi off guard. He quickly assumes Ching Xian is behind the early visit and scrambles to compose himself, reminding himself to stay in villain mode. Meanwhile, Ching Xian silently prepares food containers in the kitchen, looking deeply troubled. He reflects on the disturbing dream he had and starts to suspect it wasn't just a dream. Perhaps it was a glimpse into Wangi's real trauma. He recalls their time overseas and notes that, in all that time, Wangi had never experienced a car accident. As he continues prepping food, Ching Xian's thoughts spiral. He starts connecting the pieces, Wangi's nightmares, the mention of his system, and the peculiar black cat, S.O. A chilling realization hits. S.O. might actually be the assistant Wangi referenced. Wangi casually greets Ching Xiin as he comes downstairs, but Ching Xiin, now more alert than ever, silently notes the subtle shifts in Wangi's behavior. It's as if someone entirely different is inhabiting the body of the person he once knew. Wangi flashes a confident, playful smile as he checks the breakfast Ching Xiin brought. Curious, he inspects the contents while Ching Xiin watches silently, waiting for his reaction. When Wangi finds a mix of sandwiches, fried eggs, and seafood porridge, he salivates internally but complains about the odd combination. Despite the variety, Wangi declines the meal, claiming he feels unwell after drinking. Internally, Belg is conflicted and upset about skipping breakfast. Ching Xiin, unfazed, calmly reaches into his bag as if he expected this. He hands Wangi a fruit and milk mix instead, which confuses him even more. Wangi is puzzled by Ching Xian's thoughtful gesture, especially when he notices an apple slice cut into a bunny shape. He feels both amused and mildly mocked by the unexpected cuteness. Ching Xian confidently declares that Wangi should like the food, while Wangi retorts that it feels childish and annoying. Frustrated, Wangi dramatically tosses the food at Ching Xian, accusing him of going against him. Ching Xian, fully expecting the outburst, easily deflects it. He reflects with quiet amusement that now that he's seen Wangi's true self, teasing him is oddly satisfying. Ching Xian offers to take the breakfast away if Wangi really doesn't want it, catching Wangi off guard with his calm, unreadable response. As Ching Xian walks away, leaving a dumbfounded Wangi behind. Ching Xian becomes increasingly suspicious, realizing that Wangi's attitude all but confirms he's a transmigrator. Wangi came specifically to replace the city lord in the hopes of getting killed by Ching Xian to save his friends. Internally, Ching Xian scoffs at Wangi's self-destructive thoughts, calling him stupid. The scene transitions to an urban area. Wangi, now in disguise, observes his surroundings cautiously. He feels uneasy about the current plot and complains about S.O. not being there to guide him. Despite this, Wangi mutters that being alone might actually be easier. As he reviews his notes about the upcoming plot involving helping children, he decides to stay alert and observe quietly. Suddenly, a child bumps into him while running. Wangi quickly grabs the child and asks where he came from. The child tearfully apologizes, pleading with Wangi not to be angry. Wangi brushes it off as an accident and urges the child to leave quickly. But just as the child turns away, he suddenly compliments Wangi, only to swipe his wallet and dart off. What a sneaky little thing. Wangi quickly realizes what happened and takes off after him, shouting for help to catch the thief. He yells about the stolen wallet, alerting bystanders. The child thief looks back anxiously while running, only to be startled when someone suddenly appears above him. As Wangi rushes toward the staircase, he stops in surprise at the scene before him. A boy stands firmly over the subdued thief, calm and composed. Without a word, he holds out Wangi's wallet and casually asks if it belongs to him. The boy holds up the wallet and asks if it belongs to Wangi. Wangi appears confused but confirms that it is his. He thanks the boy and wonders why the boy looks familiar. Ching Xian then reflects on his plan to use a child's identity to lower Wangi's guard. His retrograde growth ability allows him to revert his body to its child's state while keeping his memories and knowledge. He notes that although Wangi hasn't seen him as a child, it makes sense that Wangi might feel a sense of familiarity. Ching Xian tries to walk away, but Wangi stops him, offering a thank you gift for catching the thief. Ching Xian declines the gift, yet Wangi insists that he looks like someone he knows. Ching Han, Wangi compliments the boy and questions if he's misremembering the name or mistaking him for someone else. Ching Xian lies, saying he's an orphan with awakened powers who was left in a welfare home as a child. Surprised by the story, Wangi asks how Ching Xian manages to live, and Ching Xian is surprised that Wangi didn't ask about his powers, silently observing him instead. Ching Xian then explains how he survives through illegal jobs, leaving Wangi looking shocked by the confession. Wangi compares this kid to Ching Xian and finds him even more difficult. Wangi offers to treat him to a meal and suggests helping him find a job, and Ching Xian internally confirms that he must be mistaken for someone else. Ching Xian agrees and asks for braised pork, reminding himself to maintain his hidden identity. Wangi jokes about how expensive pork is, while Ching Xian thinks he resembles Ching Han too much. Wangi then debates whether to stick with this boy instead of following the main character, and Ching Xian silently glares, feeling wary. Wangi takes the young Ching Xian home. In the elevator, Ching Xian sits with Wangi's hand still on his shoulder. He looks tired and unimpressed. Ching Xian wonders how confident Wangi must be to bring someone home. Wangi casually replies that he's just following through on the dinner invite. Wangi laughs nervously while Ching Xian thinks that Wangi's actions would seem suspicious if he couldn't read minds. Ching Xian is told to change into slippers. He finds it inconvenient to be in the main city, but realizes that this home is the safest place. Wangi offers food from the fridge, and Ching Xian tries to act like a normal kid. Ching Xian compliments Wangi's house, calling it big and beautiful, which catches Wangi off guard. Nervously, Wangi denies being powerful, thinking to himself that Ching Xian shouldn't find out this is the city lord's mansion. Ching Xian looks serious and uses his ability to temporarily disable his power. Wangi then pats Ching Xian's head and calls the room normal, while internally thinking that Ching Xian is very cute. Ching Xian wonders if Wangi is kind to him just because he resembles Ching Han, questioning if he is replaceable. Wangi happily cooks while Ching Xian questions whether Wangi's kindness toward him is just an obsession. He looks conflicted but cautious as Wangi cheerfully serves him a meal. Ching Xian is surprised and a bit overwhelmed. Wangi continues placing delicious dishes on the table, and Ching Xian mentally notes that despite Wangi's usual extravagant behavior, he cooks very well. Wangi explains that he used to work at a restaurant and encourages Ching Xian to try the food, so Ching Xian starts eating. Wangi watches Ching Xian eat with a dreamy, smiling expression while Ching Xian eats quietly. Curious, Ching Xian asks what Wangi is laughing about while thinking that the food is good but not better than his own cooking. Wangi says that Ching Xian reminds him of someone he used to know, mentioning that person also liked braised pork. A flashback shows a young Ching Xian from the previous novel being fed by a smiling Wangi, forming a warm memory. Wangi reflects that for a moment, it felt like a promise from the next life was fulfilled, then questions the possibility of that. Ching Xian looks at Wangi with surprise as Wangi remains facing away, lost in thought. Ching Xian reacts to Wangi's mention of a next life with visible surprise and curiosity. Wangi tries to brush it off but quietly expresses a wish to have a next life where he can make things right. A memory surfaces of Wangi embracing Ching Xian, vowing to make up for everything. Ching Xian silently stares at Wangi, feeling conflicted. Then, Ching Xian asks if he is just a substitute for someone else, surprising Wangi. Wangi is shocked and repeats the question in disbelief, processing the idea. A white cat with mismatched eyes shivers alone near some trash. Esto appears and questions whether this is a stand-in attack, recognizing the white cat from before. Esto tries to ignore the white cat, worried about getting involved again, but then glances back as the white cat weakly meows, visibly distressed. The white cat perks up excitedly upon seeing a bag of fish being dropped in front of it. Esso reflects that the food took effort to make and warns the white cat to eat sparingly. The white cat stares at the food with wide, grateful eyes. As the white cat eats, Esso walks away, blushing and thinking that humans aren't the only ones who love cats. Back in Wangi's modern kitchen, Ching Xian repeats his question to Wangi, asking if he really is just a stand-in for someone else. Wangi looks surprised, trying to process Ching Xian's question, then asks if Ching Xian really wants to be a stand-in for someone else. Ching Xian stays silent, looking conflicted, and then bluntly asks what benefit he would get if he agreed to be a stand-in. Wangi thinks to himself and concludes that there's nothing he would get from it. Softly, Wangi says it's not about gain. He just wants to treat Ching Xian kindly. Blushing, Ching Xian wonders just how nice Wangi means. They both fall quiet, locking eyes in an awkward but tender moment. Wangi scolds himself internally for being selfish and trying to replace Ching Han. Ching Xian wonders if Wangi regrets what he's doing. Ching Xian agrees to be the stand-in, and Wangi is shocked by his response. Nervously, Wangi says he was only joking, surprised by how serious Ching Xian sounded. Ching Xian then states that he has no family or place to go, and Wangi listens quietly. Ching Xian adds that if pretending to be someone else makes Wangi happier, he doesn't mind. In fact, he calls it a good thing. Wangi hesitantly asks if Ching Xian really means it, and Ching Xian gives a small nod, quietly accepting. He declares that he'll do it if Wangi keeps his promise, his tone serious. A flashback shows Ching Xian's harsh childhood in a welfare home, where he was abandoned and forced to work. Children are shown doing forced labor as a drunk man yells at them, and Ching Xian remembers wishing for someone to be kind to him, not caring what that person was like. He made a mistake in trusting Wangi in the past, and he wonders if he could do it all over again. Wangi hesitantly confirms if it's really okay, and Ching Xian looks at him with a determined look in his eyes. Wangi exclaims in delight and tells him that he can back out any time. In Wangi's head, he plans to erase Ching Xian's memories and send him back home should he decide to back out. Ching Xian started to act like a cute brother, which Wangi likes so much. Wangi just has one question for him. Wangi needs to know if Ching Xian likes men. Ching Xian blushes and angrily denies being gay, questioning why Wangi would even ask. Internally, he wonders if that's an appropriate question to ask him. Definitely inappropriate. Wangi concludes that Ching Xian isn't lying, though his values seem chaotic, and Ching Xian just mumbles in response. Happily, Wangi declares that they're now perfect brothers and invites Ching Xian to stay, leaving Ching Xian surprised and confused about where he would stay. Cheerfully, Wangi answers that Ching Xian will stay in his room, and Ching Xian looks regretful. When night falls, adult Ching Xian appears exhausted. He went back to the slums to change his body back to his adult form. He questions Wangi's demand to surrender his elevator access. Wangi confirms that it is what he wants, internally noting that the protagonist has been acting strange lately. He continues by thinking that there are no tasks currently and that the protagonist is busy with the heroine, planning to wait until the New Year's party to act. Hesitantly, Ching Xian asks if he did something wrong, his expression conflicted. Wangi says that Ching Xian has always been good to him, holding a glass of wine and smirking. Wangi tells Ching Xian that he now has a new source of joy. Ching Xian is left speechless and realizes he feels jealous of himself. Ching Xian looks confused and questions Wangi about what he means by having a new joy. Wangi explains that he has a new child to train and doesn't need Ching Xian anymore. Ching Xian tries to convince himself that letting go is for the best. Coldly, Ching Xian agrees and turns to leave, while Wangi remains seated and calm. Ching Xian looks back with a conflicted expression as the elevator doors open. He addresses Wangi formally and says goodbye, telling him to take care of himself. The elevator begins ascending rapidly, then ascends quickly. When the elevator arrives at the 99th floor, a young Ching Xian walks out. There, Ching Xian appears as a child, introducing himself as Little Han, Wangi's younger brother. Wangi cheerfully welcomes him and tells him to come closer. Excitedly, Wangi tells Ching Xian that he changed the bedding for him. Ching Xian looks surprised but doesn't comment. Wangi invites Ching Xian in, and Ching Xian reflects on how being called Han feels oddly personal as he accepts the invitation. Wangi then suggests that they stay as brothers without needing to know real names, and Ching Xian agrees. Wangi explains that he needs a younger brother and encourages Ching Xian to enjoy being cared for, trying to make things simple for him. He jokes about Ching Han's name not mattering, while Ching Xian quietly remembers being kicked out and looks unamused. Wangi hands Ching Xian a drink and thinks about getting him new clothes, in what feels like a considerate moment. Ching Xian stares silently at the drink, looking thoughtful and slightly guarded. Then, Wangi asks if he can ask one more question. Ching Xian turns to him curiously and prepares to ask his question as Wangi listens, a bit tense. Ching Xian directly asks what Wangi did to the real Ching Han. Caught off guard, Wangi is left speechless. Wangi hesitates to speak after Ching Xian's question, appearing conflicted and silent. Ching Xian reflects on the past and realizes that Wangi's younger brother wasn't part of the painful memories revealed by the dream demon ability. He then questions why Wangi would choose him as a stand-in for his brother, suspecting there's a deeper reason. Wangi starts to respond hesitantly and reveals that he abandoned the real Ching Han. A flashback shows Ching Xian crying. Afterwards, they sit quietly together, with heavy emotions and the silence between them. Ching Xian then asks why Wangi abandoned his real brother. Wangi replies that there's no specific reason, just a situation filled with helplessness. His thoughts reveal that his brother resembled Ching Xian, who was his mission target in a previous world, making it impossible for them to be together. Wangi adds that Ching Han relied on him, but he couldn't return his feelings. Another flashback shows Ching Han calling Wangi elder brother with affection. Wangi remembers doing what he thought was right and telling Ching Han to live happily even without him. He says that mistakes should still have consequences and shares that he wants to avoid falling further into bad habits. Even without judgment from others, he feels he should punish himself as a form of atonement. Wangi admits he can't offer love and reminds Ching Xian that this is only a deal, warning him not to get emotionally involved. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, Wangi happily dives into bed and invites Ching Xian to join him for some sleep. Ching Xian looks confused and flustered, asking if they're really going to sleep in a bed together. Clearly unsure and embarrassed by the idea, Wangi cheerfully replies that he's always wanted to try sleeping with his brother, though he adds that the story's plot doesn't support it. Ching Xian, however, feels uncomfortable with the physical closeness. Lying on the bed, Ching Xian warns Wangi not to hit him in his sleep, and Wangi reassures him with his so-called safe sleeping position. Nervously, Ching Xian grips the blanket and blushes as he tries to adjust. Suddenly, Wangi hugs Ching Xian from behind, startling him, and Ching Xian panics from the unexpected closeness. Wangi happily sniffs Ching Xian and comments on his scent, prompting Ching Xian to yell at him in frustration and confusion. Ching Xian then demands that Wangi let go and questions why he's so clingy, internally wondering if Wangi is naturally this attached. Ching Xian glares and Wangi backs off, smiling and promising not to bother him anymore. The mood lightens slightly. Overwhelmed, Ching Xian blurts out that he wanted this for a long time, leaving him looking vulnerable. Wangi is stunned and wide-eyed, clearly affected by Ching Xian's sudden confession. Wangi suddenly realizes something and blushes hard, looking overwhelmed by the moment. He stares at Ching Xian, flustered, while Ching Xian looks confused and Wangi seems unsure of what to do next. Trying to calm himself down, Wangi grabs his head in panic, clearly fighting his urge to tease Ching Xian. He tells himself to hold back and instead offers to cook for Ching Xian, attempting to distract himself from his own thoughts. Then, Wangi hides under the blanket, struggling with his urge to bully Ching Xian, as Ching Xian looks at him suspiciously. Finally, Ching Xian looks shocked after noticing something unexpected. His expression shows a mix of surprise and realization. Ching Xian tightly grips red fabric, expressing frustration and inner conflict as he feels like he isn't doing enough. He admits that he never truly wanted to leave. Curling up, Ching Xian blames himself for being weak and for not being able to change the situation. Overwhelmed with emotion, he clutches the red fabric even tighter. The fabric rips completely, symbolizing a turning point in Ching Xian's resolve. A mysterious figure, possibly a past version of Ching Xian, is seen sitting in a throne-like chair in a cathedral, creating an ominous atmosphere. The figure questions whether he has managed to completely dominate and possess someone. In a dark, blood-splattered room, a chained and wounded Wangi hangs. Suddenly, Ching Xian wakes up in bed, shocked and wide-eyed as if jolted from a nightmare. He breathes heavily, overwhelmed and confused. Turning his head to the side, he sees Wangi sleeping beside him and remains confused about the dream he just had, while Wangi murmurs in his sleep, unaware of Ching Xian's confusion. Realizing it was just a dream, Ching Xian reflects on how different the bed feels compared to his usual hard one. A flashback shows that Ching Xian normally sleeps in a worker's dormitory bed. He watches Wangi sleeping soundly and wonders why he is so concerned. Lost in thought, he questions himself, confused about his own feelings, and wonders why he chose to act as Wangi's younger brother. He thinks perhaps it is because Wangi's eyes were too pure. A memory surfaces of Wangi promising to treat someone kindly, and Ching Xian reflects that perhaps the anger toward the city lord was redirected at him, and maybe the outcome was always fated. Morning light fills the room as someone calls for Little Hand to wake up. Ching Xian slowly opens his eyes and sits up, looking groggy as he continues waking up. Cheerfully, Wangi enters holding clothes and announces that breakfast is ready, inviting Ching Xian to come eat. Wangi hands Ching Xian the new clothes, mentioning that the old ones were washed, and Ching Xian looks surprised. Holding the new clothes, Ching Xian wonders if Wangi really prepared them just for him, and he seems touched. Wangi explains that finding clothes suitable for Ching Xian's age was difficult, and Ching Xian silently changes into the new outfit, looking slightly annoyed. Then Wangi says he finally found something that fits and suggests they get dressed for breakfast. The scene shifts to the dining area. While smiling brightly, Wangi encourages Ching Xian to eat more, but Ching Xian remains expressionless and cautious. He looks at the food suspiciously, not fully trusting Wangi's intentions, assuming that Wangi is only acting kind impulsively, and he believes the truth will come out soon. Ching Xian doubts that anyone in the world can be genuinely kind without a reason. A flashback shows someone leaving Ching Xian at a welfare home, apologizing for abandoning him, and Ching Xian recalls how the city lord also claimed that kindness was just because they were friends. Cheerfully, Wangi tells Ching Xian to play after breakfast because he has work to do, and Ching Xian silently watches him. Finally, Ching Xian observes Wangi's smiling face and tries to convince himself that Wangi's kindness is real. Ching Xian, holding SO, watches Wangi work while SO questions why there's a child present. Shortly after, Wangi angrily confronts two men about trafficking, calling their actions criminal. He then offers some kids a better life if they help him fight zombies and gather supplies. Following that, Wangi gives serious orders to increase guard supervision and threatens dismissal if there's another breach. He also requests that the school be rebuilt and assures everyone that all children's needs will be covered by the base, stating emphatically that children are the future. Meanwhile, Ching Xian observes Wangi from afar and receives a directive to act as if he's been brainwashed and to treat Wangi as a normal boss. Ching Xian refuses the order internally, thinking no, and clenches his fists with a slight smirk forming. Resting against Wangi, Ching Xian reflects that he still doesn't like him and hasn't softened at all. He glares at Wangi, internally dismissing him as a pervert for his own thoughts, while Wangi dreams of wanting to mess with Ching Xian again. Ching Xian refused to be swayed by Wangi's acts of kindness, insisting that they are all an act. Everything Wangi does is fake. The next morning, Wangi is seen working alone at his office desk in a quiet, focused mood. Adult Ching Xian walks in and formally addresses Wangi as City Lord. Wangi stares silently at Ching Xian with a serious expression, and Ching Xian questions if something's wrong, though Wangi remains seated, seemingly contemplative. Ching Xian questions if something is wrong. Wangi acknowledges Ching Xian's presence and removes his glasses with a smile. He then mentions the end of the year and says that the base is planning an annual meeting. Reflecting, Wangi notes that the timing for the meeting feels right. In the original plot, Ching Xian and the female protagonist, Bai Ji, had been in contact for 6 months. Their relationship has grown into trust, and they have found allies with shared goals. These allies have formed a group with the intent to overthrow Wangi's control, and the base's annual meeting marks the beginning of their plan. Wangi proposes holding a civilian lottery as a new idea for the banquet. Ching Xian realizes that Wangi's villain mission is about to begin. He looks serious and contemplative. Ching Xian questions the idea of the civilian lottery, and Wangi explains that it is designed to let some poor citizens experience the main city's beauty during the new year. He adds that the golden prize allows a winner to attend the annual meeting and live a luxurious life for a day. Wangi then plans to promote a new rule that will allow hardworking people to stay in the main city, hoping this spreads through word of mouth. He mentions that this plan will also push outsiders to work harder and is actually a tactic to let the heroine team infiltrate. Ching Xian silently listens, showing no reaction but clearly processing Wangi's intentions, and then agrees to handle the task himself. In chippy form, Ching Xian internally expresses how unfit Wangi is as a leader and vows to help Bai Ji defeat him. Later, Ching Xian meets Bai Ji and asks if she understands the plan. Bai Ji gives Ching Xian tickets, saying she can only manage 3, and he thanks her, saying that it's enough. Ching Xian offers 3 tickets to help gain entry into the city, and Bai Ji accepts them gratefully. She says she'll bring Xiaozi and Ah Fei to the banquet using the tickets. Bai Ji then explains her plan to borrow the abilities of her companions for the mission and reveals that their goal is to assassinate Wangi. Ching Xian looks shocked at this news, and Bai Ji assumes that Ching Xian is meant to deliver the final blow to complete the mission. Ching Xian recalls the original plot, where Bai Ji didn't fight Wangi directly but instead allied with a noble to take down corruption. In that version, a noble male lead helped expose the crimes of the rich using his healing powers. Together, they gained influence and took action against the upper class through violence. Ching Xian questions why the assassination plan is starting early, thinking that the plot is moving too fast. Bai Ji reassures him that it's not too early and credits Ching Xian's intel for making their move possible. She then explains that she has already sorted out which officials to trust or remove, and she asks Ching Xian to identify threats before the annual meeting. She declares that the main mission is to kill Wangi to gain public support. Ching Xian is taken aback. He warns that there are other powerful people in the city, and he doesn't want to rule by fear as Wangi does. Bai Ji counters by saying that Wangi uses his powers for tyranny, but their aim is to restore justice and punish evil. She reminds Ching Xian that he's also the deputy city lord and is expected to take on greater leadership, and reassures him that she has everything under control so there is no need to worry. Ching Xian hesitates and expresses his concern, but Bai Ji insists that the base has changed and that they can't be impulsive. Then she questions if Ching Xian is going soft, catching him off guard. Bai Ji questions if Ching Xian is hesitating to kill Wangi out of pity, but Ching Xian stays silent. He then denies it and assures her that he knows what needs to be done. Bai Ji thinks to herself that the plan feels rushed and decides not to waste more time on men, aiming to complete the mission. Ching Xian realizes that she might also be a transmigrator with the mission. Bai Ji approves of his response but then questions Ching Xian's recent behavior and his absence. Ching Xian hesitates, unsure of what is bothering him, and the girl looks at him with curiosity. Reflecting on his previous resolve, Ching Xian wonders why he's hesitating now. He questions whether his plans are being swayed by Wangi's unexpected influence. Later, Ching Xian goes back to Wangi's home, resuming his role as Wangi's little brother. Cheerfully, Ching Xian greets him, says he's back, and asks what Wangi is doing. Ching Xian appears cheerful and full of energy as he runs up to Wangi, who looks confused when Ching Xian asks what he's doing. Wangi comments on how happy Ching Xian seems and asks if something good has happened, to which Ching Xian replies that he just wants to be nice to his brother. At that moment, Ching Xian remembers the mission to assassinate Wangi and feels conflicted. He tells Wangi that he would grant him any request. Surprised, Wangi asks if Ching Xian really means any request, and Ching Xian confirms it, saying that it's completely up to Wangi. Wangi looks shocked and covers his mouth in disbelief while Ching Xian watches him. Blushing, Ching Xian nervously wonders what it is that he truly wants to do. Ching Xian imagines a flustered scenario and then shakes it off, while Wangi tries to stay composed despite panicking internally. Nervously, Wangi explains that he has emotional issues and wants to atone, suggesting that they do something together for Xiao Han. Ching Xian questions whether Wangi is sure he doesn't want anything, looking skeptical, and Wangi insists that he doesn't need anything. Ching Xian looks irritated but accepts his answer. Ching Xian walks away telling him that he'll take a nap, which leaves Wangi confused by the mood shift. Wangi watches him, wondering why his mood dropped again. Concerned, Wangi calls for Esso to check on what's going on. Holding Esso's communication toy, Wangi soon realizes that Esso is missing too and looks around in concern. Esso relaxes on a rooftop lounge while another cat eats, enjoying the current peace. Esso thinks that as long as Wangi focuses on child-rearing, everything will go smoothly. Suddenly, Esso notices something and looks at the white cat with curiosity. The white cat then offers Esso some fish as a gift. Esso accepts the fish and thanks the white cat, feeling confident about raising a child as well and looking forward to the next mission. Why am I invested in this cat's love life? Elsewhere, Ching Xian is seen resting with his shirt partly unbuttoned. Wangi looks at Ching Xian, stunned at how he sleeps with his belly exposed, and imagines tickling Ching Xian's belly to see how he would react. Embarrassed by his own thoughts, Wangi yells and physically reacts in frustration. He sits flustered, blaming his weak will from the previous world for his desires and even imagining Ching Xian offering himself up willingly. Reflecting on the difficulty of suppressing his desires, his expression turns serious and conflicted. Wangi gazes at the sleeping Ching Xian and wonders if his willpower will falter, reaching out toward him before quickly retracting, telling himself he must hold back. He laments the stress of recent base reforms and feels overwhelmed by the toll of the situation. In a flashback, or perhaps an imagined scene, a council discusses making volunteers accept zombie bites to gain powers, a conversation that is harsh and pragmatic. Wangi reacts dramatically to this memory, clearly stressed by what he recalled, and covers his face in distress. Then he remembers a lesson from Little Mo, reminding himself that change takes time, and he attempts to calm himself and refocus. Later, Wangi cuddles up to Ching Xian in bed and uses him as a pillow, seeming comforted by Ching Xian's presence. As he snuggles closer, Wangi thinks about how warm and soothing Ching Xian is, and he falls asleep. Ching Xian quietly watches, a little stunned and unsure, then pretends to sleep while internally questioning how Wangi could act so vulnerable. Growing flustered, Ching Xian calls Wangi a coward for not making a move. Ching Xian thinks that Wangi should stop pretending and reveal his true intentions. Finally, Ching Xian in his adult form sits up hovering over Wangi, considering that it would be easier to kill him if he were truly heartless. It's 1 a.m. and Wangi stretches after working late, saying that the arrangements are nearly complete. He reflects on the energy he spent using his brainwashing abilities and looks forward to resting. Suddenly, Wangi spots someone in the hallway and is surprised to see Ching Xian sitting on the couch with a cup. Wangi asks why Ching Xian is still awake, and Ching Xian replies that he napped too much during the day. Ching Xian adds that he warmed milk for Wangi since he saw him staying up late. Touched by this gesture, Wangi thanks him, internally praising Ching Xian for being such a sweet brother. Ching Xian watches Wangi drink the milk. Wangi happily remarks that the milk is sweet with added sugar. Ching Xian reflects that Wangi can sense adult malice but not that of children, and notes Wangi's kindness toward him. Although Ching Xian acknowledges that Wangi seems like a good person, he hints that there's more beneath the surface. He admits that he understands Wangi's affection is tainted with something darker. Wangi tells Ching Xian to go to bed, and Ching Xian agrees, offering to shower first. As Wangi walks away, Ching Xian quietly watches him, clearly hiding something. Later, during his shower, Ching Xian reveals that he spiked the milk with hallucinogens, thinking that this might cause Wangi to lose control and act on his desires. Ching Xian believes that this will remove the need for Bai Ji to intervene and will grant Wangi freedom. He concludes that Wangi's death would bring everyone peace, justifying his plan as worth it, even as a chibi version of himself appears, regretting the decision. Wangi feels weak and disoriented as he holds his head, slowly approaching the bed in confusion. He collapses onto the bed, wondering why he feels so dizzy, and tries to make sense of his sudden condition. Realizing that his body feels hot and restless, he is overwhelmed by a strange urge he can't control. Panicking, Wangi tries to calm himself with a plush toy, urging himself to fix the situation before Ching Xian returns. Unexpectedly, Ching Xian walks in and comments on not having enough shampoo. Caught off guard, Wangi freezes in shock and quickly hides the plush, yelling in embarrassment. Ching Xian observes calmly, thinking that the drug is working effectively. He then asks if Wangi is sick because of his odd behavior, to which Wangi freaks out but insists he's fine. Wangi curls up with the plush, determined not to let Ching Xian see his current expression, clearly flustered and struggling to maintain control. Suddenly, Ching Xian jumps on Wangi and loudly questions if he's hiding something. In a flurry of screams, Wangi panics and denies everything, visibly flushed as he begs Ching Xian to behave, since he isn't feeling well and senses that the drug's effects are about to worsen. Gently, Ching Xian asks Wangi what's wrong, while Wangi internally suspects that Ching Xian might harm him. Then, Ching Xian touches Wangi's face, startling him, and says he wants to help. Wangi tells Ching Xian that this situation isn't something he can help with, but Ching Xian insists he can help as long as it's for Wangi. Visibly shaken and caught off guard, Wangi listens as Ching Xian declares confidently that he can do anything for his brother. Wangi reacts with shock and growing emotion, and memories of Ching Xian's past selves flood his mind, each one expressing love for him. Finally, a vivid image of Ching Xian appears, repeating that he loves Wangi very much. Ching Xian looms over Wangi, taunting his control, and Wangi is overwhelmed by a vivid vision of Ching Xian's past self. Wangi stares blankly in shock, stunned by seeing Ching Xian's former persona so clearly. He questions if he's hallucinating and whispers Ching Xian's name, beginning to grasp that something is deeply wrong. Wangi thanks Ching Xian, but something dark starts to stir. Ching Xian pins Wangi down, and Wangi panics internally, realizing Ching Xian has lost control. Innocently, Ching Xian asks why he can't help Wangi, while Wangi mentally spirals from Ching Xian's unpredictable behavior. Sincerely, Ching Xian asks why he's being rejected, and Wangi struggles to keep himself together. Ching Xian then wonders why Wangi hasn't acted violently yet. Forcing a smile, he begins to speak. Calming himself, Wangi says that just knowing Ching Xian is okay is enough, hiding his inner turmoil behind his soft expression. Gently, he tells Ching Xian to get up, and the tension breaks slightly as he tries to regain control of the situation. Wangi then instructs Ching Xian to leave the room and not return for the night, appearing calm but serious. Finally, Wangi activates his brainwashing ability, likely to enforce his command. Wangi tells Ching Xian to leave the room and not come back that night, his tone stern and commanding. Ching Xian silently meets his gaze as the command begins to take hold. Without protest, he agrees and turns to leave, seemingly under Wangi's influence. As he walks away, Wangi reflects that using his power drains energy and causes those under its effect to act on instinct. Meanwhile, Ching Xian questions if Wangi can truly resist such a strong impulse. Clenching the bedsheet, Ching Xian recalls he once wanted a reason to cut ties with the past. He admits to himself that he no longer wants to be controlled, which is why he used illegal drugs to test Wangi's limits. Even now, with Wangi clearly affected, he still doesn't act on Ching Xian. This restraint leaves Ching Xian disappointed, feeling like Wangi gave him no opening, even while vulnerable. He wonders what would have happened if he were truly a bad person. As he watches Wangi smile gently despite everything, Ching Xian questions whether Wangi is actually as bad as he claims. He remembers Wangi saying he can't take care of him anymore and reaches out, emotionally conflicted. Activating his power, Ching Xian triggers visions of Wangi's darker past self. But even as those memories resurface, Wangi's voice quietly insists that just seeing Ching Xian safe is enough for him. Ching Xian slumps down outside the door, emotionally exhausted. He mutters to himself, calling himself an idiot and blaming himself for everything that's happened. Inside, Wangi lies in bed trembling and drenched in sweat, visibly struggling under the effects of the drug. He feels restless and overwhelmed, his thoughts spiraling as he considers going to find Ching Xiin, just to dominate someone who might cry under him. The disturbing impulse startles him. Wangi grabs his own hand, panicking as he realizes he's losing control and can't stop craving physical contact. Clutching his head in distress, he kneels on the ground, trying to ground himself. He suspects he was drugged. This urge isn't like him. A hazy memory surfaces. He wonders if the drug came from a cup of milk handed to him earlier by Little Han. The door opens. Adult Ching Xian quietly enters and gently asks how Wangi is doing. Disoriented, Wangi hears his voice and struggles to place who it is. Ching Xian explains that a child had been going around drugging people and had asked him for help earlier. Ching Xian wants to get rid of his child persona once and for all. Remaining calm, Ching Xian admits he didn't expect Wangi to be targeted and suggests they'd break away from their past roles. At that moment, Wangi realizes it's Adjutant Qin speaking and reacts in shock, confused by the shift in identity. Ching Xian gently reassures Wangi that he doesn't need to hold back. The drug's effects can be detoxified. Still dazed, Wangi weakly mentions the child who drugged him, his concern lingering. Ching Xian pauses and asks if the child is safe, clearly surprised that Wangi still cares, even after everything. He lowers his gaze and quietly reminds Wangi that the child tried to kill him. Wangi looks at Ching Xian with emotion and pleads for them to run away together. He gives a faint, bittersweet smile, saying he's glad, though he doesn't explain why. Clenching his fists, Wangi admits he can't control himself and warns Ching Xian to fight back if necessary. Still, he believes Ching Xian will be okay due to his abilities. Instead of resisting, Ching Xian embraces Wangi, softly telling him there's no need to struggle. He's here to help. Activating his detoxification ability, he gently calls Wangi's name and apologizes in a whisper as he holds him close. Wangi, confused and lightheaded, leans into Ching Xian, his thoughts foggy. He struggles to understand what Ching Xian is saying as his consciousness begins to fade. Morning light fills the room as Wangi and Ching Xian sleep side by side in bed. Slowly, Wangi wakes up, feeling unusually tired and confused as he sits up, trying to recall what happened the previous day. His heart starts to race when he sees Ching Xian beside him, and he panics, wondering why he's there. Overthinking the situation, Wangi suspects that the child might have plotted against him, reasoning that if Ching Xian had truly wanted to kill him, there would have been easier methods than using hallucinogens. Deciding not to dwell on the child's motives, Wangi shifts his focus to the present moment. Internally, he freaks out, questioning why he and Ching Xian were sleeping together. He reflects on how his violent state had inexplicably disappeared, concluding that it was due to both Ching Xian's presence and his own exhaustion. Recalling that Ching Xian had offered help, Wangi nervously wondered if that had meant something more. When he saw Ching Xian stir, Wangi immediately closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Soon, Ching Xian fully wakes and wonders if Wangi is awake. Meanwhile, Wangi keeps his eyes closed. As Ching Xian stares at Wangi, he secretly thinks that he looks cute, even though internally Wangi is panicking. Blushing, Ching Xian scolds himself for thinking Wangi is cute, knowing that they don't quite get along. He tries to deny his feelings, covering his face in embarrassment. But ultimately, he admits to himself that he now sees Wangi in a different light and can't help but think of him that way. With a gentle tone, Ching Xian calls Wangi's name again, which finally makes Wangi open his eyes in confusion. Ching Xian gazes at him seriously and declares that he won't let him go. Wangi freezes in shock as Ching Xian leans in close, leaving him overwhelmed. He panics internally, wondering if he's hallucinating due to exhaustion, and then suddenly realizes that something major just happened, causing him to mentally freak out. In a state of panic, Wangi decides it's best to run first, and he suddenly kicks Ching Xian off the bed while yelling in panic. Ching Xian lands on the floor, confused after being kicked out of bed. Blushing and furious, Wangi demands to know who let Ching Xian into his room, screaming internally in embarrassment while Ching Xian sits silently. Calmly, Ching Xian explains that a child asked him to help and gave him access to Wangi. Flustered, Wangi demands to know how Ching Xian managed to bring him back, even as Ching Xian finds his reaction rather adorable. Crouching down, Ching Xian notes that his healing ability was indeed used, and he wonders if everything is now back to normal. Happily, Wangi thinks that everything is reasonable again and smugly praises himself, while Ching Xiin teases him about detoxification methods. Surprised and slightly nervous, Wangi listens as Ching Xiin questions if he understands what all-encompassing ability means. Visibly shocked by the implication, Wangi awkwardly laughs in an effort to deflect, eventually bursting into exaggerated laughter while scrambling to escape. Wangi insists that he heard nothing and that Ching Xiin didn't say anything either. Finally, he tells Ching Xiin to leave immediately and gives him 1 hour to disappear. Wangi shouts a command using his brainwashing ability, making Ching Xian leave and quickly rushes toward the door after giving the order. As he runs, he starts to panic and question what just happened. Crouching down in distress, Wangi feels unsure of what to do next and worries that the plot might have gone off course again. Meanwhile, a formal event, the year-end reception, begins as many guests gather. At the same time, Ching Xian lies in bed, debating whether to stay or follow Wangi's command. In a Halloween-themed mini-scene, Wangi dresses up in a devil costume, and Ching Xian finds him adorable. A grand event begins, announces the annual meeting of the main city. Wangi collapses on a desk, overwhelmed, saying it's all too difficult for him. So, the cat, looks on with a puzzled expression. So tries to motivate Wangi by reminding him that they finally reached an important part of the plot, but Wangi sarcastically replies that it's too late for pep talks. Wangi complains that while So was inactive, Ching Xian either wanted to kill him or started developing feelings for him. So urgently asks Wangi what happened the previous day, but Wangi remains silent and looks annoyed. So panics as Wangi explains that in the original plot, Ching Xian only revealed his full powers after killing him. A flashback shows Ching Xian overpowering Wangi and stating that brainwashing doesn't work on him, and Wangi recalls the moment Ching Xian mentioned having all abilities, thinking he was going to be killed. Wangi is overwhelmed, remembering Ching Xian saying he wouldn't let him go, while So asks him what his villain radar feels. Wangi explains that his villain radar can feel strong empathy, and that Ching Xian feels even more dangerous now. As a result, he doubts that Ching Xian actually likes him. He admits that he has been avoiding returning to the main city out of fear, finding both death and sudden affection from Ching Xian equally terrifying. Wangi then brings up a strange boy who looked like Ching Xian and played with him in the past. So confirms that he remembers the boy. Wangi says that the boy suddenly disappeared and that no matter how hard he searches, he can't find him. So concludes that there might be a problem involving that mysterious child, and Wangi agrees. He suspects that the child was sent by Ching Xian and questions how the boy managed to find him during his drugged state, though he remains unsure of the child's purpose. Wangi is interrupted by a knock at the door. Wangi nervously asks who it is while So watches quietly beside him. Ching Xian opens the door and calls out Wangi's name. Ching Xian confirms Wangi's presence, and Wangi panics upon seeing him. Quelling his urge to run, Wangi nervously hopes Ching Xian won't kill him before he earns points. Ching Xian looks confused by Wangi's fearful thoughts. Ching Xian is surprised that Wangi thinks he wants to kill him. He wonders how Wangi misunderstood his intentions. Soon, Wangi snaps out of his panic and agrees to go to the venue with Ching Xian, though he suspiciously questions Ching Xian's motives. Ching Xian suddenly develops an urge to bully Wangi. Together, Ching Xian and Wangi walk down a grand hallway in silence. Ching Xian calls out to Wangi. Ching Xian then asks Wangi to take what he's about to say seriously. Confused, Wangi wonders what is going on as Ching Xian begins to speak ominously. Turning to look back at Wangi, Ching Xian warns him that he might die today. Panicking, Wangi directly asks if Ching Xian is planning to kill him, but then he puts on a sly smile as he thinks about how to maintain his act despite being at a disadvantage. Firmly, Ching Xian tells Wangi that he's not planning to kill him. He's trying to protect him. He explains that someone is targeting Wangi and insists that he must stay close for safety. Although Wangi is confused and questions the danger, wondering if Ching Xian is lying, the evidence doesn't seem to support that doubt. Ching Xian then silences Wangi with a finger to his lips and asks him to trust him. Getting close to Wangi, Ching Xian tells him to remember this moment, promising to always be his most loyal follower. Internally, Ching Xian reflects that the plan is to arrange a meeting between Wangi and Bai Jie to move the story forward, hinting that if the plan works, both the heroine and Wangi can remain in this world. However, Wangi remains suspicious of Ching Xian's motives, wondering why he exposed his powers and chose to protect rather than harm. Wangi believes that Ching Xian doesn't like him and is simply offering a second chance for redemption. Ching Xian silently reflects as Wangi overthinks the situation. Wangi wonders who might want to kill him and whether the story has changed. while Ching Xiin senses that Wangi is troubled. Suddenly, a person approaches Wangi and greets him. Bai Ji introduces herself as a representative chosen for the meeting and mentions that Ching Xiin helped her. Wangi is surprised that Bai Ji has appeared and quickly realizes that characters in real life look different from how they appeared in the novel, reading a report about a girl who's been healing people that matches the story of the healing saint. Wangi quickly identifies her and learns that she secretly met with Ching Xiin often. Flashbacks show Ching Xiin and Bai Ji working together to help the poor with no political ambitions. Although Wangi had assumed that Ching Xiin would simply present the female protagonist to him on command. Wangi thinks the next step is to locate the zombie nest and decides that he must involve the female lead, since one healer isn't enough. Reassuring himself, he plans to follow the original plot by brainwashing Bai Ji to make her the slum representative. Preparing to act, Wangi reminds himself that this step is crucial. He then politely introduces himself to Bai Ji while Ching Xian stands behind him. Bai Ji smiles warmly and expresses her admiration, saying that she has wanted to meet him for a long time. Wangi responds with amusement as they shake hands and then smiles as he suggests that they move somewhere private. Using his brainwashing ability, Wangi attempts to influence Bai Ji under the pretense of having a drink. Bai Ji is visibly shocked as she begins to fall under the influence, looking dazed and unable to respond while the brainwashing takes effect. Nevertheless, she happily agrees to go along with Wangi. Wangi gestures politely for her to follow, and she agrees while Ching Xian silently observes. Ching Xian watches the two walking away together, his expression unreadable. He looks serious and quiet as he processes the situation. In a chibi-styled mini-theater moment, Wangi wonders why the female lead's appearance feels strangely familiar. Bai Ji looks back in confusion as Ching Xian watches her and Wangi walk away. Bai Ji smiles and tells Ching Xian not to worry, saying she's just going to chat with the city lord. Ching Xian stays silent but internally admits that it's Wangi he's concerned about, not Bai Ji. Wangi then reveals the brainwashing plot through mind draining, explaining that Bai Ji is meant to adore him like a god and follow his words blindly. He further explains that after brainwashing her, his role is to help her recover and guide her toward male lead No. 2. To continue the plot, Bai Ji, now a world traveler, decides to skip the romantic plot and plans to kill Wangi instead. Consequently, Bai Ji will stab Wangi, catching him completely off guard. Ching Xian thinks it's safer to keep Bai Ji brainwashed for now and plans to undo it once things settle. Meanwhile, Wangi instructs Ching Xian to guard the door, and Ching Xian agrees. Wangi is confused about Ching Xian's earlier words. As Ching Xian reads his mind, he comments that his words were sincere. Ching Xian activates his ability, Omniscience, to see through the door. Bai Ji's actions gave Ching Xian the idea to manipulate the plot. He learns that world travelers can alter small plot points and considers faking Wangi's death so he could hide him away. Ching Xian would explain to Bai Ji that she was brainwashed, and that he killed Wangi himself. This will cause the system to abandon Wangi. This way, he can have Wangi all to himself. Wangi will be trapped in the world forever, allowing Bai Ji to take over without killing him. Ching Xian wonders if Wangi will agree to stay with him, as he reminisces about how Wangi used to cling to him affectionately, and thinks that a lifetime here would be brief for a transmigrator. Startled by his thoughts, Ching Xian snaps out of his reverie when he hears someone call him Qin Jie. He turns around to see two new characters, Ah Fei and Xiao Zi, who appear and question what Ching Xian has been muttering to himself about. Ah Fei has mechanical control ability while Xiao Zi has space warp ability. Ching Xian tells them it's too suspicious to gather, suggesting they wait to talk about Wangi. Xiao Zi explains that they split up to avoid suspicion, and that Bai Ji planned it that way. Ching Xian is surprised when Xiao Zi says their task is already complete, so he demands to know how the task could be done already. Xiao Zi reveals that they snuck a gun in using her ability, while Ah Fei helped hide it and tampered with the cameras. She adds that Bai Ji insisted she could handle the rest alone and didn't need help. Ching Xian panics, realizing that Bai Ji wants to take action by herself, even though they had planned to work together. He grabs the locked door, hoping that any noise inside would be heard outside. He suspects Bai Ji is already on guard against him and wonders if he should intervene. Xiao Zi admits that Bai Ji told them to let Ching Xian and last and just shoot Wangi, a secret she was told to keep. Ching Xian worries that his mind-reading ability might be exposed, but he decides to intervene to save Wangi. He then uses his brainwashing power on Xiao Zi and Ah Fei, instructing them to keep others away with an excuse. and employs his strength ability to try to force the door open without hesitation. Determined and emotional, Ching Xian vows that Wangi must not die. Suddenly, something crashes in the room, startling Wangi. He looks over the couch in shock as the noise continues, confused and alarmed as he questions what's going on. Wangi is baffled because he didn't sense any danger from Bai Jiji, but now he sees her drawing a gun. Bai Jiji stands calmly, aiming the gun directly at Wangi. Shocked, Wangi realizes that Bai Jiji wasn't brainwashed and that she was the one trying to kill him. Bai Jiji reflects on how unpleasant it feels to kill someone she just met, but reminds herself that they're only characters. As a world traveler, she detached emotionally. Meanwhile, Wangi hides a blade in his fist, preparing himself for danger. Bai Jiji then uses her embedded blades to repeatedly injure herself, triggering the healing loop to regain her clarity. She formally introduces herself while holding a gun, acknowledging that her real identity is a threat. With determination, she reveals her true name, Bai Mo, while aiming the gun at her target. Wangi flinches in shock as Bai Mo moves suddenly. She climbs on top of him and points the gun at his face, leaving Wangi reacting with disbelief. Preparing to pull the trigger, Bai Mo says farewell, stunning Wangi. Just before she fires, Wangi starts to recognize something and speaks up in confusion. Bai Mo looks surprised and shaken when Wangi calls her Little Mo. At that moment, Ching Xian bursts into the room, shouting for Bai Jiji to stop. Panicked and desperate, he tries to speak but is overwhelmed by fear that something terrible might happen to Wangi. Ching Xian is visibly shocked as he sees Bai Jiji pointing a gun at Wangi. In a burst of sarcastic humor amidst the tension, Wangi asks why Ching Xian waited until he was nearly dead to come in. Bai Mo, a 22-year-old police officer, is introduced as someone who's always been seen as successful. Born into a powerful and prestigious family, she has always excelled academically and intellectually, and from a young age, her beauty was admired by many. Early on, a stuck-up boy once confessed his feelings to young Bai Mo, suggesting they were a good match. However, Bai Mo reflects that she doesn't know how to make friends. Later, some boys invite her to play a game with balloons and toy guns. This gave Bai Mo an excuse to leave the stuck-up boy behind, choosing to shoot the balloons with the other boys. The rejected boy protests, insisting that a girl like her should act more like a princess. This makes Bai Mo question whether she truly doesn't fit with what she enjoys. The boy angrily challenges how someone from the Bai family could be so rude while hugging a pink bunny. Bai Mo replies that she doesn't like princess stuff like dresses or the color pink. The boy is shocked that Bai Mo doesn't like pink and questions her about it. Bai Mo looks away and is told that she's not like a typical girl at all. At this point, Wangi jumps in and asks if he looks like a girl. Wangi remarks that pink is his favorite color. Lu Zi then defends Bai Mo, threatening the rude boy and calling him a brat. Softly, Bai Mo calls out to Wangi and Lu Zi and tells everyone that she's fine, asking them to drop the matter. Quietly, she admits that the rude boy was right, that she sometimes feels like she's the odd one. She does not like cutesy stuff. She speaks harshly. She is not like the other girls. Lu Zi tells her differently. He thinks she looks girly enough. He wonders out loud if Bai Mo is a boy in girl's clothing. Wangi chastises Lu Zi for talking about wee-wees in front of Bai Mo. He tells him that they could get accused of harassment. Bai Mo tells them to stop their argument. Her mood is lifted after watching the two bicker. Being friends with one idiot and one psychopath makes her feel normal. She holds the hands of both boys, wishing that they could stay the same forever. She asks them to promise not to leave her. She can't be the only weird one left. As the children grew into teenagers, they stayed friends and hung out often. The two even accompany her to the shooting range. Her life changed dramatically as an adult. Bai Mo receives a death certificate and is informed that Lu Zi died. It's revealed that he perished in an explosion, and Wangi is left in a coma with severe injuries. Bai Mo quietly accepts the devastating news and she slums alone in a hospital hallway, silently processing her grief. Tearfully, she recalls Lu Zi's promise that he would never leave her. Suddenly, the scene distorts, glitches ripple through the environment, and strange data symbols begin to fill the space. A red light flashes as digital interference intensifies. Startled, the woman is surrounded by noise until a digital penguin materializes, identifying her as a rare host and offering to grant a wish. Before moving on to the next chapter, here's a little extra to spice things up. Two mascot-like characters appear, apologizing for the heavy emotional content and promising the next scenes will be lighter and funnier. The focus then shifts to Bai Mo's transmigration journey. In her first world, she's trapped in debt by a domineering CEO, but she turns the tables by having him arrested. In the next world, she's abused by a cruel emperor posing her as a substitute, but she overthrows him and casually places him in the harem. In the third world, a school bully targets her, rallying others to join in, but Baimo beats him up herself, leaving him begging for mercy. The author also wants to assure everyone that Wangi and Baimo are just very good friends. The host welcomes the guests to enjoy themselves freely. The ambience is refined and elegant, heightened by the soft sound of someone playing the piano. A striking woman in a red gown captures attention at the center of the room, adding drama and sophistication to the gathering. On the top floor, inside the city lord's top floor residence, Wangi tells Baimo that security is tight and that they can talk freely. Ching Xiin asks the transmigrators if they are telling the truth. Both confirm they are. Wangi jokes that he assumed Ching Xiin wouldn't believe them without seeing SO, and mentions the system has been slacking off again. Curious, Wangi asks Baimo if she also has a system. Baimo replies she does, but found it annoying and tied it up. A cut shows the penguin system completely bound, flailing in frustration while being scolded for yet another failed mission. Baimo ignores her SO's protests, arms crossed and clearly done with the drama. As the penguin whines about mission deviation, Baimo mocks the cliché story structure. She explains that instead of sticking to a Mary Sue plot, she chose the powerful heroine path, which earns more points. Wangi wonders if that still results in punishment. The penguin confirms it, no matter how many points you gain. Breaking mission rules means consequences. The penguin charges the room with electricity, demanding Baimo accept her punishment. Sparks engulf her as the punishment begins. Wangi panics and tries to intervene, recognizing the sensation as similar to when he was shocked before. Baimo firmly tells him to stay back, and Ching Xian restrains him, warning that the current could affect him too. Despite the visible strain, Baimo assures them she's fine. She confidently claims she's used to this. While the penguin system sulks in frustration, Ching Xian keeps holding Wangi as the electric current intensifies. Wangi, visibly worried, asks if Baimo really gets punished that often, especially since she's calmly drinking tea. Baimo nonchalantly confirms, saying it now feels more like a massage. She cheekily asks for milk, leaving Wangi stunned by her composure. Switching topics, Baimo shares that this is her fourth world. Wangi says it's only his second since he slacked off in the last one. He notices her hands shaking despite her calm demeanor. He realizes she's faking composure to keep him from worrying. Baimo tries to ease the mood, pointing out their favorable situation. Wangi quietly reflects that her actions reveal more than her words. He wonders what she truly wants. Baimo then says she intends to help cover up City Lord Wang's actions. Wangi is surprised by her determination. When he asks if it's too risky, Baimo answers calmly, it's fine. Her steady tone reflects both trust and resolve. Baimo explains that villain redemption plots have become more common, making it more convenient for stories to keep villains alive. Wangi agrees, but questions why Ching Xiin, who isn't a transmigrator, would be part of their mission. Baimo turns to Ching Xian and asks for his thoughts now that he knows the truth. Internally, Ching Xian is startled but moved that she's finally acknowledging him. Ching Xian replies that under normal circumstances, he would want to help humanity. However, something inside him has shifted, and he no longer knows who to trust. He begins by admitting he owes Baimo a debt. She once saved his life. But then he turns to Wangi, reminding him that he once pushed him into a swarm of zombies. Ching Xian challenges the idea that the past can be easily forgiven. Wangi says nothing in response, weighed down by guilt. Baimo jumps in, trying to defend Wangi, saying his actions were all part of completing the mission. But Wangi gently tells her it's okay and asks her to leave so he can talk to Ching Xian alone. Baimo hesitates, then agrees, telling them to call if anything happens. She leaves the room, casting a concerned glance back. Inside, Wangi remains seated, his head bowed. Ching Xian silently watches him, waiting. Finally, Wangi clenches his fists and breaks the silence, thanking Ching Xian, trying to find the right words. Left alone, Wangi sits in silence while Ching Xian quietly observes him. Hesitantly, Wangi thanks Ching Xian for helping him earlier, but Ching Xian responds coolly, saying he only did it because Wangi is still relevant to the mission. Wangi admits this makes him feel worse, burdened with guilt. He acknowledges that everything he did, controlling, humiliating, and manipulating Ching Xian, was deliberate, and that an apology likely isn't enough. Ching Xian sighs, asking if Wangi has run out of excuses, and internally reflects that as long as Wangi keeps blaming himself, the past won't truly matter. Wangi imagines how things could have been different if they'd met under better circumstances and sincerely apologizes, asking how he can make it up. Ching Xian questions what kind of compensation would ever be enough, hinting that what he really wants, Wangi can't offer. Suddenly, So appears, declaring Wangi's mission a failure and revealing that Bai Mo is also a transmigrator. Wangi excitedly introduces So to Ching Xian and even offers rare system items as a form of compensation. But Ching Xian calmly replies that he already has all abilities. So shifts focus to the heroine's system and suddenly stops as a red warning screen flashes. Despite not wanting to, So announces that punishment must now be carried out for Wangi's failure. Wangi is shocked, thinking Bai Mo's punishment was enough, but So explains each system handles its own host separately, and then cheerfully tells Wangi to enjoy his punishment. As the punishment begins, Wangi panics, afraid of letting Ching Xian see him in such a state. So triggers an electric shock, and Wangi cries out while warning Ching Xian to stay back. So calmly explains it's just a warning shock and won't cause real harm. As So disappears into the system, Wangi, through the pain, asks it to lock the elevator, revealing his fear of being seen like this. He collapses, wondering how Bai Mo managed to endure it. Ching Xian silently watches, conflicted and deep in thought. He presses the stop button, reflecting on how Wangi seems to only see someone else, not him. Ching Xian questions the reality of his emotions but accepts that they're real. Wangi tries to endure the punishment alone, curling up in pain. Ching Xian recognizes the look of someone wronged in Wangi's expression and offers help, but Wangi refuses, despite believing Wangi doesn't like or rely on him. Ching Xian embraces him and quietly admits to himself that just being able to hold him still makes him happy. Wangi is surprised and tells him to let go because of the electricity, but Ching Xian lies and says he's immune. He even jokes that Wangi can bite him if it helps. Flustered, Wangi insists biting won't help either and tries to hide his face, feeling embarrassed. Ching Xian gently comforts him, saying there's nothing embarrassing about it, and softly confesses that he's the one who fell first. Then he kisses Wangi and casually admits that's what's truly embarrassing, leaving Wangi completely stunned. Ching Xian suddenly kisses Wangi, completely catching him off guard. Shocked and confused, Wangi questions whether he's hallucinating, only to realize Ching Xian is actually biting him. It doesn't feel like a kiss, and Wangi wonders why he bit his mouth specifically. As Ching Xian pulls away, Wangi gasps for breath, still stunned. The scene briefly flashes back to a moment where Ching Xian is asked what he would want in exchange for completing all the city's tasks. He replies that he'd like the ability to see through others' abilities to rule more effectively. The mysterious figure reacts with interest, and the system remarks that Ching Xian's wish is piggable. Back in the present, both Ching Xian and Wangi are recovering. Wangi checks on him, confused by his pained expression, but Ching Xian brushes it off, saying it's nothing, just a memory. When Ching Xian suddenly admits it's him, Wangi stares, surprised, feeling a strange familiarity. He tries to figure out when they might have met before, but Ching Xian deflects with a vague answer, then changes the subject by asking if Wangi wants to clean up. Wangi gets flustered, overthinking the situation and trying to understand the meaning behind the bite. Ching Xian calmly hands him a towel, telling him to wipe the blood from his mouth. Wangi is stunned and silently processes the situation, unsure how to react. After a brief pause, he thanks Ching Xian, who internally questions his own shifting emotions. Wangi, trying to make sense of it all, finally demands a proper explanation. Wangi internally worries that Ching Xian's boldness might backfire on both of them, though Ching Xian remains silent, thinking the situation might be getting too reckless. Wangi grows more confused when Ching Xian starts asking questions instead of answering them. Ching Xian reminds him that he once asked for forgiveness, catching Wangi off guard. Trying to deflect, Wangi offers a smile and an apology, but Ching Xian gently reassures him that it's okay. Then, with a shift in tone, Ching Xian admits he's been hiding something. He reflects on his childhood memories with Wangi, saying they feel like a dream, blurry and hard to distinguish from reality. In those dreams, he often leads a quiet life, constantly chasing after Wangi. He recalls visions of a mysterious officer who resembled a wizard, working on dangerous techniques. The dream felt chaotic, like scattered fragments from different timelines. In one scene, he remembers himself as a child close to Wangi, and even when awake, the emotion lingers. The guilt and sorrow he feels are so strong, it's as if he truly lived through those moments. With a primal intensity, Ching Xian describes how he instinctively tracks and claims what's his, speaking as if hunting prey through blood scent. In a vivid, surreal dream, he bites Wangi, symbolically binding him to ensure he'll never leave. Ching Xian admits he's been overwhelmed with memories and emotions that don't seem to belong to him. He seems lost, questioning how memories could return if they were meant to be forgotten. Wangi tries to make sense of it all. Ching Xian suggests that maybe his actions were instinctive, brought on by stress or hallucinations, and his explanation causes Wangi to comically nosebleed, lightening the mood. Ching Xian quickly apologizes, saying he didn't mean to cause trauma. He admits it's hard to tell when Wangi is sincere. Then, with renewed seriousness, he asks Wangi for help in uncovering the missing pieces of his memory. As repayment for the emotional mess, he simply asks Wangi to stay with him. Wangi hesitates, admitting he's not a psychiatrist and doesn't really know how to help. Internally, he wonders how he even agreed to such a vague deal. Ching Xian explains he just wants Wangi to stay, to prove that he has no intention of hurting him. Without thinking, Wangi agrees. Only afterward does he reflect that maybe he answered too quickly. While he can be kind to others, there are still some feelings he finds hard to face. The scene shifts to a quiet view of Ching Xian's dormitory from the outside. Inside, Ching Xian stands by his bed, deep in thought. After a pause, he throws himself onto the bed, cheeks flushed and heart racing, overwhelmed by the memory of the kiss. Ching Xian kisses Wangi, internally marveling at how adorable and naive he is for believing such a ridiculous excuse for the bite. The fact that Wangi accepted it so easily leaves Ching Xian both amused and overwhelmed. Jolting upright in bed, Ching Xian replays the moment when Wangi agreed to stay and help him recover his memories. Panic starts to set in. He realizes he doesn't even fully understand the memories himself. Wangi's genuine sweetness only makes things more complicated. As Ching Xian processes everything, he starts to shift his perspective. If he truly wants to help Wangi rehabilitate, then Wangi is no longer the villain or even an enemy. He starts to see him as something entirely different, a companion. For the first time, the dynamic between them feels emotionally vulnerable and real. Ching Xian wonders if Wangi's willingness to stay means he actually trusts him. The thought is both thrilling and terrifying. He daydreams about kissing Wangi more often under the excuse of madness, but quickly reminds himself not to act on impulse. Scaring Wangi off would ruin everything. Flustered, Ching Xian flails on his bed, overwhelmed and giddy, silently begging the universe or anyone to punch him back to reality. Outside the room, Wangi hears the commotion and approaches cautiously, pausing at the door with a mix of concern and confusion. Suddenly, Esso reappears in a burst of glowing green code, announcing that it's finished negotiating with the system. Esso explains that although the system remains strict, it sincerely wants to help Wangi complete his task as soon as possible. Wangi listens, thinking to himself that the plot seems to be moving faster than expected. He wonders what kind of twisted setup could cause everyone to fall for the villain instead of the designated heroine. S.O. is startled, pointing out that it's obvious Ching Xian has feelings for him. Wangi isn't so sure, but he admits that Ching Xian biting his lip is a pretty suspicious sign. S.O. spirals in flustered panic over the implications. Wangi quickly switches gears and accuses S.O. of slacking off lately. S.O. promises to work harder and never neglect its tasks again. Trying to refocus the conversation, S.O. asks Wangi what he truly thinks about all this. Caught off guard, Wangi hesitates, his mind spinning at the mention of romantic feelings between the protagonists. He blushes in silence, unable to give a clear answer. Frustrated, he finally freaks out, admitting he doesn't understand anything. He wonders aloud just how different this Ching Xian really is from the one he knew in the previous world. Wangi suddenly considers a new possibility and begins piecing together a theory. S.O., noticing his serious expression, asks what's wrong. Hesitantly, Wangi says there's a chance that something important is going on. He speculates that Ching Xian might have developed mind-reading abilities, so is surprised and questions whether the Ching Xian from the Doomsday world could actually have that kind of power. Wangi clarifies it's just a guess, but suggests that mind-reading could be part of a broader, cheat-like ability. S.O. agrees to investigate and initiates a system connection to confirm. Through the connection, Wangi greets Baimo cheerfully. Shiao asks if he's settled into the dorm and advises him to keep his distance from the city lord. Sensing something is off, Baimo questions Wangi's tone while the system in penguin form reacts with dramatic flair. Wangi explains that the male lead has been sent on a mission, and during it, the culprit behind the zombie virus is accidentally discovered. Concerned, he says that the presence of time travelers might influence the protagonist's development. He's thinking about joining the mission to keep the plot on track. Bai Mo reacts with alarm, warning that the mission is dangerous and shouldn't be taken lightly due to mutant zombies. She urges Wangi to avoid unnecessary risks. However, Wangi insists this isn't just about points anymore. He finds Ching Xien's behavior suspicious and wants to investigate further. He says Ching Xien doesn't act like the original male protagonist, and that's what worries him. Changing topics, Wangi confesses that the school bus crash from before was actually his fault, apologizing for getting others involved. Bai Mo is shocked, asking if the crash wasn't just an accident. Wangi explains that he accidentally hit the driver while helping someone, which caused the accident. Xiao Mo, still confused, asks if Wangi used too much strength when throwing the ball. Wangi awkwardly jokes that it was inertia's fault, but Bai Mo doesn't find the joke amusing. Wangi then pulls up the official accident report, which states that the crash was caused by speeding and a fallen tree. An image of a bus flying off a cliff flashes through his memory, highlighting the chaos of that moment. He explains that because students were involved, the case was thoroughly investigated and misinformation was quickly ruled out. Wangi hesitates, preparing to reveal what he truly remembers. Bai Mo asks if he actually saw the ball hit the driver. Wangi says no, he didn't see it happen. All he remembers is the ball rolling away before everything went black and he lost consciousness. As he shifts his posture, overwhelmed by the memory, the girl listens in silence. Wangi laughs bitterly, realizing that maybe things weren't as clear-cut as he had believed. A tall building glows under the morning sun as someone calls out to Ching Xiin, urging him to wake up and have breakfast. A hand presses a doorbell. As the door opens, another hand quickly reaches out to stop the person from pressing again. Ching Xiin, visibly tired, greets Wangi and warns him he might be seen. Wangi cheerfully replies that it's normal for them to have breakfast together since their relationship is so good. Wangi asks why he hasn't been invited inside yet, looking hopeful. Ching Xian appears flustered and quickly tells him to wait a moment before shutting the door. Wangi waits outside of the food, confused about what Ching Xian is doing. So guesses Ching Xian is tidying up his room, and Wangi looks unimpressed. Ching Xian has to show his crush that he's not a slob. Wangi sets the food down and calls out for Ching Xian to try it, mentioning he also delivered some to Bai Mo. Ching Xian quietly eats a dumpling and questions why Wangi made them so early. Noticing Wangi is in high spirits, Ching Xian comments on it, and Wangi happily confirms he's feeling relieved. Wangi explains that after realizing his regrets were just illusions, it feels like he escaped from hell into something peaceful. Ching Xian asks about the regret, and Wangi admits it relates to a past dream involving the accident. A flashback reveals the truth. Wangi didn't cause his friend's death, and the ball never hit the driver. Wangi recalls So accusing him of ruining everything, but he reassures himself that things can still be fixed. Although it was a mistake, Wangi sees it as a second chance and says they'll talk more about it later. He then tells Ching Xian that the upcoming plot is crucial and could affect the entire world. Wangi explains that the original male lead is about to leave the city for a dangerous mission involving zombies. Wangi explains that the male lead found the zombie meteorite while separated from the team, and Ching Xian confirms it's the virus's original source. The meteorite emits dangerous radiation and is hard to destroy. But there's hope, a solution may still exist. The male lead reported the discovery to the city and requested a mission team, stressing that the meteorite must be eliminated or zombies will continue to spawn. Wangi and Ching Xian argue against risking lives for such a dangerous mission, emphasizing that survival matters more than heroism. Wangi, frustrated, reminds the others that everyone's already doing their best to survive and tells a man nearby to go clean up. Ching Xian bursts out, declaring he doesn't want the virus brought anywhere near him. This rejection, Wangi narrates, led to the male protagonist's emotional downfall and eventual rebellion. Now calmer, Ching Xian tells Wangi that he no longer intends to kill him, implying that things have changed. Wangi suggests that if they're going to alter the plot anyway, they should do it thoroughly and eliminate the danger quickly. He supports studying the meteorite as a way to prevent future disaster. Ching Xian agrees and asks for its location. Wangi and So explain that it isn't listed in the book, but So can guide them once they're inside the zone. Ching Xian questions Wangi's decision to join the mission despite lacking offensive powers. Wangi explains it's important to keep the plot on track, and he doesn't want Bai Mo doing all the work. Sitting on the bed, Wangi adds another reason. He wants to help Ching Xien find answers about his fragmented memory and reminds him that this mission originally took months. Ching Xian is caught off guard, wondering if Wangi is doing this for him or if it's just another ploy. Wangi clarifies that what matters most is apologizing to the male protagonist, who he hurt the most. Ching Xian wonders if this version of himself is like the one from another world, the one with mind-reading powers, and Wangi admits he's curious too. Wangi extends his hand and suggests they be honest with each other while they're out beyond the city. Repeating the gesture, he proposes a proper conversation. As they shake hands, Ching Xian reflects that something feels wrong. His memories seem off, and Wangi's brother also had mind-reading abilities. He quietly wonders if the memories he's been seeing came from a different version of himself. Outside the fortified wall, Team X prepares for their secret mission. Tanks and soldiers stand ready. One team member introduces his partner to the group while Ching Xian watches in silence. Ching Xian is introduced as the team leader, recognized for his sharpshooting and healing powers. Another teammate, Xiao Liu, excitedly announces Wangi's participation, joking that it's rare to see him in action and not just on the radio. Wangi arrives in dramatic style, dressed in red and carrying a gun, greeting the team with a confident smile. Wangi and Ching Xian head to the mountains on a secret mission. Thanks to Ching Xian's strength and Wangi's luck, the journey goes smoothly until a zombie appears unexpectedly. Wangi calmly and efficiently eliminates it, and the group continues on, preparing to head deeper into the mountain as they notice a rise in zombie activity. Deso hides in the background, avoiding attention. Ching Xian starts to suspect that something in the mountain is attracting the undead. Wangi tells him not to talk about it any further, pointing out that everyone is distracted. He then casually asks Ching Xian if he remembers anything during this period. Ching Xian admits he doesn't, but he feels like he carries memories that don't belong to him and suspects Wangi is testing him. Reflecting further, Ching Xian realizes Wangi has been acting differently since suspecting he can read minds, giving odd instructions as if to provoke a reaction. Wangi keeps the tone light, saying that with time travel being real, it wouldn't be surprising if someone had multiple sets of memories. He begins to wonder aloud if seeing other people's memories might be tied to reincarnation and relates it to Ching Xian's strange feelings. But even as he senses Ching Xian might be hiding something, Ching Xian calmly dismisses reincarnation as an overactive imagination. Still, Wangi insists that everything lately feels like reincarnation. They sit quietly by the fire, and after a moment, Ching Xian hesitates before speaking. He asks what it would mean if he were really reincarnated from someone else. Wangi listens silently as Ching Xian admits he might not even know who he truly is in that case. Surprised, Wangi begins to wonder if Ching Xian could somehow be linked to Qin Han. He tries to laugh it off and tells Ching Xian to just be himself, brushing aside the thought. Yet deep down, Wangi starts to consider whether it's possible to repay the emotional debt he owes if Ching Xian and Qin Han are actually one and the same. Wangi recalls a past memory about searching for a substitute child, quietly reflecting on the emotional weight of his former actions. Ching Xian sits nearby, visibly serious and contemplative, though he insists he's fine. He clenches his fists and silently calls Wangi a liar, his expression marked with frustration and hurt. Later, the group gathers around the campfire, enjoying a calm and shared meal. Teammates praise Ching Xian for going out of his way to bring food, and Wangi listens while eating. When someone jokingly asks if Ching Xian cooked for a girlfriend, Wangi chokes on his food. Ching Xian snaps at them to stop with the nonsense. A teammate, noticing Wangi coughing, offers his coat, expressing concern, but Ching Xian quickly interrupts, wrapping his own coat around Wangi instead, leaving everyone stunned. Wangi casually comments that the coat is big enough for both of them, and the gesture sparks more whispers among the team. Some start speculating about their relationship, and though Wangi plays innocent, pretending not to understand, he silently reflects on Ching Xian's actions. He wonders whether Ching Xian's past expressions of love were genuine or just acts of possessiveness, and whether his own understanding of those feelings was shaped by trauma. As he watches Ching Xian now, Wangi notes how different the affection feels, gentler, more sincere. Despite Ching Xian never saying it outright, Wangi concludes that Ching Xian must genuinely like him. But just as quickly, he begins to doubt his thoughts, questioning whether Ching Xian and Qin Han are even connected. Ching Xian notices him staring and asks why. Suddenly, Wangi's expression turns intense. He realizes something just as a zombie appears above Ching Xian. Wangi shouts a warning, and Ching Xian instinctively shields him. Chaos breaks out as more zombies drop from above. Ching Xian's eyes widen in shock, but he doesn't hesitate. He activates his powers and rushes to protect Wangi, launching a fire attack that directly hits the zombie. As the creature burns and screams, Wangi watches in disbelief. Amid the flames, Ching Xian stands holding the charred zombie by the head. Wangi, still reeling from the moment, realizes that Ching Xian might have just revealed his full power in front of the entire group. Ching Xian activates his fire ability without hesitation and rushes forward to save Wangi. With a powerful burst of flame, he strikes the charging zombie, its scream echoing through the chaos. The intense fire attack engulfs the creature just before it reaches Wangi. Shocked, Wangi looks up and calls out to Ching Xian. Stunned by the sudden rescue, Ching Xian stands tall amid the flames, holding the defeated zombie, and Wangi realizes with disbelief that Ching Xian may have just exposed all his powers in front of everyone. Wasting no time, Wangi begins shooting at the remaining zombies, urgently trying to buy time. Even as he fights, he feels the situation spiraling out of control. He glances back at the growing chaos, fear tightening in his chest. Kneeling on the ground, he questions whether his powers can truly make a difference. Regaining focus, Wangi yells for everyone to retreat and instructs the team to protect the powerless as they escape. As he checks on the group's status, a teammate informs him that Xiao Liu is still missing. Before Wangi can react, gunfire erupts ahead. He and another teammate freeze in shock. Through the flames, they see Xiao Liu pinned by a zombie, struggling and screaming for help. Wangi suddenly recalls a memory of a smiling boy holding a basketball, a flash from the past that hits him hard. Determined, he yells at Ching Xian to lead the others and charges into the danger zone. A teammate tries to stop him, confused by his impulsiveness, but Wangi doesn't look back. Ching Xian hesitates, torn between following Wangi and ensuring the team's safety. Another member anxiously asks what they should do as the fire spreads and zombies close in. Seeing the growing threat, Ching Xian realizes he has no choice. Meanwhile, Wangi reaches Xiao Liu just in time, killing the zombie that was about to finish him off. He urges the stunned teammate to get up and run, warning that they'll be surrounded if they hesitate. Still surrounded by enemies, Wangi continues firing, unwavering in his resolve. Someone yells out a grateful thanks, but Wangi doesn't pause. He briefly hesitates, gripped by the thought that if he leaves now, he may never see Ching Xian again. He tightens his grip on his weapon, conflicted but determined. Back with the team, Ching Xian uses his brainwashing ability to command the group to start the vehicle and prioritize the mission. Calm but firm, he tells them not to worry about him as the battle rages on. The team begins to respond to Ching Xian's command, moving quickly as the tension escalates. Suddenly, one teammate is startled when Ching Xian appears in front of him without warning. Without hesitation, Ching Xian knocks him out using his power and firmly insists that the mission must go on, no matter what. He tosses the unconscious teammate into the vehicle and tells the others that they'll reunite at the mountaintop, showing no signs of backing down. Meanwhile, Wangi is frustrated and confused. He wonders why Ching Xian stayed behind as well and insists that his own life doesn't matter. Ching Xian should have left instead. He shouts for Ching Xian to go back, visibly distressed. But instead of retreating, Ching Xian, clearly furious, rushes toward him through the flames. His intensity catches Wangi off guard, yelling angrily. Ching Xian says he should have disabled Wangi to stop him from acting so recklessly. Wangi is stunned by the harshness. Still burning with power, Ching Xian accuses Wangi of being annoying for constantly risking himself. Wangi grabs his arm, confused but unwilling to back down. Suddenly, Ching Xian takes off into the air, carrying Wangi with him. Shocked, Wangi realizes Ching Xian can fly and nervously questions the ominous threat he had just mentioned. Ching Xian ignores him, telling him to shut up, silently admitting that he's used too much power to keep hiding his abilities. As Wangi clutches Ching Xian midair, he notices droplets on his hand, Ching Xian's sweat. He begins to understand how much strain Ching Xian is under and wonders if all of this was really just to save him. Touched, Wangi grows quiet. They finally land on a high tree branch, and Ching Xian, breathing heavily, suggests they take a break. Wangi softly thanks him, watching with concern as Ching Xian leans against the trunk, visibly exhausted. Suddenly, Ching Xian loses his balance. Wangi catches him and yells in alarm. Seeing how worn out Ching Xian is, Wangi reassures him that he's fine and helps him sit down. Internally, though, he's much more worried about the pain on Ching Xian's face. As they sit together on the branch, Wangi notes that the zombies below won't be leaving anytime soon, but thankfully, most of them can't fly. He gently tells Ching Xian that it's safe now and promises to alert him if anything happens. Trying to ease his mind, Wangi encourages Ching Xian to rest, finally letting himself relax. Ching Xian leans against Wangi, the chaos momentarily replaced by quiet companionship. Black feathers drift from the sky as zombies close in on a group. Suddenly, a blade descends with the fallen feathers, swiftly decapitating a zombie. High above, Ching Xian strikes down another zombie midair while Wangi watches from the safety of a tree. After landing, Ching Xian drinks, eats a protein bar, and remarks that his strength should now be restored. He tells Wangi they'll be able to leave soon, and Wangi replies weakly, internally scolding himself for getting too emotional earlier. Ching Xian notes that Wangi looks tired, but Wangi insists he's fine, even though he knows he won't be of much use in a fight right now. As they prepare to continue, Ching Xian wonders if they might stumble upon the meteorite. Wangi explains that SO said the area is affected by radiation, so they'll need to get closer to pinpoint its location. Ching Xian offers to fly them instead, arguing it's faster than moving on foot while dealing with zombies. Wangi points out that flying burns too much energy and worries it will drain Ching Xian too quickly. He tries to walk away to rest, but Ching Xian scoops him up and takes flight, scolding him for saying things like his life doesn't matter. Wangi panics, caught off guard. Internally, he finds Ching Xian's grip a bit embarrassing but chalks it up to his usual rough way of showing care. He calls it rough love. When Wangi complains, Ching Xian tells him to climb over if he wants to be carried differently. Flustered, Wangi insists on doing it himself. In a chibi-style moment, Wangi clings nervously to Ching Xian mid-air, overwhelmed by the height. Despite being treated with care, Wangi still doesn't fully understand Ching Xian's intentions and wishes he would be more direct. To pass the time, Wangi suggests they play a game and proposes it while riding on Ching Xian's back. Ching Xian is confused but tries to stay focused on the mission. Internally, Wangi pleads for him to agree, and eventually, Ching Xian gives in. Asking what kind of game it is, Wangi suggests exchanging secrets. He'll go first, then Ching Xian can share something in return. He's hoping for a moment of honest connection. Ching Xian hesitates, wondering if Wangi's real motive is to confirm whether or not he can read minds. Still, he tells Wangi to go first and decides to play along. Wangi starts by admitting he's not afraid of zombies and can remain calm even in chaos. Then, more seriously, he confesses that he's emotionally detached and finds a strange comfort in watching others suffer. Ching Xian tells Wangi to look all he wants, revealing that he's well aware of Wangi's habit of watching him. As Wangi wraps up his part of their game, he prompts Ching Xian to share his secret, but a flying zombie suddenly appears and interrupts them. Later, as they sit by a fire, Ching Xian offers Wangi the chance to ask any question, promising to answer truthfully. Wangi takes a moment and then asks why Ching Xian seems to have a good impression of him. Ching Xian replies that his personal feelings shouldn't matter as long as Wangi knows he'll always lend his support. Wangi starts to wonder aloud if Ching Xian's choices come from guilt. He reflects deeply, unsure why Ching Xian still chose to save him, even after being hurt before. Wangi says he wants to understand Ching Xian better. Ching Xian looks at him, a bit puzzled by the emotional honesty. Wangi confesses that although he has committed many wrongs and believes he should feel no shame, there's one exception, Ching Xian. It's only in front of him that he feels ashamed. Ching Xian is visibly surprised. Wangi goes on to express that even if Ching Xian doesn't always speak openly, he hopes one day he will. With sincerity, he explains that although he doesn't fully understand emotions, he's doing his best to reach mutual understanding. Ching Xian listens quietly, then repeats Wangi's words about mutual understanding, and Wangi gently confirms that's what he wants too. Ching Xian reassures him not to worry. Rather than feeling hurt, he says, he actually feels like Wangi saved him. Before Wangi can respond, a zombie suddenly lunges at them, and Ching Xian reacts instantly to protect him. As a swarm of zombies begins to close in, Wangi panics but manages to thank Ching Xian through the chaos. Then, the two of them look down and see a glowing crater, surrounded by zombies. Wangi realizes they've just found the zombie meteorite, exactly as the plot had predicted. Wangi praises the power of the male lead to find and stumbling upon what they're looking for. Ching Xian immediately contacts their team to report the discovery of the zombie nest, while Wangi urges the system, SO, to show up. When SO appears, Wangi asks if the meteorite is really the source of the apocalypse. SO cheerfully confirms it is and praises Wangi for completing the mission ahead of schedule. S.O. informs him that his mission points have increased. Wangi is surprised and wonders aloud if it's because of fan service again. S.O. denies it and explains it's actually due to his connection with Baimo. He also earned points for saving a junior teammate. Wangi reflects that he only helped because the person reminded him of someone from his past. S.O. then mentions that Wangi's next task is to help coordinate with other bases, reminding him how the original plot left all responsibility to the main hero and heroine. Wangi asks if he can come along the next time they revisit the site. S.O. agrees but finds Wangi unusually cheerful. Then, without warning, S.O. casually reveals that Wangi has only 3 months left to live. Wangi is stunned by the news. As he panics, S.O. confirms the prediction, saying it's nearly impossible to change because the story has already sealed his fate. A visual flashes of Wangi's predicted death, reinforcing that the outcome is fixed. S.O. says Wangi's death is inevitable, but how it happens may still vary. Enraged, Wangi lashes out and attacks S.O., yelling about not being told earlier. He struggles to process what this means. S.O. calmly reminds him that being a villain is only a temporary role and says it's unreasonable to react so emotionally. But Wangi insists he's not just upset about dying. He doesn't want to leave Baimo behind. Just then, Ching Xien's voice comes through the radio, asking Wangi to repeat himself. S.O. hesitates to respond, sensing that something deeper is going on. S.O. bluntly asks if Wangi is emotionally attached to Ching Xian and unwilling to part with the hero again. Wangi falls silent, caught off guard by the question. Meanwhile, Ching Xian informs him that the rest of the team is safe and on their way. Noticing a shift in Wangi's tone, he asks if something's wrong. Wangi hesitates, then brushes it off with a quiet nothing as he releases S.O. from his grip. Wangi tells Ching Xian to regroup with the main team quickly, but something about his tone feels off. Ching Xian tries to read Wangi's thoughts, only to find them blurred and unreadable. With his back turned, Wangi suddenly asks if Ching Xian is hiding something from him. Ching Xian recalls how Wangi once urged him to communicate, and now wonders why Wangi is the one shutting him out. Wangi remains silent, unable to answer. He brushes it off, saying it's nothing, but he's just relieved they found the meteorite. He forces a smile, masking the turmoil inside. Then, with a sincere and gentle expression, he adds that being with Ching Xian makes everything feel worth it. But inwardly, Wangi is apologizing, silently confessing that he won't be able to stay by Ching Xian's side much longer, because he's going to disappear. Ching Xian freezes, the word disappear echoing in his mind. He reacts with alarm. Wangi, trying to stay composed, wonders if Ching Xian would feel betrayed knowing the truth, so he decides to act normal. Confused and deeply concerned, Ching Xian demands to know what Wangi meant. He grabs Wangi by the collar and asks why someone would vanish. Wangi is shocked, wondering if he accidentally said his thoughts aloud, but Ching Xian confirms that he didn't. Ching Xian stares closely at Wangi, unsettled. Then, with a heavy admission, he reveals that he can read minds and suddenly grabs Wangi by the neck, demanding to know what he meant by disappear. Panicking, Wangi tries to deflect, saying they still have time. Nervously, he tries to change the subject, insisting the mountains are dangerous and awkwardly suggesting they find a tree to climb as a distraction. Just then, a zombie appears behind them. Still gripped by Ching Xian's hands, Wangi spots the threat and urgently yells for Ching Xian to look out. Blood struck Wangi's face in a sudden burst, a warm, wet shock that pulled him from thought to terror. The zombie collapsed, its body falling limp with the thud of death. Ching Xian stood in his place, blood seeping down his hand. His grip on Wangi was steady, his gaze calm and unwavering. Wangi takes a handkerchief from his coat and hands it to Ching Xian. He offers to clean him up and promises to answer his questions. Ching Xian remains silent, his gaze filled with suspicion. He looks at Wangi, his grip still firm on his face. With a sigh, he accepts the handkerchief, all the while demanding to know the truth. They sit on the wet ground as Wangi begins to reveal his plan, and Ching Xian listens attentively. The journey back was quiet, dust curled behind the speeding truck as they rejoined the others. Wangi's smile was faint, worn with exhaustion, but genuine. Relief mingled with resignation. He knew the story had only just shifted course. Beside him, Ching Xian was still. His expression gave away little, but the weight of his thoughts was evident. Wangi remained composed, his mind already drifting to the limits ahead. Time was no longer on his side. The stillness between them deepened, not from distance, but from something unresolved. A quiet realization seemed to settle over Ching Xian. His decision was already made, not from logic or duty, but from something far more intimate. His fate, he decided, would follow the same ending as Wangi's. If the path led to death, then he would walk it too. Wangi, though surprised, could not bring himself to argue. He had always carried the burden of inevitability alone. Now the weight was shared. And still questions lingered. Ching Xian could no longer ignore the memories, fragmented, misplaced, yet emotionally vivid, that echoed through his mind. A suspicion grew, one he couldn't shake. Perhaps he was not just Ching Xian of this world, but a continuation of something older, a version of himself that had known Wangi before, one that had never truly let go. The memory did not come with clarity, only with instinct, a quiet pursuit, relentless and primal. He could feel it now, not as a man seeking answers, but as something darker, a presence that had chased after Wangi across time like a creature tracking its prey. And now, face to face again, the chase had led them here. To blood, to fire, to the edge of truth. Neither of them spoke, but both understood. The story was no longer just about survival. It was about unraveling everything they thought they knew about who they were and who they had always been to each other. Ching Xian, haunted by memories and emotions, recalls a dark vow he would find Wangi in every world, never letting him go again. This revelation shocks Wangi, who immediately denies the possibility, trying to steer the conversation away from the past. Though Ching Xian lifts a hand in greeting to others, their conversation remains unresolved. Alone in his thoughts, Ching Xian reflects on a lonely past, wondering if anything in his life was worth remembering. The possibility that the person he's been chasing is now before him makes him blush. He lightens the moment by teasing Wangi, who reacts with irritation, though the tension remains. Despite Ching Xian's reassurance not to dwell on it, Wangi is uneasy, questioning if the joke held a deeper truth. His instincts warn him that something feels off, and he grows suspicious that Ching Xian may be planning something drastic. Back in the city, life seems to return to normal. Wangi interacts with others cheerfully, but Ching Xian stands silently nearby. He resumes duties, giving clear instructions and behaving like a reliable protagonist. Wangi wonders if the vulnerable version of Ching Xian he saw was merely temporary. At headquarters, Ching Xian prepares reports and sends others ahead. When Wangi calls out to him, he's surprised but answers calmly. Wangi notices signs of fatigue and inquires about his rest. They discuss the upcoming mission, with Wangi surprised to learn Ching Xian won't lead the next team. Ching Xian confirms he doesn't plan to return to the meteorite site. Wangi, worried about the story veering off course, urges him to stick to the plot and meet with the heroine as originally intended. Ching Xian questions the necessity of strictly following the novel's plot, clearly irritated that Bamo was chosen to lead the mission. Wangi, desperate to stay involved, pleads to join, thinking it might give his final days meaning. But Ching Xian refuses firmly, unwilling to risk his safety. Wangi, noticing a medicine in Ching Xian's hand, asks if he's unwell, confused by the sudden shift in mood. Before he can say more, Ching Xian abruptly grabs his face and stuffs the medicine in Wangi's mouth. In that silent moment, Ching Xian's thoughts reveal his true struggle. He doesn't want Wangi to leave. Ching Xian forced the pill into Wangi's mouth, leaving him panicked and unsure of what he had just swallowed. Holding him tightly, Ching Xian stared at him with quiet assurance, claiming it would not harm him. Internally, Ching Xian admitted he didn't want Wangi to leave. Wangi, dazed and weak, struggled to stay conscious as Ching Xian said it was all for his survival. Though confused by his actions, Wangi found no sense of danger from him. He later woke up in an unfamiliar bed, startled and alarmed. Sitting up, he realized he had been drugged and remembered Ching Xian was responsible. Hearing noise, Wangi rushed downstairs and shouted for Ching Xian. He demanded an explanation, saying the situation had gone too far. Ching Xian, calmly cooking in the kitchen, greeted Wangi and gestured to the food. With a gentle expression, he invited Wangi to eat, smiling in a way that triggered Wangi's memories. Wangi, shocked, questioned why he had been kidnapped just to eat. Ching Xian explained it wasn't only about food. Wangi would now be living there. Stunned, Wangi listened as Ching Xian said he had been preparing since learning about Wangi's potential death. After checking him, he found no major health issues, concluding that external interference must be the cause. Wangi was confused by this reasoning and asked if Ching Xian was isolating him to keep him alive. Upset, he argued that isolation wouldn't stop the system from forcing him out or killing him, and that Bamo was still out there. Ching Xian explained that Bamo supported Wangi's survival and the system could not intervene in natural or scripted death. SO apologized for its inability to help, and Wangi noted how systems always prioritize their hosts, acknowledging the difficulty of preventing suicide. Ching Xian looked troubled. He knelt down, saying he had no choice, and began to beg Wangi not to leave. Shocked, Wangi urged him to speak properly and get up. As he tried to walk away, Ching Xian grabbed his arm and called his name, pleading with him to stay and work things out. Wangi, overwhelmed, promised to be obedient and said he'd do anything Ching Xian wanted. He grew increasingly concerned, sensing Ching Xian was acting irrational again. Ching Xian insisted there was no time, correcting Wangi by saying only a month remained. He voiced fears of disease, assassination, and unpredictable abilities targeting Wangi. Stunned, Wangi listened silently. Ching Xian explained he had modified the house for safety, and Wangi realized his absence had been due to preparing the safe house. Ching Xian broke down, admitting he was terrified of losing Wangi despite all his efforts. Wangi briefly questioned whether this vulnerability was genuine, then hesitated, loosening his grip. Suddenly, Ching Xian collapsed against him, catching him off guard. Ching Xian, feverish and weak, called out Wangi's name. Concerned, Wangi checked his temperature and realized Ching Xian had been pushing through illness while handling everything alone. Flashbacks revealed Ching Xian repeatedly downplaying his condition and emotionally hinting at leaving too. Wangi began to wonder if the story had already deviated from the original plot long ago. He understood now why he couldn't sense any threat from Ching Xian, because there was none. Ching Xian's actions, though extreme, were rooted in care and desperation, not harm. As Ching Xian clung to him, pleading not to be left behind, Wangi questioned whether staying would impact his progress with the time reversal mission. SO confirmed that time in his original world had been paused since their contract, and nothing would be affected. Relieved, Wangi finally relaxed, reassured that staying a bit longer with Ching Xian wouldn't cost him anything. Morning light filled the room as Ching Xian slowly woke, his eyes widening with panic as he realized something was wrong. He sat up, shouting Wangi's name, confused about how he had passed out and suspecting that Wangi used his fingerprint to leave. But before he could act, Wangi appeared, stepping on him in annoyance. Ching Xian, startled, asked why, and Wangi snapped that he stayed because Ching Xian was sick. Ching Xian touched his forehead, confused, while Wangi confirmed his fever by pressing their foreheads together. Ching Xian blushed, flustered by the closeness, and warned Wangi to stay away, but Wangi ignored it. Wangi questioned Ching Xian's decision not to restrain him after drugging him, implying it was a calculated hesitation. He admitted he would have left if Ching Xian had used chains. Ching Xian reacted with surprise when Wangi mentioned disinfectant and was immediately accused of reading his mind again. In a flashback, Ching Xian recalled preparing to chain Wangi but stopping after a flood of painful memories. A vision of a bloodied, screaming Wangi haunted him, one he couldn't bear to replicate. He chose not to use the chains, fearing consequences. Back in the present, Ching Xian admitted he had been honest. Wangi finally asked what Ching Xian liked about him, something he had long wondered. Ching Xian hesitated and then bluntly said he didn't like him, internally afraid of being rejected if he confessed otherwise. Ching Xian asked if Wangi would be open to being pursued if he did like him. Wangi dismissed the conversation, saying they should postpone it until the end of the month. Ching Xian then said he had a secret to share after everything was over, leaving Wangi curious. When asked, Ching Xian refused to reveal the secret yet. He kissed Wangi on the forehead and told him to take care of himself, giving him something to look forward to. As Ching Xian turned away, Wangi hid under the blanket, blushing and overwhelmed by his racing heartbeat. He questioned his own reaction and whether his feelings had changed. Wangi recalled the feverish look on Ching Xian's face and realized he hadn't felt happy, prompting deeper reflection. Meanwhile, the city behind the walls appeared peaceful, but danger loomed. A guard using binoculars spotted something alarming before shouting that zombies were approaching. Officials ordered the city gates closed and reinforcements deployed to stop the mutant vanguard. As the massive gates began to shut, Ching Xian urgently told Wangi to stay put. Wangi and SO were both confused. SO explained that a disintegration experiment removed a zombie attractant, causing them to move toward the base due to human scent. Wangi worried about how many zombies were coming and if the base could hold. Ching Xian said it must, and reminded Wangi that only 3 days remained before his predicted death. He tossed a communicator to Wangi, who caught it in confusion. Wangi shouted at the communicator, demanding to know how Ching Xian planned to resolve the situation, but the door closed before he received an answer. Frustrated, Wangi voiced his desire to help the world too. S.O. reminded him he wasn't suited for combat and suggested he contribute by stabilizing morale afterward. Angrily, Wangi protested that hiding while others risked their lives was cowardly. S.O. then urgently alerted him to look outside. Shocked, Wangi saw zombies through the window and questioned whether the base had already been breached. Flying and mutated zombies attacked, escalating the crisis. Wangi realized one of the flying zombies was bypassing the walls to spread the infection, and S.O. confirmed this was part of their evolved strategy. Wangi quickly radioed for backup, warning about the mutants' tactics. With no proper weapons, he grabbed a bottle in frustration, cursing Ching Xiin for leaving him unarmed. Ching Xian reviewed the base's defense strategies, noting the shortcomings of explosives due to the scattered zombie formations. He recommended electric fences and fire, though he admitted these would only slow the horde. While surveying, he noticed an alarming anomaly. No mutant zombies were present, which deviated from usual patterns. As he shared this with his subordinate, Wangi radioed in to report a flying mutant zombie had entered the base. He said he would try to hold it off but wasn't confident. Ching Xian told him not to act recklessly and said he would take care of the threat. Looking skyward, he spotted the incoming mutant and declared he knew how to handle it. He immediately issued orders for aerial defenses and reorganized roles among the guards. He tried to reach Wangi again via radio to ensure his safety. Meanwhile, Wangi fought off zombies using a broken window bar and expressed frustration about being left unarmed. After killing one, he and S.O. left the house to look for gear. Walking through the streets, Wangi reflected on how unprepared everyone was for this sudden war after so much peace. Wangi, after killing another zombie, noticed the rising number of mutants and the city's low ammunition. He radioed Ching Xian to ask about the electrical grid. Ching Xian replied that many ability users had fallen or were too exhausted, and ammunition was critically low while zombie numbers kept rising. Seeing zombies piling against the wall, Ching Xian realized a breach was inevitable. He asked if this was part of the original novel. Wangi explained that the novel progressed slower, without mention of the meteorite's decomposition, and ended on a hopeful note with a wedding. Ching Xian quietly processed this. Wangi reflected that the meteorite's destruction had indeed triggered a zombie wave. Ching Xian said they died together if they couldn't stop it and launch a powerful attack. Calling it romantic, Wangi, crying, pleaded for Ching Xian to survive because he was the world's hope. Ching Xian promised silently to try. As things worsened, a radio hit the ground and Wangi heard an urgent report about zombies breaching the wall. Gunfire erupted. Wangi called for Ching Xian. Terrified, Ching Xian's voice crackled through the radio, ordering the zombies to stop. Some zombies froze. Soldiers noticed the sudden halt. Ching Xian told Wangi to try commanding them. Hesitant, Wangi said, "Go forward," and the zombies moved. Shocked, he then yelled, "Stop," and the nearest one froze. He stared at it in disbelief, trying to process what just happened. Wangi stared at the frozen zombie before him, confused and unsettled by its sudden halt. The realization slowly dawned. He might be able to control them. Just as this hit him, a sudden nosebleed caught him off guard. Ching Xian, hearing this over the radio, immediately ordered his men to hold the wall and declared Wangi's safety the top priority. Wangi tells Ching Xian not to leave the front lines and that it might be a good thing that he can command the zombies to leave. Overwhelmed, Ching Xian snapped, accusing Wangi of laughing despite being infected. Wangi, quiet at first, began to smile faintly. Accepting a reality, Wangi concluded that he can't be saved. Ching Xian lowered his head, crushed. Wangi replied that his infection wasn't due to injury and felt more like fate. He had been too protected for it to be accidental. Ching Xian pleaded for him to stay. Wangi simply apologized, saying this ending wasn't so bad. Testing a megaphone, he explained that zombies with self-awareness could still use their abilities. Ching Xian faltered at Wangi's tone. Wangi smirked and gave a command through the megaphone. The zombie's eyes lit up red under his control. He told the humans not to follow and promised peace once everything ended. Ching Xian shouted from above, desperate to stop him. Insisting he was still human, Wangi casually asked if Ching Xian had arrived, saying he needed his help. With a confident smile and a glowing zombified eye, Wangi announced his plan to climb the wall and eliminate the horde. Ching Xian stood frozen, then broke down, questioning why everything had come to this after all he had done to prevent it. Wangi defended his decision as strategic, believing that sacrificing himself would prevent greater losses for the city. He gently asked Ching Xian to let him go. fully aware that Ching Xiin wouldn't stop him, even if he wanted to. As he descended, now visibly altered with a glowing eye and cracked skin, Wangi calmly addressed Ching Xiin, stating he knew what had to be done. He asked for one final send-off. Emotionally overwhelmed, Ching Xiin gave orders to gather gasoline beneath the wall. Wangi then commanded the zombies to retreat and prepare. Under the moonlight, he ordered them to fight each other. Chaos erupted as flames spread, ignited by the soldiers. The zombies burned and attacked one another under Wangi's control. Watching from the wall, soldiers were stunned by the effectiveness of his command. Wangi, engulfed in firelight, admitted he was tired. S.O. warned that his zombification was accelerating due to ability overload. Wangi accepted this quietly but asked for more time to say goodbye. Ching Xian turned away, told him to leave. Wangi requested gasoline and explosives, not wanting to be a liability. Struggling emotionally, Ching Xian asked if Wangi was trying to drive him insane. Wangi handed him a canister in silence. Accepting the gasoline, he smiled faintly, acknowledging there was no other option. As it splashed down, Wangi smiled brightly, expressing hope that they might be together in another life. Ching Xian stood speechless. Wangi asked if it was pity, then clarified it was something else. Flames engulfed him as he declared a promise. He asked Ching Xian to believe in their future and hold on to that belief. Wangi stood within the flames, fists clenched, finally declaring he'd had enough. Enough of being ruthless and reckless. With explosives strapped to his back, he prepared to leave, casting a sorrowful smile at Ching Xian. Ching Xian, lowering his gaze, echoing his silent acceptance. The villain has to die. Without hesitation, Wangi jumped into the fire, promising to meet again in the next life. Ching Xian flinched as an explosion erupted below. He shielded his face from the blast, frozen in grief. A soldier tearfully addressed him as City Lord. But Ching Xian remained quiet, confirming Wangi had died in the line of duty. He commanded his team to patrol and stay cautious. Amid the fiery backdrop, he declared that victory was near, though his trembling grip on the wall betrayed his pain. Then, unable to hold back, he collapsed, calling out to Wangi through the smoke. A flashback showed Ching Xian kissing Wangi's forehead, accompanied by the haunting words, "You promised to stay." Regret flooded Ching Xian as memories of shared dreams returned, only to be torn away. Overcome with anguish, he slammed the ground and screamed, calling Wangi a liar again and again. On his knees, crying, he vowed to find him no matter what. Elsewhere, S.O., the black cat, noted Wangi's successful departure and the power of the explosion. S.O. stuck out its tongue at the white cat, who received fish jerky. S.O. advised saving it. There wouldn't be more in the future. Watching the white cat warmly, S.O. blushed slightly, caught between grief and fondness. S.O. quietly wonders if the white cat would be sad if it disappeared. It decides to leave a small memento behind, implying a quiet farewell. The two cats face each other under the night sky, S.O. reflecting on limited lifespans and inevitable endings. Beneath the full moon, the white cat softly meows beside a resting S.O., creating a peaceful yet somber moment. Meanwhile, Wangi wakes up in a new place, injured and aching, realizing he barely survived. S.O. praises his effort. Wangi looks over his shoulder, composed but weary. Standing near the stairs, with S.O. floating beside him, he reflects on the pain of his sacrifice and wonders if he should have ended things earlier. He questions whether he truly has no future across time and space. S.O. doesn't answer at first, then explains survival is unlikely, remarking on humanity's insignificance. Wangi, annoyed, says he wants to punch S.O., who nervously deflects. Wangi brings up Ching Xian's memory-reading ability and questions if it's a system bug. S.O. confirms the issue was reported, but no errors were confirmed. When Wangi asks about the next mission, S.O. says it was about to explain. As Ching Xian battles a zombie in another world, S.O. says mission points are still pending and the round is almost complete. It suggests a short break in a relatively safe location. Wangi listens quietly, surprised, then wonders if his exhaustion is that obvious. S.O. admits it's not too bad, remaining composed. They sit in silence, and S.O. suggests his fatigue stems from recent loss. Wangi agrees and chooses to follow S.O.'s lead, so introduces the next task, an easy one based in a research facility. Wangi reacts with surprise at his new role as a science-obsessed researcher. S.O. confirms enthusiastically. He will be taking the role of the obsessive researcher, Dr. Wine. The transition to the next world begins. The system introduces the title of the book He Comes from the End of the Sky, noting it is short and straightforward. The story follows a female researcher who falls in love with a mermaid in a secret lab filled with glowing pods. She eventually escapes with the mermaid into the sea. Wangi's role is to create pressure by repeatedly applying to dissect the mermaid, generating urgency in the plot. SO calls the mission simple and relaxing. With no complex objectives, Wangi is surprised at the lack of tension. SO adds that if the male lead develops feelings for Wangi under surveillance, he may be flagged for elimination, indicating close monitoring of Ching Xien's past behavior. SO briefly reflects on Wangi's past agreement with Ching Xiin, casting doubt on whether it was sincere. Wangi remains quiet, then affirms the agreement was a necessary tactic to maintain control. Satisfied, SO summarizes the current mission, capturing and researching abnormal creatures underground. With no emotional attachments, Wangi agrees to take on the persona of a mad scientist, and SO emphasizes that maintaining the act ensures success. Wangi notes SO's gentleness, and SO admits to feeling guilty. They agree to continue with the promise of a bigger mission later. At the research facility, 2 guards stand outside a high-security area marked Sample Laboratory. Wangi introduces himself as Dr. Wang and is granted entry. Inside, he remains composed, noting the tight security. SO confirms it's due to the danger of the specimens. Suddenly, a monstrous creature lunges at Wangi. He's startled, and SO reminds him of the risks. Wangi peers into a tank, observing diverse specimens. SO explains some are mutated by radiation, while others are extraterrestrial. A white cat swims serenely, emitting a faint glow. Mutated jellyfish-like organisms with Wangi's features float in the water. A small alien lounges nearby, casually playing the game console. Wangi frowns in confusion, staring at another strange creature. SO moves in to investigate. Wangi examines a regenerating slime creature, intrigued by its ability to endure endless cutting without injury. He remarks on its usefulness in experiments. Suddenly, the slime slams into the glass, startling both him and SO. While the data on the slime is vague, it emphasizes the need for further research. Wangi acknowledges the potential danger but insists on a closer look. As they walk through the lab, SO mentions that the protagonist is located nearby. They pass multiple containment tanks, including one holding a mysterious black slime. The slime quietly sinks, repeating that it's hungry. In another tank, a glowing mermaid tail comes into view, followed by the full image of the mermaid, ethereal, graceful, and captivating. Wangi admires the mermaid's beauty while SO casually comments on its appearance, thinking it looks tasty, trying to stay in character. Wangi reminds himself to act like a lecherous scientist and contemplates the complexity of his role. He praises the mermaid's appearance, both externally and internally, while secretly wondering if it might be Ching Xiin. Placing his hand on the glass, he asks silently for a sign. The mermaid unexpectedly swims away, leaving Wangi confused. SO compliments his performance, but Wangi overthinks the mermaid's silence, suspecting a telepathic shield. Recovering his composure, he declares the mermaid his official test subject and theorizes it may not have awakened telepathic abilities yet. Wangi sighs, frustrated by the lack of progress, and considers the burden of daily observation. Inside the tank, the black slime creature begins trembling, seemingly reacting to his thoughts. Wangi pauses, sensing something off, and turns just as the black slime starts thrashing violently, his agitation rapidly intensifying. I have a bad feeling of that slime. The black slime thrashes violently in the tank, releasing unstable bursts of energy. Wangi is startled and questions the extreme reaction, while SO admits the slime's origin may be unknown. SO adds that the creature could support Wangi's mad scientist persona without requiring real animals, but Wangi recalls a past cat-related trauma and hesitates. Wangi volunteers to retrieve the slime, and SO notes that humans can't hear the creature's frequency. Meanwhile, the slime's mental cries for food intensify. Wangi realizes it's stuck and gently places his hand on the glass. The slime responds by mimicking his gesture, surprising him with its oddly endearing behavior. He continues observing, still unsure if the interaction is coincidence. SO watches closely, growing alert. At the registration office, Wangi submits a dissection request for the mermaid as part of his mission. A nervous researcher, Shiao, informs him that the dissection isn't allowed due to the mermaid's humanoid features. Wangi is shocked but quickly adapts when Shiao suggests collecting DNA instead. Internally, he sees this as a way to drive the lead's interaction forward. Wangi dramatically insists that dissection alone isn't enough, intimidating Shiao. Internally, he believes pushing her will lead her to the male lead. He gives her a week's deadline, criticizing her hesitation. Xiao Yu, now crying, agrees. Wangi believes this tactic will bring her to Ching Xiin. Later, Xiao Yu timidly asks the mermaid for blood while Wangi, observing, feels like he's directing a romantic subplot. He smugly asks if the mermaid can now be dissected. Xiao Yu explains that the subject often rams the glass when approached, making others nervous. She adds that the leader still wants it tested, but warns Wangi be cautious. Wangi confidently replies that this is part of a researcher's duty, accepting the risk. Xiao Yu looks at him with surprise and quiet admiration. Xiao Yu offers to handle the registration for the sample, privately noting that Wangi seems surprisingly responsible. However, Wangi insists on taking the sample himself and demands immediately. The scene shifts to his lab, filled with tools and equipment. As Wangi inspects the small creature, he's surprised by its unexpected weight. SL observes that its unassuming appearance masks significant combat potential. Wangi suggests the creature might simply enjoy human presence rather than being aggressive. SO doubts this, pointing out that tortured subjects rarely trust their captors. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu gently interacts with the mermaid, stating he falls in love with her because she's the only kind person he's known. In contrast, Wangi prepares for his experiment, donning gloves and describing himself as a cold utilitarian obsessed with dissection. He adds that being hated is fine as long as he achieves his goals. SO asks if it's time to start, and Wangi proceeds to make a small incision. The slime begins repeating that it's hungry, asking if the human plans to feed it. As Wangi cuts it, the slime unexpectedly screams in pain, leaving him stunned. He watches the severed piece continue moving and realizes the creature feels pain. Internally, the slime recognizes Wangi and wonders if he's the one it's been searching for. However, it struggles to control itself due to hunger and contemplates whether it can consume him. Wangi, unaware, notes how soft it feels, until the black slime suddenly lunges at his face. Panicked, Wangi tries to rip it off as it begins climbing toward his ear. Just before it enters, he manages to catch it, only to be shocked when it splits in two in his hands. The black blob forces its way into Wangi's ear, sending him into a panic as he realizes it has invaded his body. Tesso hands him tweezers, but Wangi struggles, saying they're useless. Inside, the creature contemplates where to begin feeding, targeting Wangi as its host. Crackling with energy, the blob decides to consume emotion, diving into a network of red nerves to locate a specific emotional point. Wangi screams as the parasite floods his mind with pain, its dark tendrils triggering a surge of mental energy. SO rushes to help while Wangi collapses, clutching his head and describing a strange brain-level sensation. He blushes, unable to tell if the feeling is pain or something else. As SO frantically initiates a backup plan, Wangi suddenly feels a strange clarity in his mind. Memories begin flashing before him, scenes that feel both distant and familiar. He hears a faint voice, asking if he can hear it. The voice, hesitant at first, begins recognizing him with an "ah, you." It speaks over a flood of emotional memories, overwhelming Wangi. As he clutches his head again, the voice urges him to remember, hinting at something deeper. SO, desperate, tells Wangi to stop overthinking and focus, then yells at him to suck the creature out using a straw. Wangi reluctantly picks up the straw, surprised he has to extract the slime himself. SO sarcastically reminds him that cats don't use straws. Gritting his teeth, Wangi scolds SO for always provoking him, while SO cheerfully wishes him luck. Wangi braces himself, reminding himself not to swallow anything. Inside, the slime squirms and resists, declaring the suction isn't strong enough. As Wangi increases effort, his eyes widen, the slime begins to emerge. With a splat, it lands on the floor. Wangi exhales in relief, calling the ordeal finally over, while SO reacts with mock drama. He slams the case shut on the creature, noting how quickly its tentacles have healed. Though advised to dispose of it, he decides to keep observing, feeling no discomfort now. SL updates him on the recent novel stats. The final episode performed slightly above average. Curious, Wangi asks if Badmo and Ching Xiin became city lords. SO explains Badmo became the first female city lord after destroying the meteorite and ended up with the second male lead. Stunned, Wangi asks about Ching Xiin. SO replies that he died protecting Badmo during a corpse wave. Wangi reflects on how Ching Xian's arc ended earlier than expected. Wangi chooses not to use his accumulated points, telling SO to hold on to them. When SO asks where he's headed, Wangi simply says he's tired. He lies on his bed in silence, S.O. watching quietly, agreeing that rest is important. As time passes and the room darkens, Wangi falls asleep. A small slime slips from his ear, mocking how naive humans are, thinking Wangi has no idea what's truly being drained from him. Wangi slept peacefully, unaware of the tiny black organism slipping from his body. The slime dropped silently to the floor and slowly climbed the equipment container using a thin tendril. Once inside, it rested calmly. The lid shut quietly, concealing it once more. The creature stretched with relief, satisfied at finally escaping confinement. In a distant cosmic scene, the X-Clan, a mysterious alien race, drifted through space. Their presence was known for driving others mad or causing them to vanish. Their true motives a mystery. The slime reflected on its struggle to learn human language, listening closely yet still finding meaning elusive. Now in human form, the creature wondered if its communication issues stemmed from sound frequency. It sat beside Wangi, who remained asleep, and silently celebrated its recent success, finally overcoming a long-held limitation. The next morning, Wangi yawned and complained of lingering fatigue despite a long sleep. Over breakfast, he compared it to the exhaustion of solving complex mental problems all night. He criticized S.O.'s usefulness while S.O. happily munched on cat food, reminiscing about how such luxuries were absent during the apocalypse. S.O. revealed Wangi was its first ever contracted host. Shocked, Wangi asked if he was just a test subject. S.O. explained that its predecessors either got promoted or quit after mishaps. One even tried to leave the system to become human. After that, simulating human forms was banned, which explained why S.O. and other systems took animal forms. Wangi acknowledged everyone had their own struggles and turned attention to the previous day's experiment. Noticing the slime appeared smaller, he commented on the change, and S.O. agreed it was odd. When S.O. asked what to do, Wangi decided to try feeding it, even though records claimed it didn't require food. He dropped a food stick onto the slime, curious about its reaction. To their surprise, the slime eagerly consumed it, proving it could digest normal meals after all. Wangi offered soy milk to the slime out of curiosity, but when it bit the spoon, he scolded it. Observing the way it ate, he wondered whether it could actually distinguish food, while S.O. remarked that the creature defied common logic. Growing suspicious, S.O. warned Wangi not to be deceived by its behavior. S.O. reminded Wangi about their mission involving the heroine and urged him to search for the mermaid. Wangi confirmed he hadn't forgotten and planned to complete the mission while taking better precautions to avoid another surprise attack like before. S.O. commented on Wangi's research-driven mindset and interest in unfamiliar creatures. Walking silently through the facility, Wangi's expression turned contemplative. He told S.O. there was something he wanted to confirm, even if it sounded absurd. Meanwhile, back in the lab, the black slime noticed Wangi had left. Blushing, it thought Wangi was adorable and considered him too fragile, silently promising to protect him. It declared to itself that Wangi was the one it had been searching for. As Wangi walked, he felt an itch on his neck where the slime had previously interacted with him. Unseen, the creature hid on his neck, determined to evolve quickly to stay by his side. A moment later, Wangi and S.O. noticed something strange darting past them. Both were puzzled, though S.O. wondered if it was just his imagination. S.O. introduces the daily mission for the storyline. Wangi lights up with excitement upon spotting a mermaid and enthusiastically suggests a full scientific dissection. Nearby, a fiery researcher demands mermaid meat while a colleague scrambles to keep up. With a passionate speech about advancing science, Wangi rallies the rest of the lab staff. He dons a fully enclosed lab suit and prepares to push the limits of their experiment. Inside a container, the slime creature watches with fondness despite knowing Wangi is about to dissect it. Even as it braces for pain, its feelings remain unchanged. Wangi begins the incision, and X feels pain for the first time, writhing in agony. It reflects on its nameless existence and formless origins in the cosmic void. As awareness gradually developed, it sensed purpose, an intense desire to get close to a human. Initially unable to distinguish between humans, X had no way to identify the right one. It was imprisoned until Wangi unknowingly freed it. Soul contact confirmed to X that Wangi was the one it had longed for. As another cut is made, X cries out, lamenting the violence of humans. If not for its affection, it admits it might have attacked Wangi the night before. Multiple fragments express this pain and frustration. Wangi, examining X's insides, observes that it feels no different from the surface and dismisses the creature as lacking value. X silently absorbs the judgment, still convinced Wangi is his. Wangi questions why he feels emotionally drawn to X, suspecting it might be an overly human reaction. He wipes his hand in disgust after touching a creature, which causes X a deeper emotional wound. Alone in its thoughts, X mourns its unreciprocated affection, unable to understand why Wangi doesn't feel the same. SO scolds Wangi for being too harsh on the creature, but X continues to suffer in silence. Wangi asks if the mission is complete, and SO confirms it is. When SO critiques Wangi's behavior further, he brushes it off and tells SO to leave so he can clean up. Watching SO play cheerfully, Wangi reflects on how carefree the system seems. Feeling that the plot is progressing smoothly, he decides to take it easy for now. As he observes the slime in his hands, he notices it seems unusually obedient and calm. He casually remarks that the slime is cute, so long as it doesn't launch another mental attack. X blushes at the comment, struggling to grasp what cute means and quietly wondering if Wangi was actually praising it. Elsewhere, in the experimental sample library, a jeweled yellow frog rests peacefully on a branch. Suddenly, a dark mass lunges toward it and engulfs it, sending both falling from the branch. The figure disappears into the foliage. Back in the lab, Wangi prepares to leave and bids the slime goodbye, promising to return tomorrow. As he's about to close the container, he pauses, realizing the slime has grown noticeably larger. He leans in closer to inspect. Internally, the slime panics and mentally urges Wangi to stay back. It repeatedly pleads for distance, revealing it has absorbed something bad. Its body begins to pulse ominously as a dark desire surfaces in its thoughts, quietly and insistently repeating the word want. The slime reflects that it has not eaten enough and begins to lose control. Reaching its limit, it violently explodes, shattering its container. Debris scattered across the lab floor as smoke rose from the impact. Wangi sits up amidst the haze, dazed and slightly injured. He tries to rationalize what just happened, hoping the self-regenerating slime isn't a defective subject. His thoughts are interrupted when something in the smoke catches his attention. A shadowy figure slowly becomes visible, a childlike form with dark hair and glowing eyes. Wangi's eyes widen in shock, struggling to process how a child could have emerged from the slime's explosion. The child smiles brightly at him, appearing harmless yet otherworldly. Without warning, it leaps onto Wangi and clings to him, calling out human. Wangi reels from the sudden affection, starting to question whether the creature has truly transformed into a person. The childlike being studies its own body, amazed at its newfound strength and the changes it senses. It curiously asks Wangi if humans are capable of making sounds. Startled, Wangi grabs the creature and asks if it has a name or the ability to read minds. The child appears puzzled and says it has no name, only repeating what humans called it X. Wangi feels conflicted. Although the creature looks nothing like Ching Xiin, something in its demeanor reminds him of him more than any mermaid ever has. He compares their personalities, noting a strange familiarity despite the physical difference. Staring at the child, Wangi feels a deep, inexplicable sense of recognition. He tests the creature by asking if it can see what's behind him, trying to determine if it possesses Ching Xien's mind-reading trait. The child, confused, fails to understand the question. Wangi tries again, explaining what mind-reading means, but the child remains clueless. Eventually, he gives up, internally comparing the conversation to talking to a brick wall. Wangi, still uncertain, decides to verify if the child in front of him is the same creature he had previously experimented on. The child looks up in surprise but admits he can change back. He simply doesn't want to. Gently, Wangi asks why. The child explains that he's afraid of being captured and dissected again. Without the ability to communicate, he feels powerless around humans. Despite this fear, Wangi wonders aloud why X seems to like him, even after everything. Ching Xian hesitates before shyly kissing Wangi and saying he likes him. Wangi freezes in disbelief, questioning internally whether he's actually being kissed and how X could even understand the concept of liking. Ching Xian clarifies that he's not a child, he's lived a long time but couldn't evolve due to constant starvation. Processing the new information, Wangi remarks on how convenient mutants are, then quickly grows concerned that the system might become suspicious if it discovers X's human form. Ching Xian softly says no and resists reverting back, tears forming as he begs not to lose this chance to make contact. Seeing Ching Xian cry and plead not to revert back, Wangi remains silent for a moment before reluctantly agreeing. Its response is casual but accepting. He then offers a compromise. Ching Xian can remain in human form as long as he stays obedient, and when he reverts, Wangi will still hold him. Ching Xian stares in surprise, deeply moved. Overcome with joy, He runs off cheerfully, the atmosphere lightened with symbolic flowers. Meanwhile, S.O. the Black Cat returns with a report. Several experimental subjects have mysteriously vanished. Narrowing its eye, S.O. grows suspicious. It soon finds Wangi sitting calmly with a much larger slime in his lap, X in his reverted form, who blushes under his touch. Wangi cradles the noticeably larger, blushing slime in his arms, surprised by how big it has gotten. He and S.O. speculate that the growth might be due to something the creature ingested that triggered its evolution. A phone rings in the lab, and both glance at it curiously. Wangi answers but quickly grows annoyed upon learning he's being contacted about a missing subject. He abruptly hangs up. S.O. updates that the missing sample is a frog infused with cosmic energy, causing panic in the lab. Upon hearing the words energy stone, the slime in Wangi's arms visibly reacts with nervous curiosity, wondering internally if it was okay to eat it. Elsewhere, a clone of X hides and contemplates the taste difference between bricks and energy stones. Back in the lab, Wangi shrugs off the commotion and resumes his experiment, now with a slice of cake in hand. He sets out a variety of snacks and desserts, inviting X to pick anything he wants. X examines the table, curious. Wangi explains the variety was intentional since he doesn't know what X likes. X casually picks up a piece, says anything is fine, and then, with casual honesty, mentions he feeds on emotions, asking if he can have Wangi's. Caught off guard, Wangi wonders if he really ate the food and whether it will cause further evolution. X admits evolution is difficult and requires large quantities of food. Wangi compares it to leveling up in games. Ordinary food gives little progress, while monster-type food gives much more. X listens intently, though still confused. Wangi calls him Mosquito and tells him to eat first and prepare more if needed. Just then, the doorbell rings. Wangi, puzzled, notes that Dr. Wang isn't popular in the original story and wonders who would visit. He's surprised to learn it's Shiao, the female protagonist. Though annoyed, Wangi answers the door, rationalizing it as necessary for the plot. Shiao greets him nervously and apologizes. She compliments him as the Institute's most talented scholar, but Wangi impatiently cuts her off, urging her to get to the point. Expecting it to be about the missing gem toad, Wangi refuses help, but Shiao clarifies it's about the mermaid. She explains that something seems unusual, catching Wangi's attention. Wangi reacts with alarm when Shiao mentions the mermaid, instantly worrying that it might be injured or worse, seduced. Shiao quickly reassures him that the mermaid is unharmed. She explains that although the creature doesn't speak, it seems able to understand her emotions. A flashback shows Shiao and the mermaid gently pressing their hands to opposite sides of the tank, hinting at a silent, emotional bond. She then reveals her suspicion. The mermaid might have the ability to read minds. This revelation stuns Wangi. He begins to wonder if Ching Xiin could also possess mind-reading abilities. He tenses, troubled by the idea, and starts questioning everything. Whether Ching Xiin has actually become the novel's male lead, and if there's any real connection between him and the creature X. Meanwhile, X quietly observes from the background, trying to make sense of the human's shifting emotions. Shiao asks whether mermaids can really read minds, but Wangi admits he isn't sure. Deciding they need to investigate further, he tells her they should check on the mermaid directly. She agrees to lead him there. Back at the lab, X notices their absence and becomes confused. Jealousy stirs within it as it questions why Wangi is suddenly so interested in the mermaid. In the containment area, the mermaid lies curled within a large tank filled with glowing blue liquid. X, having snuck close via a vent or hidden passage, quietly observes from a concealed position. The mermaid senses its presence and swims closer, watching with calm curiosity. X stares back, trying to stay hidden. Just then, a loud voice breaks the silence. Someone nearby has spotted something unusual. A door abruptly slides open, casting light into the chamber and revealing the containment tank in full. In a lighthearted side commentary, Ching Xiin assures readers that X will eventually grow into a human form. Beside him, Wangi looks utterly confused, unsure what to make of the situation. Wangi and Shiao arrive at the mermaid observation chamber. Wangi calls out to the mermaid and directly asks if it can read minds. In his thoughts, he addresses the mermaid as Ching Xiin, asking if he remembers everything and quietly identifies himself as Wangi. He mentally promises to fulfill their agreement and stay by his side in this life, assuring that he will never leave. The mermaid floats silently in the water, its expression unreadable. His eyes reveal no recognition. Simply observing him without response, Wangi is stunned by the lack of reaction. while Xiao appears confused as the mermaid drifts closer. Wangi begins to suspect that, like Ching Xiin, the mermaid hasn't regained its memories. He wonders if it only feels safe around Xiao, the caretaker. Watching from the shadows, X picks up on Wangi's growing frustration, trying to reason with himself. Wangi concludes that it's natural for the male lead to ignore a villain. He reflects on past worlds where his early contact with the protagonist may have disrupted the original storylines, but this world feels different. Here, he distanced himself, focusing on lab work instead of forming bonds, thus losing the opportunity to connect. He convinces himself that it's okay if the male lead ends up with the female lead, watching their interaction unfold. Laughing bitterly, he tells himself this means the plot is back on track and he can finally avoid the fate of a tragic villain. As Wangi laughs loudly, Xiao watches him with growing concern. She then comments that the mermaid seems able to perceive her emotional state even without showing much of its own. Wangi acknowledges this as a valuable research trait and assigns her to collect tissue samples from the subject. Xiao agrees nervously, but Wangi notices her uneasy expression and bluntly asks if she's about to cry. She quickly dismisses it as excitement. Wangi then offers her a reward for completing the task, prompting her enthusiastic thanks. Meanwhile, S.O. observes the scene in confusion. From a distance, X quietly watches Wangi, sensing that something is wrong. It follows him back to his room, where he lies silently on the bed. X approaches and gently tries to comfort him, telling Wangi not to be sad and admitting he likes him. Wangi turns away. Unsure of his own emotions, he murmurs that even he doesn't understand how he feels. How could X possibly understand either? Wangi reflects in silence, confused by the heaviness he feels despite the story following its intended path. He wonders if the emptiness comes from broken promises. As he hides under his blanket, a sudden noise startles him. Sitting up, he sees X nearby and asks what it's doing. X apologizes for not being able to understand human emotions and says it only wants to prevent humans from feeling sad. Unable to read hearts, it can only reveal its own in return. As Wangi touches X's chest, he panics, realizing how inappropriate it might seem with X's childlike form. In response, X returns to its slime state and calmly explains that its appearance is just a shell. It can shift forms at will. Then, without warning, X transforms into an adult male body. Wangi is visibly shocked by the transformation. X gently asks if this form is more acceptable to humans and wonders if physical contact is preferred in such a body. It clarifies that it never meant for Wangi to see its heart in a literal way. Wangi, overwhelmed, tries to process that the childlike creature has turned into a full-grown man. He explains that mind reading has nothing to do with physical form and tells X to stop thinking about it. It's just a non-human organism. X admits it doesn't have memories but asks if its current shell is good enough, describing how warm Wangi's touch felt. It adds that it can transform into different appearances and genders. Wangi, exasperated, demands that X stop changing forms. He's clearly flustered by the adult version's close proximity. As he studies X's face more closely, something shifts in his expression. Wangi's eyes widen in realization. He sees that X's current form carries features of both Ching Xiin and Ching Han. In a panic, he grabs X's face and demands to know why it looks like that. X stares back, confused by his reaction. Wangi grabs X's face in panic, overwhelmed by the realization that X's features resemble Ching Xiin and Ching Han. Demanding an explanation, he accuses X of deliberately copying those familiar faces. X appears confused, unaware of the people Wangi is referencing, flustered and blushing. X admits he simply becomes whatever Wangi wants and doesn't understand why. Leaning close, X presses his forehead against Wangi's. His body begins to destabilize and melt, the strain showing. Lying on the bed, X looks shaken while Wangi sits up in silence. Realizing he's caused harm, Wangi apologizes. X responds bitterly, claiming humans enjoy making him suffer. Wangi questions his own anger and apologizes again. Confused by the storm of emotion, he reflects on their once close bond and the unsettling presence X now has. Comparing him to Ching Xiin, Wangi feels conflicted. X calmly offers his body for experimentation, stating he can mimic life forms and doesn't feel human pain. He smiles and asks if his body is suitable for experiments. Wangi is left speechless. Pushing X away, Wangi tells him to stay back. He reasons that it's the familiar face that unsettles him. He suspects X might be a predator that mimics others through memory. Yet he detects no malice, only an eerie sense of familiarity. X questions Wangi's assumption that tolerance implies discomfort. Wangi insists that's just how humans describe things. Bracing himself, he warns X not to regret what happens and tells himself not to hesitate. X calmly accepts the instruction. SO informs them there's a spider ahead and tells them to prepare. Wangi instructs X to mimic a spider for the next phase. X agrees without resistance. Wangi watches X transform into a large spider. Internally, he debates if X is kin. He will understand Wangi never meant to hurt him. Wangi reflects on how wrong it is to hurt X just to confirm his identity and fears he may be mistaken. Remembering his vow to meet Ching Xiin again, he tightens his resolve. With determination in his eyes, he raises the scalpel. His expression hardens as green liquid splashes from the incision, signaling the experiment has begun. Meanwhile, Xiao walks calmly down the sterile corridor, murmuring to herself. Xiao, holding a case of mermaid blood samples, hesitates nervously about delivering them alone. She recalls the mermaid's gentle demeanor, even when she drew blood, and imagines Dr. Wine doing something disturbing with it, like using mermaid flesh for eternal youth. Despite her doubts, she fears losing her job if she refuses the task. She announces herself at the lab intercom. Wangi, calm as ever, tells her to come in. Cheerfully, she mentions it's not her first time delivering a sample, but upon entering, she's greeted by an unsettling silence. Her eyes widen in horror where she spots Wangi manically dissecting a spider-like creature. Falling to the floor, she accuses him of killing it. Wangi, unfazed, questions her reaction and casually explains that dissection is standard procedure, yet offers a bloodstained hand to help her up. Terrified, Xiao panics internally, refuses the gesture, drops the sample off, and flees the lab. Wangi sighs, relieved that the heroine isn't getting tangled in the villain's arc this time. He then turns to X, still on the table, and asks if the collected sample will suffice. Observing X's alertness despite the dissection, he questions if the experience was painful. X responds that while the nerve stimulation and dismemberment hurt, the pain is bearable if it's needed by humans. Wangi silently watches as X moves closer. Coldly, he tells X to leave. Confused, X agrees and asks if he upset humans again. Wangi denies it while walking away, saying he only wanted to test if feeding X more would raise his intelligence. As X prepares to eat the giant spider, Wangi notes the high energy content in the new sample. X reacts with curiosity and excitement. When he starts to swallow the entire box housing the spider, Wangi scolds him, instructing him to open it first. X promises to do so and expresses his fondness for humans. Finally, Wangi tells X to stop calling him human and use his name instead, clarifying it's just for identification and nothing more. Wangi documents that X consumes not for sustenance but to evolve. X chews a tentacle casually while Wangi observes with a blank expression. He notes that X prefers high-level energy and radiation over typical food and even tries to devour the cat system SO, prompting Wangi to plead for mercy. As X consumes more powerful energy sources, its size increases, though it never reveals its human form around SO. With each evolution, X grows smarter. In the lab, it touches a book, signaling a sudden leap in awareness. Moments later, X appears in human form, confidently declaring it can now answer Wangi's questions. Surprised, Wangi, wearing a gas mask, asks which question X is referring to. X explains it chose its current appearance to appeal to Wangi, calling their meeting fate. Wangi, visibly thrown off, dismisses the sentiment and hands X an energy potion, warning of its chemical risks. X eagerly agrees to drink it, declaring Wangi his destined person and promising to eat anything given to him. Wangi finds the line unbearably corny. He questions whether X is faking innocence, but notes that after a month, X hasn't shown any aggression and seems increasingly human. Curious, Wangi tries testing X's mind-reading ability but finds it difficult to decipher anything, while X comments that the potion tastes good. Wangi wonders about the slow pace of X's evolution and suspects he might be worried, something he brushes off as just fulfilling a past life agreement. He reminds himself to remain detached and not fall for moments of kindness. Suddenly, X collapses, warning that he's reaching a critical point from the energy intake. Alarmed, Wangi asks if preparations are needed, but X, beginning to transform, calmly says no. As his form destabilizes, X admits he's overwhelmed by hunger and urges Wangi to leave before he loses control. Wangi hesitates, unsure if the danger is genuine or part of the experiment. He decides to stay indoors and monitor Ching Xiin more closely, prioritizing safety and observation. Wangi analyzes the situation and decides to remain inside the cabin to safely observe and document Ching Xien's transformation. As his body begins to shift, Wangi retreats and readies the protective barrier. Once it activates, he exhales in relief, confident he can now monitor the evolution safely. But just as he begins recording, a voice unexpectedly calls his name, startling him. Before he can respond, X's evolving form reaches through and restrains him. Wangi is shocked as X, now taking the shape of Ching Xiin, accuses him of abandonment and breaking their promise. Stunned, Wangi calls out Ching Xien's name, unsure if it's really him. X curls up, visibly in pain. Claiming the betrayal feels worse because it came from someone he loved, recalling past trauma tied to Ching Han. Wangi, skeptical, suspects the creature is imitating Ching Xiin to manipulate him. Worried that X's unstable evolution could lead to other creatures being devoured, Wangi pushes him away and escapes into a containment pod. X, hurt, questions if he isn't the right person for Wangi. Now split into several forms, X mournfully asks if he will be abandoned now that he can't read minds. Wangi realizes these behaviors don't align with the Ching Xiin he remembers. Convinced this is a hallucination spawned by fear, he compares it to an old nightmare. But the slime clones, all resembling Ching Xiin, press closer, accusing him of betrayal and crying out that they were lied to. As they swarm him, clinging tightly and begging to merge, Wangi struggles to resist. Desperation overtakes him, and he screams at X to wake up, pleading for the illusion to end. Wangi calls out desperately to X, overwhelmed as the black slime engulfs him. In a moment of panic, he calls to X and pleads not to be eaten, warning that he might dissolve. But X remains unresponsive, and Wangi, frustrated, calls him useless and urges him to wake up, even offering alternatives to human flesh. Ching Xian then appears, commenting calmly that it's not flesh but emotions that taste richer, especially when heightened by intense stimuli. Horrified, Wangi realizes the slime may be altering his brain to stir stronger emotional responses. Confused and afraid, he clutches his head, struggling to grasp the effects. Ching Xian softly tells him to focus, and suddenly, Wangi is restrained by multiple versions of him. The slime continues to stimulate his nerves, overwhelming him with physical sensation. Drained, he mentally cries out for help as he sinks deeper into the creature, facing what he believes to be the end. Wangi thinks clearly for a moment and calls out to Ching, questioning what will become of him. Ching Xian embraces him tenderly. Wangi apologizes for breaking their promises despite their shared vow. Wangi, resigned, accepts being consumed as the only way to stay together forever. A glitchy memory of a bloodied Ching flickers through his mind as he recalls his longing to remain by his side. A voice asks if Wangi truly wants eternal companionship, sparking a surge from X. He reaches out, calling Wangi's name, and the slime clings to him tightly as energy builds around them. X grabs him with intensity, furious that Wangi would dare try to sacrifice himself, and Wangi is stunned by the raw emotion. Recognizing the familiar tone, Wangi asks who is really in control, trying to understand whether it's X or someone else. Calmly, the creature replies that he is still X, now whole again. He gently reassures Wangi as the slime surrounds them both and explains that all his memories have returned, bringing forth every version of Ching Xian that existed in the past. Wangi stares in disbelief, struggling to understand what it means for X to have remembered the past. The avatars explain that X is furious, and they'll explain more later, while Wangi grumbles that he nearly got devoured and somehow isn't even mad. X apologizes, admitting he couldn't control the illusions before, but now that he's fully awake, the other two versions, Ching Xian and Ching Han, are out and about. Ching Han affectionately calls Wangi brother, leaving him confused. Wangi notes that X's behavior has become more stable and logical compared to his earlier erratic state. He hesitates before responding, uncertain how to explain himself. The avatars confront him together, demanding how he could abandon someone who loved him so deeply. Wangi stammers, trying to justify his actions as something he did out of helplessness. The avatars mock the excuse, and Wangi anxiously looks to Ching Xian for support. X calmly explains that the avatars express his true thoughts, only their appearances differ. One avatar adds that X was instinctively drawn to Wangi without knowing why. Wangi offers an awkward apology. Ching Xian continues, revealing that his journey through the universe drained his energy until he was eventually captured again. Only through emotional and sensory stimulation could X identify Wangi. The Ching Han from the first story calls out to his big brother, asking why he's being ignored and demanding that Wangi kiss him as compensation. Wangi, flustered, mutters that the dynamics are confusing. Suddenly, Ching Xian from the second story slaps the teenage Ching Han and insists that if anyone should kiss Wangi, it should be him, citing subtle distinctions between them. Wangi is about to have a harem. Wangi steps in to stop the argument, explaining that although they are the same person, their fragmented memories are causing internal conflict. He attempts to mediate, asking them to calm down. X then kisses Wangi on the cheek and gently offers to seal the other two away if they're being too noisy. Wangi sat stunned as X kissed his cheek, flustering him further by suggesting the other versions could be removed. Embarrassed, Wangi muttered that it was fine, while X beamed and the other two clones glared with jealousy. The clones suddenly pressed in, both declaring their intent to stay with Wangi. Internally, Wangi panicked, overwhelmed by their presence. Moments later, they'd vanished into black mist, leaving him dazed and unsure. X announces that he's the only one left. Wangi's suspicion rose as Ching Xian answered a thought he hadn't voiced aloud. Hesitantly, he asked if he could pose some questions. X replied with playful intent, asking what reward he'd get, suggesting a kiss. Wangi quickly deflected, calling him a romantic. Shifting seriously, Wangi confessed he wasn't dependable and might abandon him someday, feeling undeserving of Ching Xian's affection. Gently, Ching Xian reassured him, promising never to lose him again and vowing he could find Wangi no matter where he went. He smiled and offered a part of himself for Wangi's next evolution, holding him close. Wangi's eyes widened as purple flowers bloomed around them, followed by cherry blossoms as Ching Xian leaned in. Wangi swallowed, feeling something unfamiliar slip into his mouth. In his mind, he saw a vision of a solemn Ching Xian repeatedly confessing love, pleading with him to stay. Startled, Wangi pushed him away, black liquid trailing from his lips. He questioned if he had just swallowed part of Ching Xian's body. Ching Xian calmly confirmed it wouldn't hurt him and would simply rest inside. Wangi tried to make sense of the moment, noting that he couldn't understand why every version of Ching Xian made the same promise. He questioned the connection, unsure why Ching Xian kept reappearing in each timeline. Ching Xian looked at him silently, eyes filled with emotion, and then suggested everything might be fate. He promised they would never be separated again. Still skeptical, Wangi pushed him back and demanded an explanation. But after a pause, he admitted that if Ching Xian still wanted to stay with him, he'd keep his promise too. Ching Xian smiled slyly, asking Wangi if he could accept even a twisted kind of love. Wangi replied that while he didn't fully understand love, he was willing to try. A quiet moment passed between them as they stared at each other. Then both suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the tension. They shared a moment of lightness, joking that even with regained memories, it didn't feel like they had ever been apart. Smiling, Wangi asked about Ching Xian's story, realizing he still didn't know how it ended. Ching Xian answered calmly, hinting that for him, not much time had passed. A flashback revealed Ching Xian sitting alone under moonlight, haunted by memories of separation and a zombie bite. He pushed through flames and monsters, believing the pain was worth enduring if it meant seeing Wangi again. In the present, his thoughts affirmed it had all been for this moment. With a cheerful tone and a new appearance, Ching Xian introduced himself as Ching X. Wangi welcomed him in, casually noting that some lab components had been turned into test subjects. The cat system SO appeared, visibly confused. SO questioned the sudden addition of an assistant and accused Wangi of altering the storyline. Wangi replied coolly that more help was needed for the upcoming mission. He discreetly told Ching Xian not to let SO know he could understand it, and Ching Xian gave a calm nod. Still suspicious, SO voiced its curiosity aloud, but Wangi simply gave a confident thumbs up while holding the black slime, signaling the start of the next task with renewed energy. Wangi found himself baffled by a sign labeling him an expert and wondered why he was being portrayed that way. The so-called guide he was featured in began with a sarcastic step 1, be useless and let your partner do everything. In that spirit, he ordered Ching Xian to manage the experiment, amused by how quickly Ching Xian had fallen for him. Step 2 of the guide recommended doing everything together, illustrated by the two reading while cuddled up, SO watching on in irritation. Step 3 focused on small acts of care, like wiping food off a partner's face. Step 4 promoted public displays of affection, transitioning into the next sequence. Ching Xian commented on the lab's resemblance to an aquarium, which led to a visual of a mermaid drifting in water. Wangi quickly dismissed the comparison, stating the lab was nothing like that. He recalled Ching Xian had never visited an aquarium, not even in previous lifetimes. When Ching Xiin playfully asked him to teach him, calling him Dr. Wan, Wangi grew flustered. He pouted, claiming such a trip was pointless, and Ching Xiin teased him for acting annoyed. Wangi suggested they go buy groceries and invited Ching Xiin along, noting to himself that while Ching Xiin had memories of past lives, he hadn't truly experienced human life. Ching Xiin confirmed the plan, and Wangi warned him not to regret it. As they headed out, Ching Xiin realized the outing might be a date and blushed, while Wangi immediately denied it, scolding Ching Xiin for joking around. Wangi stressed that he could get fired, but Ching Xiin simply laughed it off. Trying to get back on track, Wangi urged him to focus on their goal. Ching Xiin happily agreed, surprising a nearby mermaid who curiously watched their interaction, wondering if going to the aquarium was a human sign of affection. The scene shifted to the city, and Wangi reflected on their outing, questioning what it really meant. As he walked beside Ching Xiin, he remained unsure how this differed from what lovers usually did. Ching Xiin suggested they take a stroll, and girls nearby swooned over his looks and borrowed lab coat. Wangi internally regretted letting him wear it, especially as passersby mistook Ching Xiin for a doctor. Then Ching Xiin gently took Wangi's hand and led him forward. Wangi was confused at first but felt warmth in the touch. As they walked hand in hand, Wangi sensed a deeper emotional connection forming, one that even the fragment inside him could feel resonating. Ching Xian's mind flashed back to a moment of raw desperation, his eyes once filled with obsession. In that haunting memory, a bloodied Wangi was urged to consume something vital, as Ching Xian feared never finding him again. Even upside down and fading, Wangi had managed a soft, gentle response. Returning to the present, Ching Xian walked beside Wangi, haunted by the thought of repeating that same mistake. As they continued holding hands, he questioned why such thoughts still surfaced. They arrived at a quiet street of boutique shops and stepped inside a clothing store. With a swish of the curtain, the fitting session began. Ching Xian emerged in casual attire, drawing admiring remarks from nearby onlookers and a particularly enthusiastic store assistant. Wangi, watching in silence, flusteredly urged him to try something else. With another quick outfit change, Ching Xian stepped out again, now in a stylish ensemble that left Wangi stunned by how well it suited him. Embarrassed, Wangi blurted out for another change, flustered by his own reaction. The assistant, thrilled by their appearance, suggested matching outfits. Overwhelmed, Wangi awkwardly waved her off, attempting to avoid the implication. In the background, Ching Xian's attention shifted as he noticed something, or someone, suspicious through the window. He called out to Wangi, diverting him from the assistant's chatter. They both turned and saw a figure outside that left them silently tense. A poster of the Little Mermaid drifted beside gently falling leaves, signaling a quiet shift in the air. Disguised with masks and hats, the two boys peeked through the foliage, fixating on the mysterious figure. They recognized the resemblance to the merman and questioned how he could already be outside the institute. Ching Xian confirmed that the merman could grow legs but still moved awkwardly. Wangi asked what they should do. Ching Xian answered with a confident thumbs up, and Wangi, resigned, realized they were about to follow him. Ching Xian and Wangi trailed behind the merman and his companion into the movie theater, joining what they jokingly called the Stalker squad, popcorn in hand. Wangi nudged Ching Xian to hurry before they lost sight of their targets. Once inside, they quietly found seats behind the pair. Wangi stared blankly at the screen, baffled that the merman would disguise himself just to watch a film. The movie played a tender romantic scene, a woman kissing a man before leaving him. The merman and his companion were clearly moved, both shedding quiet tears, while Ching Xian and Wangi watched in silence. Sighing, Wangi amused himself that romance films weren't his thing. He preferred action or camaraderie. Ching Xian agreed but added that watching with someone you love could change that. His tone turned bitter as he reflected aloud on the pain of being left behind, calling it the worst thing someone could do. Dark fluid tendrils began to form around him, mirroring his brewing emotions. Startled, Wangi flinched as one of the tendrils reached toward him. He shot Ching Xian a glare, questioning his intentions. X, appearing slightly confused, replied that he saw a kiss in the movie and simply wanted to try it. Wangi panicked, realizing the rom-com-like situation he'd stumbled into. Flustered, he accused X of doing it on purpose. He should have known better. X casually admitted it, reasoning that wanting to hold hands with someone you love was normal. Wangi struggled against the tendrils, demanding to be released. Ching Xian paused and softly asked if Wangi didn't want to hold his hand. After a beat, Wangi admitted he did. Embarrassed, he muttered that he didn't exactly dislike it either. Blushing, Wangi scolded himself for being too inexperienced for such bold moves in public. Ching Xian offered to leave and go somewhere quieter instead. Wangi hastily insisted they stay on task, reminding him they were here for surveillance. He promised not to move and quietly added that Ching Xian could have his way later. But Ching Xian didn't smile. His expression turned serious as he questioned whether Wangi would really stay. If he ran again, what would Ching Xian be expected to do? His hand hovered uncertainty, the question left hanging. Ching Xian leaned closer and asked Wangi for a more concrete form of compensation. Startled, Wangi quickly promised not to run again, but Ching Xian wasn't convinced. He asked why he should believe him, and Wangi flinched at the question. Wangi averted his gaze, guilt creeping in. Ching Xian pressed further, questioning how many times he had been left behind with nothing but a goodbye. Wangi's eyes welled with tears as he quietly admitted Ching Xian was right. Reflecting on his sudden decision to be with Ching Xian, Wangi realized it must have made him uneasy. Ching Xian flicked his hat playfully, calling him out for overthinking again. He reassured Wangi with a smile, saying he was only joking. Wangi remained silent, still processing everything. He sighed and acknowledged his self-doubt, wondering if Ching Xian could truly believe in him when he barely believed in himself. Watching the couple ahead of them, Wangi admired their bond and confessed inwardly that he couldn't feel the same strength in his own relationship. He doubted whether Ching Xian's feelings were real or simply confused emotions that might fade. Staring at Ching Xian, Wangi sadly concluded that perhaps their connection was meaningless, but even so, he didn't want to let go. Their eyes met, and in that moment, they both silently acknowledged the same thought. Neither wanted to let go. Wangi's internal voice echoed the desire again, and Ching Xian asked if he was trying to end things. He wondered if Wangi's words were unintentionally revealing something deeper. Wangi quickly denied it, his true thoughts revealing his desire to stay. He told Ching Xian not to stress about their relationship, assuring him he would stay. Then he added that when Ching Xian found someone better, they could just go back to being friends, thinking that might be the only way they'd never part. Ching Xian's heart pounded at the thought. A memory flashed of him holding a dying Wangi in his arms and vowing they'd be together. Shattered glass and blood marked that painful moment. Now, overwhelmed by emotion, Ching Xian apologized. He turned away, hiding his face, unable to hold back his reaction to Wangi's words. Wangi watched in alarm as Ching Xian suddenly clutched his head, groaning in pain. A strange glow surrounded his body, and Wangi rushed to his side, confused and concerned. Black tendrils began writhing violently around Ching Xian as he screamed, his control clearly slipping. Panicking, Wangi supported his head and realized this was the start of another evolution. Without hesitation, Wangi pulled Ching Xian to his feet and helped him out of the theater, glancing around anxiously. They exited under the glowing IMAX 4DX sign and made their way to a nearby Love Hotel, choosing it for its privacy. Inside, Wangi gently laid the weakened Ching Xian on the bed, still reeling from how fast everything had escalated. The situation felt surreal to Wangi, who had never expected to end up in such a place. He noticed Ching Xian's body starting to melt and shift, the black substance beginning to drip and evolve. Concerned, Wangi leaned in and asked if there was anything he could do to help. Ching Xian weakly called his name, admitting he was in pain. Wangi urgently asked where it hurt, and X mentally responded that it felt like his body was being torn apart. Suddenly, X's body began to split, and multiple versions of him emerged, crying out as they recognized Wangi. Stunned, Wangi prepared himself as the fragments lunged toward him. They knocked him onto the bed, clinging tightly in distress. Trying to calm them, Wangi held on, telling them he was there. But inside, he was panicking at the compromising position, surrounded, overwhelmed, and unsure of what was real. He realized this was more than just physical contact as he tried to make sense of it. As the body continued to pulse with glowing matter, and the pain hadn't stopped, the fragmentation was accelerating. Amidst the chaos, a new version of X appeared in a uniform, calm, composed, and unfamiliar. Wangi's breath caught as he stared, recognizing that this face was different from any of the previous ones. This wasn't just another duplicate. It was someone, or something, entirely new. The new version of X looked at Wangi and the others, initially puzzled, then suddenly recognizing something familiar. He confirmed his transformation had succeeded and recognized Wangi. Approaching with hope, he seemed pleased the evolution worked and believed he still had a chance. Wangi, confused and tense, questioned how this stranger could know him. The man, confident and calm, replied that he did. He explained that the current Wangi shouldn't have forgotten everything but reassured him that it was fine. Turning away, he stated that Wangi would remember eventually and hinted at a past promise. A fragmented memory surfaced, Ching Xiin clinging to someone, refusing to let go. Wangi saw a blond man and realized it wasn't his memory. He snapped awake, dazed, and found himself in bed, surrounded by 3 versions of Ching Xiin. Still processing, he sat up, unsure if what he saw was a dream or something tangible. Trying to wake the others, he suspected they had passed out together. 2 of them groggily responded, saying they were exhausted. Wangi froze, stunned by the surreal scene of multiple unconscious Ching Xians clinging to him, his thoughts spiraling in panic.